Oh! Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing well. Hello. Eliza, thank you for the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also appreciate the Zoom. Hello, hi, how are we doing? I'm like a few seconds early. Doesn't matter. But I saw that in my chat and I had to immediately jump in. I need water real quick. Due to the diet, I still don't know. Is it hunger? Is it thirst? I don't know what it is. Although I finally got money again. I can tell. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Let me check if I have all the videos. That's very important. Yo. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Here's Croc. As usual, we'll start with yours, the Bruce Lee one. Aside from that, I think we pretty much have everything. Everything that I want to watch, at least. We've got some decently short stuff, because I need to, fill up my video stash. Because I got nuked for a week, if you didn't know. I got nuked for a week. Yeah, I got some videos. Alright. Good then. Yeah, it has been a regular Saturday. Pretty chill. I tried to get a appointment for a haircut. Unfortunately, my favorite hair lady has closed today, so yeah, nothing. Sadly, nothing. I gotta wait till Tuesday then, because, right? Tomorrow, obviously not. It's Sunday, and then, Monday is Easter Monday. Why'd you get nuked? Croc made me react to a video that, how do I put it? The AI falsely flagged me, and then I couldn't stream for a week. I could regularly upload all that good stuff, right? But, like, I was not allowed to stream. The AI falsely flagged me. Sucks, but what can you do? So, yeah. I was nuked from Tuesday until Tuesday. So there was that. Regardless. It might be thirst. It might be hunger. I have no idea. Regardless, we've got some videos. Stop blaming me. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's fine though. It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. At least I got to have some time for myself, which is also useful. Do some other stuff. Stop blaming me. I'm not blaming you. Who could have known? And obviously afterwards they did tell me, yeah, that video, it did not violate our community guidelines. So what are you doing? What are you doing with that? You can't recover. You can't recover. It is what it is. At least acknowledge their mistake, even though it doesn't really do much, right? It won't get me back the time offline, right? Off stream, that it won't get. I won't get that back. Oh God. Okay. The new way, like the way it looks right now, right? The new way for the audio mix and OBS is pissing me off already. This shit do be pissing me off. Anyways, we've got a video to watch, so let's do that. Right, we'll jump right away in. We've got some stuff. We have some stuff, right? We have some good stuff, right? We have some Pokemon related stuff, right? We have some anti-men stuff. We have a little bit of Black Rock, Dentist Daddy, Bruce Lee, other weird shit that I was sent. We've got some good shit. Even Think Before You Sleep. We're gonna do that as well. Got some stuff that I want to get through. Regardless, I think this won't be the first one, obviously. Huh. It's good to be back. Like this. Oh god, I missed it. Anyways, let's start with this. How did Bruce Lee really die? The untold truth behind the global icon. By History of Simple Things. Obviously, I think most of us should know that Bruce Lee is dead, right? Though I've heard that somebody does not know that he is dead. Regardless, I actually don't know the circumstances around his death. I just know that he's not alive. That's really all I know. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. What the fuck is a dentist daddy? I have no idea. I was send it. We're gonna look at that. Bruce Lee Crocorock. Yeah, sure, buddy. I got no idea. Let's go. Let's go.
On July 20th, 1973, the world lost one of its most electrifying cultural icons. At just 32 years old, Bruce Lee, martial...
Just 32? Just 30. Wait, just 32. I thought he was old. Wait, what you mean 32? Damn, I'm not. It's not that long. Then I'm gonna be 32. Stop. What on earth? I didn't know that it was 32. I thought it was older.
Artist, philosopher, filmmaker, and global superstar was suddenly gone. The official cause of death seemed straightforward at first, but over the decades, his passing has become one of the most debated mysteries in pop culture history. How could a man in peak physical condition, a symbol of strength, discipline, and vitality, die so unexpectedly? Was it an accident?
Drugs. I'm going with the classic drugs. It was his brain or something. Super heavy. Wait, his brain was too heavy? Huh.
A medical condition or something more sinister? Today we're uncovering on how did Bruce Lee really die, and separating myth from medical evidence and walking through what really happened. Let's get into it right here on History of Simple Things. Before we talk about his death, we need to understand who Bruce Lee was in 1973. Born in San Francisco and raised in Hong Kong, Lee trained in martial arts.
That's rather interesting. Focus almost 32. Well, I'm 25. So we're fine, right? We're fine still. That's interesting. So that's rather interesting. So he was born in San Francisco but raised in Hong Kong. Honestly, obviously, considering that the way he looks, right? I would have I would have expected the reverse, right? Born in Hong Kong, raised in San Francisco. I guess not. And they martial arts trained in martial arts from a young age. Yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Yeah, it was like over 100 pounds heavier than brains are meant to be, I think. 25 is young, dude. You're fine. I'm not fine. I'm old. The bones are already cracking. My wrist already doesn't move as well. The power is diminishing. I am turning to dust.
From a young age. He eventually developed his own philosophy and fighting style called Jeet Kune Do, a system built on efficiency, adaptability, and directness. But it was
so that's where the famous "Be water, my friend" quote comes from, right? Water doesn't fill the cup; it becomes the cup. That type of thing, right?
wasn't just his physical skill that made him a star. It was his presence. With films like The Big Boss and Fist of Fury, he became a sensation in Asia. Then came Enter the Dragon, produced by Warner Brothers, which would introduce him to Western audiences and cement his legacy as a global icon. But just 6 days before Enter the Dragon premiered in the United States, Bruce Lee was dead. On the day he died, Bruce Lee was in Hong Kong, working on a new film project called Game of Death. That afternoon, he went to the apartment of actress Betty Ting Pei to discuss scripts and future plans. According to reports,
Scripts and future plans. Sure, big guy. Yeah, use that. Let's use that. You're not even middle-aged yet. Calm down. For some things, that is already too old. Anyways.
Lee complained of a headache later that evening. Ting Pei gave him a common painkiller called Equagesic, a medication that contained aspirin and a tranquilizer ingredient called meprobamate. He went to lie down, and he never woke up. When he didn't respond, a doctor was called. He was rushed to the hospital, but by the time he arrived, he was pronounced dead. He was 32 years old. An autopsy was performed. The result? Cerebral edema, swelling of the brain. Bruce Lee's brain was reportedly swollen significantly, increasing from about 1,400 grams to around 1,500.
Damn. Okay, so it increased in weight by 175 grams. That is comparison to our OG weight. A lot. What would cost this, the swelling? Could it be that, like, it happened because of, like, all the martial arts, right? Brain trauma and stuff?
175 grams. The medical examiner concluded that the swelling was likely a reaction to Equagesic, specifically the meprobamate component. The official verdict: death by misadventure, meaning an accidental death caused by an adverse reaction to medication. There were no—
Wait. So, I was wrong, but you know, still kind of right. Yeah, but kind of not. I was already like pounds for a brain. Couple 100 pounds for a brain. That must be the heaviest brain ever recorded. I was like, huh? Initially, but regardless. Anyways, just grams, not pounds. Interesting. That means that if this man would have never taken this medication, he could have lived. He could be alive still. That's crazy. So just the medication did it.
No signs of external injury. No poison was detected. No evidence of foul play. On paper, the case seemed closed, but the questions were just beginning. 2 months before his death, on May 10, 1973, Bruce Lee had already suffered a frightening medical episode. While dubbing dialogue for Enter the Dragon, he suddenly collapsed. He experienced seizures and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors discovered brain swelling at that time as well. They performed—
Interesting. Shaja was close to, right? I guess. We'll let it slide, I guess. We'll let it slide. Sure. Hi, Toasty. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. He would have been 85 now. I would have loved to see Poke fight him. Why would I want to fight Bruce Lee? Bro would have whooped my ass even at 85. I am not a martial artist. I am just a guy who's into calisthenics. Chill. I am not a martial artist.
Tests, including a spinal tap, but couldn't find drugs in his system, except cannabis. He was treated, stabilized, and released. Many assumed it was a one-time incident. But in hindsight, this earlier collapse may have been a warning sign that something deeper was happening. When someone young, famous, and seemingly invincible dies suddenly, conspiracy theories almost always follow. Some believed he was assassinated by martial arts rivals. Others claimed he was poisoned. There were even rumors of secret—
Well, he was in Hong Kong, right? So was Hong Kong? I know that like Hong Kong's history is a bit chaotic. Regardless, right? Regardless. You know, when China is famous for getting rid of actors that are too good. So this wouldn't be the first time. I'm just saying, conspiracy, I know, but then again, even a conspiracy just means you are early. Couldn't find drugs except this drug. Okay, yeah. Well, depending on where you live, weed is no longer considered a drug in the normal sense. So there's that. But yeah, I'm just saying, Yesterday I got locked out of my account for scams and spam or something. I didn't do anything. The Hong Kongers. Oh god, not again. Damn. Well, did you recover your account?
Societies placing a curse on him, but no evidence ever supported these ideas. Another theory suggested heat stroke. Bruce Lee had reportedly had his sweat glands removed from his underarms due to a previous injury, possibly impairing his ability to regulate heat. Combined with Hong Kong's humid summer climate, some speculated this could have contributed. However, medical records from the day of his death did not indicate dangerously high body temperature. The mystery deepened not because of proof, but because of disbelief. How could someone so physically disciplined just die? In 2022, nearly 5 decades after his death, a new theory gained attention in a medical journal. Researchers proposed that Bruce Lee may have died from hyponatremia, a condition caused by drinking excessive amounts of water, which
dilutes sodium levels in the blood. Yeah, that much is clear, but like... So they say essentially saying he essentially drowned? Kinda, in a way? Not really, but like, right? I guess you can drown by drinking too much. So there's that. Yeah, sent an appeal and got it back. Nice.
dilutes sodium levels in the blood. When sodium levels drop too low, it can cause brain swelling, seizures, coma, and death. The researchers pointed to Lee's reported high fluid intake, along with his use of prescription medications and possible kidney issues that may have impaired his body's ability to excrete water properly. Hyponatremia can absolutely cause cerebral edema. It's a compelling hypothesis, but it remains just that, a hypothesis. There is no preserved blood sample from 1973 to confirm sodium levels. Still, it offers a medical explanation that
dry drowning. Huh, interesting.
Doesn't rely on conspiracy. Another surprising detail. In the months leading up to his death, Bruce Lee had lost a significant amount of weight. He stood around 5 feet 7 inches tall and reportedly weighed about 135 pounds with extremely low body fat, possibly under...
If it was, possibly under 5% that can be decently deadly, if you will. That can be decently deadly, actually. I know how it feels to be pretty low body fat percentage. It does not feel cool or nice. It does not feel nice. It is not great. Jackie will be gone soon as well. Obviously, yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I remember that not being not too fun.
5%. Some friends and colleagues noticed he seemed thinner than usual. Lee was known for intense training sessions, strict dieting, and relentless work habits. He pushed himself physically and mentally. Some believe the stress, weight loss, and possible overtraining could have made his body more vulnerable. The irony of Bruce Lee's death is that it reminds us of something he often spoke about in his philosophy: adaptability, vulnerability, and the limits of the physical body. He was a symbol of strength, but he was still mortal. What we do know is this: Bruce Lee changed martial arts forever.
Obviously, that's the case. Bro was shorter than me. I am the same height as Bruce Lee. That's pretty cool, actually.
Reshaped cinema. He challenged stereotypes, and he inspired generations of fighters, actors, and thinkers. Thank you for watching. If you have suggestions for our next video, feel free to share them in the comments below. We'll be sure to give you an acknowledgement for your contribution. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the history of simple things.
Anyways, all right. Maybe he had adrenal insufficiency conditions affecting the adrenal glands can cause fatigue, low blood pressure, and weight loss. Maybe. Well, I guess years later we'll never properly figure that out. So basically, everyone was shocked that someone so healthy died so young, but he wasn't actually healthy at all. His body wasn't pushed to its limits. It was bound to give out eventually. How did Poker really die? I am still, as far as I can tell, I am still alive. Last time I checked, so that does make sense. Regardless, yeah, it is interesting. Well, it makes sense that if you work too hard, you're gonna still face consequences for that. That is just a harsh truth. Yeah, I think it was just the medicate. He did. There's probably something in that medication that may have caused the brain swelling, or something that he did that may have caused it. Maybe even brain trauma from martial arts. Who knows? Anyways, very interesting. Very interesting. Right? You never. That's why, guys, especially men, go to the doctor regularly. I know doctors are scary, especially dentists, but we don't do that here. We don't do that here. I know dentists are incredibly scary, but even regular doctors, get your men, get your balls checked. Get your balls checked. Have you viewed the Halo video that I recommended from a long time ago? I'm pretty sure we have. I am very sure we have. I am very sure we have. Or did we? I have no idea. I don't remember. I am stupid. Regardless, let's look at something else. You know what? Balls, exactly. Get your balls checked. Balls are important. And men, they have tricked us. Do not remove the hat on your willy. Apparently, the willy has a G-spot. Do not remove the hat on your willy. If you remove the hat on your willy, it can damage it and even just completely destroy it. Do not remove the hat. I probably wasn't there. That could be. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what? Let's make fun of Pokemon. So I can anger the Sims.
Massive
So I can anger the Sims. We have many small videos anyways to get through. I want to anger the Sims. I have no balls, but I support ball checks. Get your ovaries checked. The what has what now? Apparently they found out in the most extensive study on male private parts that there's a G-spot down there. Right? And if you take off the hat, right? What the Jews do, right? And other places, if you take off the hat, bedtime sparring might not be as fun as it originally is meant to be. So don't remove the hat. Anyways, well, happy Easter, everybody. Yes! It is currently still the long weekend of the Lord. Anyways, we'll make fun of Pokemon now. Hi, Shineduck. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. They don't check your ovaries. I don't know. Get everything checked. Everything. From head to toe. Doesn't matter. Get everything checked. The sooner you let everything check, the better. And regularly. And all that stuff. Regardless. We've got massive news for the unemployed. Pokemon has zero self-awareness by WestJet. This is like saying that you found a fork in the kitchen, or fish in water, or asteroids in space, or stars in space. We know she has zero awareness. It's like crazy, right? I recently just realized there's people who had like 3,000, like 3K to their name, right? Dollars, right? I know somebody. And build a decently successful, lasting tea business, right? Right now. Right? This woman backed by millions, who has millions, did not make it possible, did not have her tea, not her tea, her cookie stuff, her cookie, brand, company, whatever, survive. I'm just saying, zero self-awareness, zero knowledge about anything. She, at this point, I just believe she's rage baiting on purpose. Regardless, for me, it's literally one day before, and my brain is so excited. Let's go! I got a shiny Trapinch. Nice, congratulations. Not bad. Don't peel the skin. Don't peel the skin. Poke's girlfriend. There are way better women out there. Especially way better wifeable ones, right? Right? A guy's told me, like, when I made fun of her, like, don't... She's not gonna let you hit, bro. And I was like, what are you on about? I make fun of this woman constantly. You wouldn't even want to date this woman. She literally just be in the ear the entire time how bad men are, how bad the patriarchy is, tax the rich even though she is the rich. She is too afraid to admit that she has that if you were dating her, she'd be too afraid to admit that she's dating you because otherwise her tier 3 subs would stop simping for her. Dating this woman is hell. It would be literal hell. Hell on earth. I swear. Those cookies were mid anyway. Failed because of them broke boys, you know? The broke boys. If you're a broke boy, just say so. I liked her more when she dropped the N-word. Anyways, yeah, the broke boys, yep.
Massive day for the unemployed. Pokemade finally talked about the cookies, and boy oh boy, it was bad.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Last but not least, the cookies company, which I launched like 2-3 years ago. Unfortunately, the launch for that did not go as we planned, but let's go into the lesson right away.
Yeah, the lesson is to...
Yeah, especially considering that you could buy the similar cookies for less, for more. Because, right, for less, but getting more in, like, Walmart. So, there's that. Isn't she part African anyway? Yeah, but Moroccan doesn't count. Right? I think she's, like, Moroccan. Which doesn't, that doesn't count, right? You cannot say the N-word as a Moroccan. She's not, like, I don't think Moroccans are black, last time I checked. At least the ones I know. So, there's that.
Not call your supporters broke, bruh.
I know, math is hard.
Trying to sell overpriced cookies to gooners. Who would have thought that wouldn't work? Me.
It taught me that what it means.
Well, maybe, you know, maybe she should have, sold bathwater. Lesson is do the fucking R&D and not the white label dog crap. True. Close enough. Yeah, it's just like, I don't think she can say it. It's just like, bro, she knows exactly why it failed, but she's just like in denial. Either she's in denial or she's actually like, she knows how to rage bait. It's got to be one of these. It's got to be one of these. Either she knows how to rage bait, I don't know.
To be a content creator is very, very, very different from what it means to be a business owner.
What are you even talking about? All she did was mark up Costco cookies. I don't know if you can even call that a business.
There are certain things that most businesses can get away with that you cannot do if you are creator-backed.
Well, for starters, you can't exploit sweatshop labor. Virgin Mr. Beast can't even use slaves to make his chocolate like the real companies.
So as soon as I realized, oh, maybe this isn't the right time for me to be the face of a product, I stepped away from the company and I let them just continue operating as they please.
Alright, Busta, stop trying to bean boozle us. We all know you were the face of the company. As soon as you left, production halted. She is so inauthentic and fake, it makes my skin...
I'm just like, it is probably very clear that, does the company even exist at this point? Because I'm pretty sure it does not. I think she's just like cash grabbing. Guys, wait. Claiming character syndrome. Wait. I am having a stroke. You gotta form proper English sentences. I am otherwise confused. Anyways, for your information, she will be 30 in few months. You are gooning to a hag. Right, she will be 30, single and childless. By... Right, at 30, which is crazy. Where do I have the rabbit? What instead with the clog? It's gonna be frozen eggs.
Crawl. Anyways, no one wants to spend like $25 on cookies. Shocking that her business failed.
I didn't take any profits, though it was making money, but that would go straight to staff or other investments. And yeah, that was 2 or 3 years ago. I think they might have started winding down since then, but I haven't really had much involvement since the launch.
Call me paraplegic, but I just can't stand Pokemon. Like that baby.
Pokemary here. I'd rather die. I'd rather die. I'd rather die. I'd rather not exist. Yeah, no, not happening. I can fix a lot of things. I cannot fix that one. I cannot fix this one. That's all I can say. I didn't realize she was that old. Hag maxing. I think she's just cash grabbing, simp wanting. He's on his flaming main character syndrome, terrible woman. Obviously, she is the epitome of what you would call, to a degree, an actual grifter, right? Because she says she's a gamer girl, but for the most part, this woman is not even right? She plays into like this gamer girl narrative, but she does anything but play games, right? Even though she tries, but like she doesn't play any games. Most of her streams are legit just chatting, sitting there, watching videos, munching. That's what she does. Only for the money. Not even for the money. Not even for the money. You wouldn't even get anything. Nah, not even for the money. I like my integrity. I like that. Anyways, she looks good for her age. Shame she didn't use that to find a man. She's kind of fucked now because she'll lose her audience if she does get a boyfriend, unless he's a cuck and lets her keep appealing to simps. Worst case scenario, her quote-unquote neighbor is her boyfriend. That's the only thing that that works. Dude, I could beat her on Fortnite with commons. We know this woman has no skill. Hello. Hi, Sumax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Voice she does annoying.
Stepped away, and it was just like, I let everybody run the company themselves, and basically trying to say that they ran the company into the ground because she stepped away. No, that's not why the brand failed.
The brand failed because of her overpriced cookies. It's because of her. Nobody likes her, and that's how we got here. That is legit how we got here.
The brand failed because people found out that her product was straight bull jive.
She literally has zero self-awareness. She preaches being this goody two-shoes socialist while literally consuming the biggest capitalism la-boo-boo slop.
Yeah, it's because she's a champagne socialist. She'll use capitalism for her own benefit while advocating for essentially being state property. Crazy. I'm doing well. How have you been? I'm doing very well. Very well.
And the first moment she could, she on the working class saying, I know math is hard. It's $28 for 4 bags. If you a broke boy, then say so.
W bro, he nailed the pokey accent.
And somebody exposed this months ago that her company wasn't even operating. I don't even know why she's bringing it up right now.
I do. Her numbers are at an all-time low, and she's losing followers every...
Wait. Wait. Am I seeing this? Hold up. Am I seeing this correctly? Go back a little bit. Go back a teensy tiny bit.
Wasn't even operating. I don't even know why she's bringing it up right now.
I do. Her numbers are at an all-time low, and she's...
What? She is bleeding followers! Not only that, right? Current active subs, right? 758. Okay, fine, right? Average view is around 4,000. Max is 6,000. But this woman, see, you know why this woman is fucked? I stream more than her. I stream more than her. Right? If a week is good and nothing like comes in between, I stream like long. I stream like, if luck hits it really hard, I stream like 42 hours. This woman could do a lot more if she streamed more. Because I don't see her putting out that much content. Right? She's essentially just streaming. She doesn't really post any videos much. She doesn't even do much. No wonder she's bleeding. See, no wonder she's bleeding followers. She's not even doing anything that's like crazy good or anything. And if she is in the light, it's always on a negative. No wonder. Huh. Interesting. Anyways, getting to watch rich people ruin themselves is great to watch. Very much. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. No, I have not, but we can do that right after this because it's like short and sweet. We can do that.
Losing followers every stream. 758 subscribers? Those are like iDubbbz numbers. You can't even pay your rent with that.
I have crippling depression.
Even her Instagram is down followers, man. This is tough. How do you...
Wait, even her Instagram? She probably doesn't need to be honest. She's probably made enough money to support herself without streaming. Obviously, but like... she's putting on the wrong approach. She's doing the wrong approach. Right? She's doing the wrong approach if it's really actually the fact that she's like always into controversy because she believes that that will boost her followers. That cannot be the reason though. But she's bleeding followers. Like 10k in a month is crazy.
You stay motivated when you have a lot on your plate? I'm a workaholic, immigrant, and perfectionist. Lol, we just...
Okay, Maybe I don't know what's going on behind the screen, behind the scenes, right? Immigrant. I don't know what the exact. What are you trying to be like? Oh, I'm an immigrant, so I obviously, you know, I gotta pull through. Huh. And a perfectionist. I don't know about that one either. I don't know why she throws in the immigrant. I get the workaholic maybe. But like the perfectionist? And the immigrant? Right, the perfectionist I don't get. The immigrant especially, like that has nothing to do except you want to farm some sympathy, I don't know. That is interesting. Also motivation is useless. Motivation is genuinely useless. It's like it's like up and downs when like, you know, you can just stay consistent and disciplined. She's an yeah. Is she even an immigrant? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up, actually. Now I'm curious. She's Moroccan Canadian, but where was she born? That's the more important part. She was born in Morocco. And then to Quebec, Canada at the age of 4. Buddy, at this point, you were like 4 years old. You're barely sentient when you moved to Canada. I don't give you that one. I don't give you that one. I'd give you that one if you like moved to Canada at like 18, 19, 20, right? Completely new challenges, new thing. But buddy, nah, I don't give you that one. You're more Canadian than you are an immigrant. Sorry, at this point. If she is send eyes, she's Canadian. That's not gonna work.
Go, go, go. But IMO, lack of motivation, signals a deeper issue. Physical or emotional. You know she had to add the immigrant part. Maybe she's onto something. I should start too. Did you guys know I'm Russian, Ukrainian, dirty immigrant into Canada? You guys should buy my merch. I don't even know what this TikTok's about.
Canada. That shows India. Horrible. She's an she needs to quit. She needs a job. She's a jobless. She is an unemployed immigrant. She's getting pulled out in 1.5 seconds. Too bad nod. Too bad nod. Sadly. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, nah.
about or who any of these people are, but oh, konnichiwa, ni hao.
Bubby. No, you don't have to.
Chanel.
I love that clip. I love that, by the way. Bubby. Do you know the clip with like the ginger dude and him, and then it's like the I Want to Be Ninja? That song? Bubby.
ASMR unboxing. You can't even make this up. Bro, if behind
Honestly, I liked her more when she was doing ASMR. I liked her more when she was doing ASMR and when she was a little more humble.
her is her actual house, that's insane. It looks like she's in Jeremy Fragrant's studio, bruh. Best cologne, by the way. If you disagree, you're probably from Pakistan. Anyway, exactly. She whipped
Pakistan catching strays? Oh no! Why is Brittany Venti here? Oh no! Yeah, she has Gora derangement syndrome. So much so that she got cooked so hard, she left the internet to find a husband, and now she's back with no husband. Because she's also like a part of like the 30-year-old single women. And she was also weird to a boy on stream. So there's that. Anyways. It's crazy. She's rich as well. Yeah. So I don't know what like is the thing. See, the only reason she is rich is luck. She came up in a time where essentially you could easily farm the gamer girl thing, right? Very easily. Who's Brittany Venti? How do you put this? At first, she was decently likable, right? She was decently likable, right? Eventually, however, she went crash out on fictional content. So much so that she got her ass beaten so hard that she eventually left the internet after that to find a husband. And apparently that husband search did not go that, like, right? She literally made an announcement. Yeah, I'm dropping all my accounts. I'm leaving. I'm not coming back. I want to try something else. It's time to build a family. She's back with no family to show. So yeah, there's that. She got trolled in GTA as well. Yeah. She also, people pulled out a clip of her just being weird to like a boy, 13, 14-year-old boy. But just being like, worse, confess your sins to mommy kind of thing. Crazy work.
out the baby main voice for this one. Like, people are catching on. Ah, yes, it failed because it was creator backed and not because they were $28 cookies. Too many broke boys, I guess. Yeah, once the photo shoots and announcements were done, the fun was over and she dipped. And this is the dumbest shit I've heard.
True. See, also, I think a lot of reason why people don't like her is because she went after It's a Gundam sponsors, and he obviously lost the sponsors, and, like, people don't like that, right? People don't like when you go after people's sponsors. What kind of fictional content? The VTuber Gargura. Just because, like, right, the way Gargura looks. The VTuber Gargura, specifically. Didn't survive that. Didn't survive the shrimps.
In my life because the cookies didn't fail because they were creator backed. The reason you sold any of this for an overpriced upcharge was because they were creator backed. Like a true capitalist, she exploited the parasocial relationship with her viewers to upcharge cookies. The ingredients list was identical. This was shameless. Yeah, like, she's selling $7 per bag of 4 ounces, and these people are selling 14 ounces for $9.99. 145% markup.
Impressive. Very nice.
Same level of markup as the designer brands you love to flaunt around.
Legend failed. Yeah, I love that. I love that, by the way. The legend failed. It's just like, it just failed because she's very, very dumb. She does not understand that they, first of all, were overpriced. They were not able to compete with cheaper brands, obviously. It's because of her bad publicity, right? That's another thing. And she's just not Mr. Beast. She just isn't.
And that's the thing. Nobody cares what she's buying. She's a grown-ass woman, 47 years old. Buy whatever you want, but, like, don't do this, like, socialist.
47 years old. 47 years old.
LARP.
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America?
Yeah, in a revolution, you'd be Marie Antoinette, and you know what happened to her, right? She just has Hassan-level self-awareness. Like, bro showed up into Cuba wearing, like, Cartier rings and glasses.
La Passion.
See, in the revolution, they would be Frenchified. You all know what happened to the royalties, to the royalty in France during the French Revolution. I think that's no secret.
It'd actually make them look a lot better if these two buffoons abandoned their frickin' capitalist consumerist lifestyle and gave away all those clothes. It looked like they're actually living the cause. I don't know if she took notes from Sneeko Andrew Tate or something, but she's pushing like Ramadan and the Muslim stuff now.
Okay, this is what we're having for Eid. Le brouette. What's in this, mama?
Good for her, I guess. As long as she doesn't become some sort of Islam debater, she's good. Holy smokes, even Tectone chimed in. Wow, the chick that charged 30 bones for 3 bags of cookies of a brand that she copied. Then when people voiced their concerns of the price, she called them broke, poor, and unsuccessful. I'm shocked it didn't work out. Not as much as Kaya. This is so fake, it's absurd.
Man, that Pokimane. She straight up is too old for my liking. Like, goddamn grandma. You about 29 years old. I'm 37. And my girlfriend is 13, and I'm not talking Genshin Impact level.
Even our favorite
Yeah, Tectone is not. The Tectone stuff get never old. They get never old. They really get never old. They actually... What the fuck did you do? Samax, you murdered this man! You murdered him! Anime fan, you will be missed. You were a good boy. Height and width. I need to know what I need for like the size of your coffin and shit in the grave. Anyways. I clicked it by accident. It was a misinput. Hilarious. Wonderful.
Employed bum Asmongold chimed in.
That's me. If you're a broke boy, just say so. All right, we're going to take a look at this. So, Pokimane did come out with an update regarding her cookie brand. Pokimane on why she stepped away from her cookie company. Here we go. Let's watch it.
Wait, context from a couple months ago.
And I think I've uncovered something. I think this company secretly went out of business.
Oh.
But they don't want people to know, because obviously that would be a big deal on YouTube if everyone found out that,
Asmongold's a little too happy about this one, but okay, moving on.
Very, very. Sorry, what is Tectone and Nons now? Nah, they're just WestJet just constantly makes fun of Tectone. That's really all there is to it. Just makes fun of Tectone, that's all there is.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
No, see, this is like you're actually if you didn't have the celebrity endorsement of the cookies, you wouldn't have sold any of the cookies because they came out and they were an inferior product on the market.
On my mama, I didn't see this video beforehand, but he's saying what I'm saying.
Like, if you look at a lot of creator brands that actually sell good products, you'll see that they're mostly successful.
As much as people roasted Lunchly back in the day, I bet that still sold better than Pokimane's cookies.
That probably did so better, even with all the mold. I like my cheese moldy, bruh. Even with all the mold, I think I still think that did decently well. Well, the thing is, like, even Prime did better, and that was essentially non-existent after a while. There's like the occasional like small little corner where there's like Prime, but like that's about it. It's horrible. TG is secretly blonde. Why do blonde people like thunderstorms? I don't know. Why do they like thunderstorms? I'm very curious on why they do. Because they think they're getting their pictures taken. You deserve to get banned.
Because, you know, at least it was priced properly. Even Prime had a load of sales.
So you didn't have any involvement since the launch, so you just it up and left? Good job. Jesus, she has such a patronizing, obnoxious way of speaking, doesn't she? And so it was never her cookie company? I don't know, man. I have no idea.
And we hate the rich. Aren't you the rich?
It's this, like, this, how do you say this? This demeaning baby speech. I don't know how to put it. It's baby. I would call it baby speech, but it's not really baby speech, right? Baby speech is like something you do like with a dog or something, right? But like she's like it's like demeaning, malicious baby speech. I don't know. That's the problem, I think.
No!
Her biggest blunder was that she took all of the criticism personally. Like, people were just calling out the cookies because they were a copy and they were insanely overpriced. You know, listen to the criticism. Even how she's talking about it now, it just sounds like she's not taking any accountability. You could just say you messed up and priced them wrong and nobody would care.
Well, I don't want to say it, but 100 women versus accountability.
Absolutely no self-awareness.
As soon as I realized, oh, maybe this isn't the right time for me to be the face of a product.
Like, what is she talking about? What even is a right time? Like, how does that make any sense?
Everyone called her cookie company a scam, so she just quit working on it.
Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes.
Pokemon's an insane narcissist and unable to even admit the smallest mistake. And, you know, people see right through that. They're not going to give you any leeway if you always come off as conceited. She just has zero self-awareness. It's kind of sad, to be honest. Subscribe to my channel if you're straight up tired of Pokemon.
I'm kind of am. But that's more so because she's just what you would call, at this point, a remnant of old times, right? She's dusty now, like not as a woman, right? Though that is slowly approaching, but like she is trying to survive in a meta that sees easily through her, right? What she does worked initially when she started out. It worked initially when she started out because, right, she was kind of a new thing, right? The gamer girl, right? But now people are just easily seeing through this. Dusty is crazy. I mean, like, from a content creator perspective, obviously, right? She is trying to survive in an area where she's just no longer, where just what she does no longer works, right? People see through her. People aren't stupid. Even the Sims are obviously seeing through it. Otherwise, she wouldn't bleed followers. Anyways, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Anyways, guys, now we're gonna do a more weird one. It is obviously about the daddy dentist. We're gonna do the daddy dentist now. The daddy dentist. Dentist daddy? I hope the title is actually not real, but, like, you never know. That's the problem. But that was recommended, so we gotta do mine next time to cringe. We're doing we're cringing already, don't worry. We're cringing already. No one really cares about the gamer girls anymore, because anyone knows girls like gaming. Yeah. Originally, that was not the case. We're doing cringe first, then GT's video, then we can do anime fans video, right? Like, but we got to do this first. I need something that's also really cringe. I need something. So here we go. Dentist Daddy is an actual doctor by Ribaldi. I hope he's not an actual doctor. Maybe I've been clickbaited, but hopefully not. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Anyways, the daddy. Oh, daddy. I'm
Since
scared.
you love going to the dentist so much, I heard you say that before. You told me your favorite place to go was the dentist. You said that before.
Bro, shut up. I'm scared of the fucking dentist. I'm scared of the dentist. There's only one thing that scares me more than the dentist. Women. And you know what scares me the most? Even worse than that? Women dentists. Moving on.
Thought today I'll give you another reason to really want to go. You love the dentist, right?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But here's the thing. How How does my guy even find these? How do you even find these people? How do you sit there and find these people? I wouldn't want any dentist who calls himself daddy going near my mouth. That sounds horrible. He probably like stalking. Nah, he does not stalking, that's for sure.
You love the dentist? The dentist you love, baby.
God. Lord of mercy. What on earth is this? What on earth is this? No! What are we doing? Next I'm getting flagged for sexually explicit content. You can see. Oh no. Oh God, no.
You're kind of freaky, I'm not gonna lie. You're freaky enough to try out this open concept bathroom behind me? You really need to go, you can go. We're not gonna look. It's not very private, but you're not a very private person when you told everybody your favorite place to go was the dentist. Meet Dr. Dentist Daddy. That's not his real name, but I think, like, Donut Daddy. Remember Donut Daddy? Donut Daddy. Dentist Daddy.
Don't remind me of the dude that makes love to food. I have been traumatized enough. I'm suddenly very grateful for how normal my dentist is. I'm scared of my dentist, but that's mostly because he's a brute. He's too rough, and he needs to give me he needed to put some tranquilizing stuff into me 3 times because I was still feeling the pain. At this point, it seems like he was trying to tranquilize an elephant. Me.
He deserves the title. He's an actual dentist that you can go to for a good cavity filling and a deep drilling.
I know who you are that sent me this. I know who you are. And I'm afraid of you. I am afraid of you. I am afraid of you.
Show me that smile, bestie. Show me those teeth. Damn. A tiny drill at the office is not gonna cut it for that. He's gonna need one of these to drill that down. That's gonna be a construction site. Get it? No? Okay. Tough crowd today. Tough crowd. That was a shit joke. Would you sit on that? Or this? These are your only 2 options at the moment. Where are you putting?
He's Latino. If I see that correctly. Damn, you just getting your mouth roughed by a brood. Crazy. Now, if you put it like that, it sounds gay. But he is actually incredibly violent. Which is why the last time I just decided that I would go for a different dentist, and now it's a short Chinese woman, and not a dude who does not know how to handle patients.
That dump truck. Okay, I'm really forcing the puns. You're up to here. You're up to here now. You look like you're gonna beat me, and I don't like that. You're violent. Calm down. Back to oral. Oral care. Out of my concern for the harrowing situation in your mouth, I tried to book an appointment with this dentist. You know when a dentist has their link in their bio? You know, you'd think it'll take you to their Calendly or something, you know?
That's definitely going to a link. That is going to a link. Definitely not me. That is an admission. That is diabolical. That's definitely going to an OF or Fansly or anything like that. Definitely.
A Google Meets, I don't know. How does dentistry work nowadays? As you can tell, I haven't been in years. Just kidding. Yeah, I brushed my teeth for this. I flossed for this video. I actually showered for this video. Just the thought that a dentist might watch this video and really focus on my mouth. Like, I know if a dentist is watching this, they're looking at my teeth.
It makes me want to speak like this. Gives me a little bit of anxiety. Okay, look away.
No, but I wanted to book an appointment through the link in his bio. Click. OF. I was being asked to pay for something else. Y'all, I thought he was gonna check my mouth, but we're checking his, doing stuff. Though I did find WhatsApp, I thought it was a business WhatsApp. You know, in my innocence. You know me. So innocent in a vile world, you guys. But no, it was just a collection of his fans, really, that I was now part of. Like a fans club. What are we fans of?
See? There's men out there who transition because they think they're women. And there's men like me who doesn't want to be a man anymore. No. 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 What is this? I'm in hose, male hose. Yo ho, yo ho. We have a German word for this. It basically, we have a German word for this. That's all I'm gonna say. We have a German word for this.
So if you were in that chair, that would have been your face.
Really?
Getting pressed down. Follow the light. You're starting to see the light, but it's just the dental light, bestie. Don't be dramatic. The dental light that you follow down his body. All the way down to his... all the way down to his... Bro, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? This man, you a doctor. This man is a doctor. We don't need to be doing all that. You got the looks, bro. You're crazy for that. At this point, you're strapped down in the chair, and he goes...
Say,
Are you scared? Yeah, of you! That's a terrible pause, by the way. Yes, of you. Knowing that what I know now. Do the YouTube will it scare you now? Nah, I'm scared. I'm less scared of YouTube. I'm scared of you. Maybe this is for people who are scared of the dentist, so he tries to make it sexy to calm them. I know what kind of woman you are.
open wide.
Bro said, but he wasn't talking about those
I know what kind of women you are.
lips.
Open up, baby girl. I've got tools to put in your mouth.
Hello, honey.
I love how he holds the light down with two arms. Bro's about to do some tricep pull downs with that light. This is the moment when dentists feel their most social. You know, you're lying down in their chair, vulnerable, mouth open wide, their fingers inside you. They didn't care when you walked in. But all this eye contact, where do you even look when the dentist is working on your mouth? I look into their eyes.
I'm just if I walk in and I'm getting treated like that, I am leaving. I am leaving a 1-star review on Google reviews, and I am never coming back. Not fucking It was just a theory. A game theory. I wasn't saying me, you better. But somebody who definitely is into that.
Is that menacing? Dentists, please share. Where are we supposed to look?
You're supposed to do the eye contact here.
But the bright side is, anything creepy he tells you while he's working in your mouth, you don't really have to worry about responding at all. You can just gag and gurgle. He'll sit there and go,
Oh, you came straight from lunch, didn't you? Yeah, I see a piece of your lunch right there. What's that? What did you say? That looks like steak. You came from lunch, right?
obviously, as a very good and professional dentist, Dentist Daddy has to show you he's got good teeth.
Face Network.
Guys, he's got killer teeth.
I don't want to do this I can't do this anymore. I don't want to be on this planet anymore. Vanishes. Look them in the eye. That's how you assert dominance. I will write that down. I will write that down. Possibly. I look straight at the light because you get sunglasses so it doesn't hurt. Well, there's doctor fetishes, so there's probably the same for dentists. But why dentist? Why a low-end doctor when you could just get imagine a dark romance doctor who saves people because he wants to assert power over them, and there is you, the innocent small lady who can change and tame the beast. Why, if I Why a dentist if I could just pick, you know? Anyways.
Killer looks, killer teeth. Oh, okay. I will say that transition was a kick on the face because he wants to knock your teeth out, so you have to come over to the clinics. It is technically still marketing. I'm just trying to be critical, analytical. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellow dentists. Am I a dentist? What did you think the D in my name stood for? We spelled dentists. Dentist, okay? Oral health is not just about teeth. It's also about the tongue. I can't keep defending you. How do I...
Did he just technically lick me? Did he just technically lick? He licked me. Technically. I have been licked. These nuts in your mouth. Enough fanfic for today, Duck. He licked me. Stay away from me! Stay away from me! I'll headbutt your tongue. Ew. He did.
Kissy, kissy.
Listen, I'm an odd mix of horror.
I am considered this digital grape, and I will be suing. I will be suing.
Horrified and genuinely impressed. That's freakishly long, bro. That's a very long time, and it's flexible, as a dentist's tongue must be, in order to floss your mouth and get into all those crevices where your steak from your last meal is hiding. That's a treatment, I guess, he offers, you know. 2 in 1. You get to kiss him and floss. He's literally scooping it up. Your steak.
Ew. Disgusting. Didn't know you'd ever get licked live, but okay. I will refuse to say anything for now. Anyways, I want to call a trusted adult. I'm scared. There is no adult. You don't even need a trusted adult. You need an adultier adult. You need the adultest.
That was a good meal, he said. It's one way to enjoy leftovers. You walk into his office, he sits you down and goes,
"Today, we're gonna take off your retainers."
He's an orthodontist. That is actually a specialty. I did find his actual clinic, like where he actually works, or the clinic I think he owns. But because unlike whoever designed this bathroom, I respect privacy. I'm kidding. I'm literally...
Do you respect privacy? I'ma go eat breakfast. I will be back. Take care, Toasty. Enjoy your breakfast. And I am calling someone because I have been licked.
Really on the internet with privacy. No, but also, I think the thirsty must be controlled. Leashed up and caged. I don't know. What if you show up at this man's clinic and ask for a filling? You just, what if...
You ask for a filling, but he gives you different kind of filling. He fills instead of giving you filling your teeth, he's gonna fill you like a turkey. Anyways, he's gonna fill you for 9 months. Anyways,
bestie. Well, maybe not you, but his comments, yeah. People losing their minds, wishing they could.
No. We need to ban women. We need to ban women. We don't have the 19th, but we will repeal the 19th on the entire planet. There's a reason every major religion and society has put restraints on women. Yeah. Do you call when you get licked? Can the Ghostbusters handle this? Nobody can handle this. I gave him a fedora in chat earlier. He did not refuse. I'm not a nice guy. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Man-made horror is beyond my comprehension. By the way, there's 7 more minutes of this, so get ready.
Lose their wisdom teeth. in his hands. That was bad. I should have ditched that train of thoughts, but I didn't. You know who should have ditched his train of thoughts? When he was about to film a this guy. That's uncomfortable. Doctor, please. Let's be civil. This guy wants to drill his clients in more than one way. This might hurt a little, he said as he pushed against you. Sorry, I'm writing the fanfic right now. Imagine actually laying down on his seat and then just getting... Doctor. Doc, what's going on? He's playing make-believe dentistry. What could have been you? He's drilling you, basically. You know, it's especially fun.
Well, why is he massaging the little heart pillow like that? Wait, don't ban women. I don't want to be banned. A small... I'm sorry, little one. A small price for salvation. A small... There is no victory without sacrifice. You're the sacrifice. Good God.
Funny is when there's like a time of year where, like the holidays, Christmas, for example, you usually see dentists do a promo for the clinic. Something silly, cute, playful like this. He does it too for Christmas. He's like, it's the season, and you've been a bad girl. Bro, this is in the clinic. This is in the clinic. You might show up early to your appointment one day. Doctor! Oh! Doctor! Are you horrified? Don't be. That's for Halloween.
Man-made horse. Why? Why? Imagine all those videos of his are probably filmed in dead silence, like he's just licking the air and humping his chair silently. Yeah, they are. No, don't sacrifice me. You'd sacrifice women. Yes, it had to be done. I guess we can make an exception for the women that are subscribed to me, because they seem more reasonable. I guess a shirt and apple, probably not. Anyways.
Where dentists also do a Halloween special. While others are cute and wholesome, his are just looking for some hole. That's what his are. Oh.
You know the scene? You know the one side quest in, was it Red Dead 1 or Red Dead 2? Where where Bigfoot is like, shoot me, human. Shoot me. I think it's time. There was no spam needed, GT, and I will now, do the same movement that he did, but in your cheeks. Anyways.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I can't play this in public, man. Dentist daddy wants to make you scream. Orthodontist. Okay, you know who usually goes to an orthodontist? Anybody, really, whatever age group. But there's a certain period of your life where you are more likely going to get braces. You know, 13 up to 17, I would say. Well, you can get them later as well. I got them twice. I had to get braces twice. So let's just picture this.
Never needed braces. I was born with good teeth. I was born with great teeth. And the way my teeth are built. I am a big mouth. I have enough room for wisdom teeth. Did you know that wisdom teeth actually contain stem cells that help you with your help you with your heart and other stuff? In other words, they were pulling your wisdom teeth for your probably for your stem cells. Guys, if they pulled your wisdom teeth, they have your stem cells. They are using your stem cells. The tooth fairy isn't real. It's the medical industry, the pharma industry stealing your teeth. Moving on. Is this how you get women? Am I doing something wrong the entire time? Is this how you get girls? It must be somehow. I know what I need. In this case, I know what I need to do. I just don't know if I'm strong enough. Coco's favorite food. Pineapple on pizza is horrible. Same with banana on pizza. Sorry, Swedish people, but it's true.
For clients coming over to stick the clay mold in your mouth, you're in the chair right now. Next thing you know, he just throws it on you and starts to... Doctor. What are we doing? You seeing this? What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing? You a fine man? You don't need to be doing all that, okay? Y'all not ready for this.
I will not be sitting on this man's lap. Get me out of here now. No, this is not how you get girls. Yes, that's exactly how you do it. The duality of woman. I know who's normal and I know who's the freak. In this case. that is exposure. Somex, you are a freak. That's crazy. Banana on pizza? Yes. In Sweden, they eat banana on pizza. I know, it's horrible. Hi, Poker, what do you mean by the jail part? I was put in jail for a week. Didn't you notice? I didn't stream for a week. Anyways, let's hope don't get jailed again. But hi, tourist.
It's just something about a health professional doing this that puts me off a little bit. I'm just gonna sit this one out. He hands you a cup of water to rinse and then spit. You look around your chair, but it doesn't have that basin, that water basin. Spit, he said. Man built the ship and we sailed it. You know, we doing too much too. We? Who's we? You get dragged into this too. Yeah. If we go down together. No? What kind of a friend?
Don't call me out like that. Doesn't matter, girl. This is out of control. Why were you arrested? For breaking allegedly community guidelines, which YouTube said after that in an email. Oh yeah, by the way, your video was not breaking community guidelines. So I didn't stream for a week because I was in YouTube jail. Not actual jail, YouTube jail. No way they eat that. Hold on. They do eat that. Banana on pizza.
Are you? God. You know, I'll take you to that clinic and I'll leave you there. Alone. Don't make me book you an appointment. Well, that was pretty much shit. Are you planning on fixing your teeth? Because I know a guy. I know the right guy. I know a guy who just sit right on top.
I do not want to meet that guy. I do not want to meet that guy. But apparently it takes me to be that guy. Maybe that will fix my sad love life. I need to lock in.
Top of you and is not getting off until those teeth look great. He's a very dedicated craftsman. Bro, you gotta admit, bro's funny as fuck. Bro.
Kissy, kissy.
Can you, like, fix my teeth, too? If you're watching this video, what do you think I need? Maybe a cleaning. But not with your tongue. Do you do traditional cleaning, too? But yeah, thank you very much, Dentist Daddy, for being you. Because I made this video because of you. Let me know, guys, when was the last time you had a dental cleaning? Because it's time. Okay, because it's time. But as a dentist, Rebel Dentist, just in my name, I highly recommend you get a cleaning every 3 months. Best. Some of you gasped. Did you gasp? 3 months too long? 1 month? Every month? I feel like you're overdoing it. I'm not a dentist. For those of you who are confused. Yeah, I know my teeth.
Good. Good. Very good. Being him won't get you girls. It'll get you hoes. Well, I'm scaring the hoes. Anyways, so it does. I naturally scare the hoes, so it is good.
They're so almost as impressive as his. You're so sweet all of a sudden. What happened? Sweet tooth? That explains the situation in your mouth. You have a lot of cavities.
Looks like we've got a few cavities to fill today.
Feels like 50 Shades of Dentist right now.
50 Shades of Dentist. 50 Shades of Whitening. That's also good. That is also good. That is also good. That is 50 Shades of Whitening is crazy.
Shades of whitening. 50 Shades of teeth whitening.
50 Shades of teeth. Nah, bro. He is whitening something else and it ain't the teeth, big guy.
365 days of dentists.
365 days of dentists.
This clinic is open 365 days. Okay.
Why? Why?
These jokes are not landing because I'm tired and I need to go home. All right, guys. So that was pretty much it, guys. So yeah, that was pretty much it, guys. What is wrong with you? Get over it. Get over it. Yes, it's an exposed toilet. It's the first time you see it. No, but I'm really curious about what happened here. That looked like it works, actually. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna head out now and I'm gonna go and get it. Ah. Ooh, my legs, bro. My legs are heavily, Can I go now?
No. Stop. Why is he playing into this? Stop. Stop. Are your legs please, your legs are probably hurting because of leg day. It must be the leg day. It must be the leg day. Good God.
You sound like you want to hear another joke. Sure about that?
I don't.
Hey, if you insist, if I say this last joke, will you let me go? That was pretty much shit. By the way, speaking of Donut Daddy at the start of this video, bro had a shot at being Donut Daddy too. He tried it out, then he realized...
Oh no. No, stop fondling the food. Stop fondling the food. Stop. Stop. Every woman that consumes this is a freak. I'm gonna say it. A freak. A degenerate. A freak. That's all I'm gonna say. Good Lord.
Cooking is not his calling. No, he's a dentist. He cleans after Donut Daddy, you know? Donut Daddy feeds you donuts. Dentist Daddy picks them out from your teeth. But that was part of his...
I always, I always do that, right? When I bake, right? I always do that. You know, kiss the dough. I always fondle it until it's like perfectly fine. Horrible. I'm so uncomfortable. I think I'm gonna become a nun. I'm gonna become a monk. Well, technically, I already am, technically. Never mind. Duck, close your mouth. Stop. You perv. You are a perv. This isn't the place for this.
Attempt to thirst trap you by using his career. Well, it wasn't his career, though, until he started using his career, which is funny because there is plenty of dentists. They're not really thirst trapping you because people just find them attractive in what they do. Like this one dentist people are obsessed with. He's also a handsome guy. He's just not, you know, sitting on top of you or pressing against you or doing any tricep pull downs. He's just, you know, doing his job and looking good while doing it. There's an audience for everything. Right? There's an audience for everything. If this is what you want to see, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take myself outside. Already here. How about you take yourself out? Do you want to see what it looks like around me right now? I'm gonna take a video with my phone because I'm way too lazy to get up and actually move the camera around. So this is basically what I'm looking at. Of course, I'm looking at myself because I gotta make sure, you know, the hair's nice for you, of course. You know, for you. And then we got. This is the situation right now.
Where the fuck is bro? Is bro on a construction site? What is where the heck did bro go? Where is bro?
You know, this is where we are sat. We are sat here, right here. So maybe that's why the construction site joke was a lot funnier in my head.
Anyways, that was horrible. That was a very, very miserable experience. That was painful. That was incredibly painful. I will never go to a dentist ever again. I'd rather look at my teeth look like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. People get less attractive when they try really hard to be attractive, in my opinion. Like the dentist guy is good looking, but he's not hot because he's trying too hard. So it would seem. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe, or I will do the same to you. That's a threat. Song is really the reason why the conga lala farts. So Somex is the reason why you fart. That's rather interesting, my guy. That's rather interesting. That is very interesting. Anyways, we'll do quickly GT's video because it's really short, like he is. So that's pretty fine, right? And then we're gonna do the. We need to talk about everything is men's fault. That one that's on the thumbnail. I want to do that. I wanna do that. I don't know what I'm gonna see here, but great Monster Hunter World. Regardless, like if he just posted normal stuff, he'd have more people finding him attractive rather than cringe. Well, the replies didn't look like that from the Latinas. I love Latinas. Anyways, Monster Hunter World in a nutshell. I had a stroke real quick. Anyways, by Wrong. We're gonna look at this. This is just like a short one. Also, please consider like subscribing. I appreciate it. In fact, I didn't even play Monster Hunter World that much. Obviously, I know it. I'm aware. But like, I didn't play it that much. Not as much as I should have, probably. Custom platter. Meat platter, fish platter, veggie platter. Oh, I mean, veggie is good right now, right? We're not allowed to eat meat. Veggie is good.
Did you hear me? I said I'm vegan.
I said I'm vegan. Well, technically, vegans don't exist. Because in everything that's vegan, they have found parts of animals. So nobody's truly vegan. I mean, even most animals aren't even truly vegetarian. They will eat meat. They will eat meat if it's there. That's why I don't like vegans. Not the basil juice. Not that one. Oh god. Not the bomber. The bomber. Yep. There he is. There he is. We're gonna eventually play Monster Hunter Rise on stream, and this guy is an invader. He will harass you in between the quest because he's just built like that. This is very accurate. Bagel cheese. Yeah, that's very accurate. Poor Kulu Yaku. See, the thing is, I like the way like his attack looks, his kinship attack in Monster Stories 3. It's cute. That's Beetlejuice. Thankfully, that cannot happen. Thankfully, that cannot happen. POV, me gathering, accurate. How? Wait, that can actually... See, I never play a Monster Hunter online with others, right? I've never played with others, right? Can somebody mid-quest join and then the difficulty gets adjusted while you're on a quest? Is that a thing? Yeah, I'm turning online off at that point. Accurate. Yes. Oh god, that's horrible. Well, the quest has been failed. Anyways, that was adorable. That was adorable. That was very adorable. Yeah, I haven't played that much World, actually. I probably should play more World, but I haven't played that much World. I'm just not too much of a fan of the modern games. I'll be real, ever since World. I just don't know, I'm just not into them that much. Right? Generation Ultimate, that's where it ended. Lost. That's just what it is. Interesting. Do mine next. Bro, you're like I'll from now on, every single time somebody says, do mine, I will not do it. Every single time somebody says, do mine next, I will not do it. I will not do it. These people here are begging like dogs. And I want you to be men, not dogs. We're gonna do this one next as punishment. Every single time I'll push yours further behind. From now on. Bro, you have turned into Zoom. You are essentially Zoom. You are a copy of Zoom. You are a copy of Zoom. Woof, stop barking. You have a man. Bark for him. Not in my chat. You furry. Anyways, we're gonna watch this one. We're gonna watch this one. We need to talk about the everything is men's fault problem by the Dadvocate. We have reacted to her before. We have reacted to her before. A certain someone complained that she's a pygmy. Regardless, anyways. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, everything's men's fault. Womanist period. Men's fault. Woman falls from bicycle. Men's fault. Woman stubs her toe. Men's fault. It is what it is. I don't bark for him. He's not into that. Well, is he the one barking?
So done with this motherfucker, y'all. I'm so done with this motherfucker. Look at this. My damn gas.
What on earth? Wait, what? She broke his... That's got... No. So, from what it looks like, she tore it apart, okay. Right? And then she washed it in the washing machine. Remember, mascots are professional first. Until we meet again. Bye. Take care, GT. Bye-bye. How is she a pick me? She's married. She has been picked. I'm aware.
Dang! Up in a damn... What? What? What my PS5 gotta do with us?
Comments read, oh, you been cheating. Now tell the people what you did. She was just washing it for you.
Slapping my BF for no reason.
That's abuse. Even for a joke, that's abuse. Right there. That's abuse. Even this joke, that is abuse. That is abuse. By the way, we have a video later on talking about violence in relationships, normalized violence in relationships as well.
Another one? First slap made him waked up. Girl, it's okay. I did the same thing. Why do guys do that dramatic thing with their eyes? My boyfriend be doing that. For real. Yes, he was being so dramatic responding to you slapping him upside the head multiple times for no reason. So dramatic. This says, I don't get jealous, I get insane.
What the fuck? Yo, what on earth? That's crazy. That is insane. Okay, wow. You might like this. It looks interesting. Yes, Almax, it does. I hate those hitting my BF trends. Like, why are we normalizing DV against men? Because they're men and it's fine. You know, a man can take a hit.
Caption reads, 10 pounds and I'll do your exes as well. We don't react this way for nothing. We accept this. 10 pounds? I'll give you 50 pounds, girl. I see no problem here. This used to be me. I miss those days. Love this. Go, girl. Finally, my people. This isn't insane, by the way.
At least she's self-aware. She looks mental. Do you understand now why I'm saying I'm scared of women? Do you understand now why I say I'm scared of women? I am scared.
Do you do weddings? When's your next availability?
Hi guys, I'm so excited because I'm gonna go key my ex's car in like an hour. If all of you want to see me key his car, it's actually his truck, but I just woke up and I decided I wanted to key it. I'm wearing this pajama set that I just got from TJ Maxx because it's so cute and girly, and like if he sees me, I want to look hot, so I'm keeping my makeup on. My hair is a little wavy because, yeah, if he sees me, I just need to look good. It's 8 o'clock right now, and I'm probably gonna go at like 8:45. Whenever.
Is that cross decoration? Is it? Is that cross decoration? That is for decoration. That guy scare you? Don't I? It's okay, little bro. I'll show you scare. I'll show you. Don't worry.
It's darker so that I don't get caught on the Ring doorbell, because then there's no proof that I did it.
Oh, you're worried about
I don't have like a ski mask or anything. Also, like I said,
This is
I want to
probably
look good,
not
so
a
I'm
good
not gonna
idea.
wear a ski mask.
If you're worried
So
about
yeah,
getting
follow if you want
caught.
to see me in Kia's car. The video should be up in like an hour and 20 minutes.
Like your full name
I'm
is
gonna
your
take my water bottle, and I think this is a cute king car outfit. It's not a car, it's a truck. I don't know why I keep saying car.
LMAO, I like you, you're funny. My first impression, and I look up to you. There is a unique phenomenon where whenever something bad happens to a man, society's knee-jerk reaction seems to be...
Well, what did he do? There's no proof I did it while she says while filming. You see, the good thing about everybody wanting to be a content creator is that we also get dumb people filming themselves committing crimes right there. That is the only great thing about this time. But yeah, it is very interesting. It's always, what did he do? Maybe she's also just incredibly deranged. Ever consider that?
Well, what did he do to deserve it? There is this automatic presumption that no matter what happened to him, no matter how horrible, he must have done something to bring it on himself, especially if a woman is involved. After all, women can't possibly cause harm in relationships.
Right. They're like innocent little angels. I was asked that too, in both cases, right? I got cheated on. What did I do? Nothing that warrants cheating, that's for sure.
No, the man must have done something to make her act that way. And it's not just in relationships. If a man gets laid off or loses his job, well, he must have effed up somehow. But especially with relationships. If there's a divorce, he must have been a dog shit husband. And don't even get me started on false allegations. Even when an allegation is proven to be demonstrably false, very rarely will that man ever see justice or even recover from the
Exactly. We watched this video of this dude. He's younger than me. His girl ruined his ex-girlfriend ruined his life essentially. She was just basically leaking screenshots, right? But that was enough for others to essentially start the rumor that he raped her. And nobody wanted to have anything to do with him, even though he did nothing. Just because he broke up with her. So I'd be incredibly careful.
The damage of those allegations. People tend to just shrug their shoulders and say, oopsie, and move on and leave him to just pick up the pieces by himself. And so today I'm finally going to talk about it and address it. What is going on with this social reflex that kicks in whenever a man is hurt? Why is it that instead of empathy, he just immediately gets interrogation? Why is it that instead of support, all he gets is suspicion? Why is it that no matter what, men are not receiving help? They're receiving moral audits. Because that's exactly what happened in a very specific incident that I want to talk about today that inspired this video topic. I knew I had to cover this when the other day I was just scrolling through threads and I came across a horrific image of a man with a...
Oh god. Well, here it is. Let's see what this is about. Be right back. Don't watch anything I might like without me here. I will not watch anything. Don't worry. There needs to be actual criminal punishment for false allegations. There should be, but that just doesn't happen, right? And even if you're right, if you cleared of everything, right, you're never going to recover because people don't remember, right, the fact that you were not guilty. Only the fact that you were guilty. That is unfortunate, but that is how it works.
Massive black eye. And the caption read, "Goal for 2026, find a chick that can control her emotions." The implication being that this man suffered intense and aggressive intimate partner violence at the hands of a woman. And what happened next made me just wanna...
They constantly release studies on DV against men, right? And in a more recent study, they found out about 40% of men have experienced in their life some form of violence from other partners. Let that sink in. That's very interesting. I think if you lie about being SA, you should face whatever punishment the person you lied about would have gotten if it was true. Yep. Or any punishment would be good, right? Apparently, there's also recent numbers showing that forced intimacy in relationships is about the same. It's about 3% for both genders. So, men and women force each other in relationships into the bedroom. At least 3% of those, which is rather interesting. I saw a TikTok of a girl proudly talk about breaking her BF's wrist because he opened the door for another girl. What on earth? Under normal circumstances, I would say, yo, that's kind of hard. But these aren't normal circumstances.
Introduce our video sponsor before we get into the story time. What did you think I was implying? My most unhinged segue yet. I am once again so grateful to have Anson Belt & Buckle sponsoring today's video. Anson Belt & Buckle is a family-run brand that has completely reinvented the belt.
I think this is the first time ever in my life, in my career as a reaction VTuber, that I've seen a sponsor for belts. See, belts are a multi-tool. They can be used for keeping up your pants, and they can be used for how do you say that? You know, raising. I'm just kidding. Anyways, she showed the broken wrist and everything. He was clearly in pain, but she made him say it was his fault. That sucks. Yeah, it's just not good. I know what this. Don't worry. I know what this looks like. My mom is unfortunately like that. Are you a freak? Okay. No, not like that, right? I like a possessive woman, but not violently possessive.
Game. I actually got so annoyed with belt holes not lining up right or getting so stretched out that I actually just quit wearing belts, but Anson brought me back with their micro-adjustable track system, so it actually fits perfect every time. When you just slide it and hear that click, it's so satisfying. They have a wide variety of styles, and it is so incredibly simple to just switch them out and swap with each other. What you want? You need work, professional, date night, casual, it's all here, baby. And because Anson Belt & Buckle is sponsoring this here video, when you click the link in my description box down below, or the QR code right here on screen and build your own box set, you're gonna get 2 additional bonus pieces, 1 belt and 1 buckle. That means you're gonna get 3 belts, 3 buckles. That's 9 unique combos all in 1 box. It's an exclusive deal you're not gonna find anywhere else. So hit the link, build your box set, and upgrade that belt game today. So like I said, I knew I had to make a video on this topic when I was scrolling through threads, saw these photos of this man with a horrible black eye, and then I saw the comments. Now, I spoke to this individual and he quickly removed this post, so he's asked that I do not show the photos or his username. And out of respect for him, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to show the discourse that followed. If you're wondering why he doesn't want his information out there or the photos shown, abuse often escalates when a victim finally leaves, and it can get especially worse when that person seeks out help or support. So I'm not going to victim blame him for trying to protect himself, because as you're going to quickly find out, the man has received enough blame already. Let's get right into this comment from Moonweaver's Garden. She says, "You sure about that, bud? Seems like you've got plenty of issues of your own to work out. You should look into reactive abuse. It may be very enlightening about your situation."
So he does something like what does reactive abuse mean? Is this like you do something wrong and she just beats the shit out of you, or he just beats the shit out of you? Is that an excuse? Oh, you forgot to turn on the dishwasher. Well, time to turn your eyes blue. Oh, you forgot to clean the windows. Belt immediately. Like, it could be for anything, right? It could be for anything. That's the problem. Big difference between possessive and abusive. Like, my man is mine, but I'm not gonna beat him if he's nice to a random woman. Oh, you opened up the the door for another woman? So you have chosen death? Reactive abuse is when you're being abused and then start to hit back. Yeah, but the problem is that, again, I get it, but like, you lose the moral high ground at that point. Because, wow, now there's 2 abusers.
There's more to her comment, but I'm going to pause here in case some of you have never heard of reactive abuse. Reactive abuse happens when a person is just pushed, manipulated, gaslit, provoked so far that they react in a way that appears abusive, lashing out, screaming, maybe even throwing things. But the difference here is that this is so completely outside of their typical character, and they never would have done this without being pushed so far. And a lot of abusers thrive on pushing their victims to the point of reactive abuse, because it gives them an excuse to point and say, see, I told you they were crazy. Now, reactive abuse is real, and punching someone in the face may be a reactionary response, but punching someone in the face is still assault. It is still illegal outside of self-defense, even if you felt provoked. With that said, let's read the rest of Moonweaver's little thesis to see why she thinks that blatant violent assault was justified through the reactive abuse framework. She continues on, the abuse doesn't start when hands are put on each other. It starts with that emotional unpredictability and dishonesty. I'm sure substance abuse and hunting for bitches while in and freshly out of a relationship don't help either. Men definitely deserve to be lonelier. So here, I guess, to help with her little evidentiary hearing, she posts pieces of his Threads post history.
I find this men deserve to be lonelier a rather interesting concept. Because do you know what happens if... See, the reason how you get quote-unquote misogynists and incels is because they are lonely. I feel like these people don't understand that. And when they're isolated, they become eventually bitter. And if they become bitter, they eventually become violent. In other words, you're breeding the men that you wish to be for them to be lonelier. It's a cycle. You wish the bad things to happen to these men and to happen to men. And you essentially get what you're asking for. And then you complain afterwards that you received something that you didn't want, but you are the cause of it. It's rather interesting. I'm back. Welcome back, Toasty.
Specifically outlining 2 posts. The first one she highlights says, day 2 of not drowning my sorrows in vodka. So this must be the post in which she gathers enough evidence to accuse this man of having a substance abuse issue. Crazy though, because this context actually implies the opposite. It actually implies that he is interested in achieving sobriety. Whether you're on day 1 or day 100, intentional sobriety deserves to be celebrated, first of all. But second of all, that post alone does not indicate or prove a long-term issue with substance abuse. Also, I'm sorry I have to keep censoring the word abuse. YouTube is just very, very strict about that kind of thing. It's not me. I would love to say words. Based on all of the other posts that she's cited, it's pretty clear that this man is just going through a depressive episode, likely because of his toxic relationship. Extensive research and empirical data continuously tells us that people who are experiencing intimate partner violence or domestic violence have a tendency to self-medicate. And this isn't an excuse or a justification, but it's important to understand why this happens. Many survivors of trauma develop chronic stress reactions, and one widely recognized model, the self-medication hypothesis, suggests that these survivors are a lot more likely to use alcohol and drugs to try to dampen or numb these triggers, such as flashbacks, anxiety, and PTSD. Personally, I'm proud of this man for recognizing that he was developing bad habits, naming them, and then holding himself accountable publicly in a way that was basically asking for help. Not a lot of men have the bravery to do that. In fact, most men choose the route of just suffering in silence, which...
Yep, that is very true. Men don't need to be lonely. She does, kind of. God forbid a man experiences poor mental health. Well, that's also not fine because men don't even deserve their men's mental health month. Or any, because like any day is obviously a man's day, right? In this man-led world. Anyways.
Becomes more understandable when you see how many of them are just blamed and shamed the moment they choose honesty and vulnerability, as we're seeing here. And the next post here that Moonweaver has circled to imaginably imply that this man kind of had it coming was this one that says, hunting for bitches at the club. Now listen, I'm not going to do a lot of heavy lifting to defend the legitimacy of such a post. I certainly would not recommend any of you guys to post such a thing. It's pretty crass and ugly at best and dehumanizing and misogynistic at worst. I'd even venture to guess that he may have posted it to incite some kind of reaction. But to imply that it's offensive enough to warrant a black eye? If we punched each other over every offensive post we saw online, we'd just all be dead. I mean, you really think that posting hunting for bitches at the club
Or I'd be I'd be dead. I'd be more than dead. I'd be like not 6 feet, more like 60 feet in the ground. I'd be like waving at you from the Earth's core at this point. Yeah, sure, buddy. Ah, you posted something offensive. So you've chosen death?
On Threads is enough to warrant getting punched directly in the eye, potentially causing lifelong orbital damage and blindness? Are you fucked? Are you fucked in the head? Like I said, it's an ugly thing to post, but let's dive even deeper into it. Because based on his other posts, I was assuming that they were either already broken up by that time, in the middle of their breakup, or had already been in some kind of completely unestablished situationship type thing. But let's go ahead and try to give as much possible charity to her claims that we can. And let's assume that they were in a completely monogamous relationship and he still chose to post that. Let's say he did full on cheat on her. And those of you who know me know that I hate cheating. And yet, you are still not selling me on the he deserved to get punched in the face argument. Because listen, I don't know if you knew this, but you're allowed to just simply break up with people when they post things you don't like. You're legally allowed to leave people who...
Shocker. Yeah, we are in fact shocked by the idea of you can't just break up. See, you can use it, but even then cheaters, right? They could also just break up. They don't do that though. They don't do that though. They just don't do that. That's all there is to it. They just don't do that.
Cheat on you. What you are not legally allowed to do is beat the brakes off of them. Because do you know how many women cheat on men every single day? And I highly doubt you would be justifying any violence that occurred to them. As I would...
Okay, so statistically, younger women cheat more than younger men. And then at like older age, this flips around and older men cheat more than younger women. That is the current situation we are in. That is how it looks right now. It's just 1%. It's a 1% difference. So it doesn't really matter. But like, we're pretty equal when it comes to cheating. The women have caught up.
Hope you wouldn't. But what she is implying from just 2 simple online Threads posts is that he must be a chronic alcoholic and a chronic in-person rage baiter, and so she just couldn't help herself. And to that I say, I just do not have enough evidence to make that same bad faith assumption. In fact, I actually went back 6 whole months on this guy's post history, redacting all names and faces here, and it was literally only until very, very recently that any of his posts were even mildly dark and depressing. Prior to whatever hell on earth this relationship was, all of his posts were about how much he loved seeing his friends, traveling with his family, how much he loved going out and having a great time, loving life. He even posted wonderful things about trying his best to cater to protecting women as much as he possibly could. By all context clues I found, it really seems as though some demon entered his life and completely ruined him. But that's just my interpretation. Moonweaver and others clearly chose the most violent interpretation possible, with some even comparing him to Brian Laundrie, the man who murdered Gabby Petito. Here is Moonweaver again, lending credence to these comparisons. I remember this case. I truly hate the world we live in and how entitled men enable each other to be. They really are unstable. I recognize it miles away in his tone. My baby daddy was like this and definitely cried to his mommy that I put hands on him after he'd been doing everything he possibly could to intimidate me after catching him cheating. Much like this guy's ex, I got...
The fact that you call... See, yeah, his behavior is deplorable. Absolutely, if true. We have no way of verifying this, obviously. I'm gonna say this. This is a hot take. You can see abusive men like from a mile away. Same with abusive women. Because, especially, right, when they marry them, right? See, here's the thing. This mostly goes for the hot take mostly goes for married couples. He or she was a dog shit partner in the relationship before the marriage, yet you still chose to marry the person and then complain that they're not different in the marriage. I've seen that very much. But yeah. I also found this very interesting that she let this man put a baby inside her. But she obviously couldn't see the red flags at all. At all. Mm-mm. No, not at all. Not at all. Oh, so she beats men too? That's why she's defending it so hard? Or that?
Fed up and set his ass straight. It's not all men, but it almost always is a man. And
the statistics don't agree with her at all. It's probably about equal. The reason you don't see it as much is because women cannot exert the same force. That's the only That's the only reason you don't see it more. Why can't the internet not be a place of miserable people? Because real life is also not a place of no miserable people. That's why.
It's all starting to come together at this point. A self-tell of the century. I get it now. The reason she is so quick to defend a complete stranger who beats men is because she also beats men. It's always a man, huh? Except when it's you, Moonweaver. Except when it's you. And Moonweaver did have a lot of support, I fear, including this comment from Stormy Leto with all of the confidence of an alpha male podcast bro saying that this man was definitely not hit by an intimate partner, despite admitting that men are hit all the time by women. So close, almost there. Swing and a miss, ma'am. And again, I do not know how she can be so confident in this conclusion because no part of his post history does disprove his claim. As I mentioned,
there's a simple reason why. That it is likely projection. Maybe Moonweaver is a man. I am pretty sure that that's probably a woman. The way it talks, the way it posts, the way it writes, it's a woman. These are women in male fields. Truly. Who knows? These women are the way they are because they are the exact same thing. They are essentially projecting. Right? Right? So, I cannot say much. But I know people in a marriage where one always lies out of fear of getting beaten if he tells the truth. And he gets beaten anyways once he tells the truth regardless. So that is the current situation of these two. So gotta be a woman because she said baby daddy. Can't have a baby daddy if you're a man. Well, unless you are a trans man, I guess. Then you could. Technically, right? But that's not a man. We know this. Regardless. I know how this looks like, right? It could also be like a cycle where like one does something, like one gets beaten, does something bad, gets beaten, but if he does the right thing, he gets beaten anyways, so he can just constantly do the bad thing regardless, because it protects him from getting beaten. I am experiencing this firsthand. It's not me, regardless, but yeah. I'ma go. Take care, Toasty. Bye-bye.
And I went through his post history ad nauseum. This dude went from a happy-go-lucky, laid-back guy to a low self-esteem, depressed husk of his former self. At no point does he contradict his original claim that he was hit by a former partner or change his story. Even in his replies, all he ever does is...
Again, it's really easy to turn into that when you get, like, abused. It is really easy. Even if you're not, well, cheating is technically still abuse, right? Regardless. Emotional abuse. Regardless. It's really easy. Even that can just, like, cause that. I would know. I would know. Though the second time didn't hit as hard. I need a mentally unstable woman.
Thank people who do show him support, offer gratitude, while making very crystal clear that no matter what, he would have never hit a woman or hit them back, even while being hit himself. This is just one man's story of having to go private and go into hiding after not being believed and worse, being blamed. But unfortunately, he's far from alone. There are so many precedent cases of men who have entirely lost their lives to this dynamic, and it deserves attention so that we can start changing the stigmas that keep men from being taken seriously. The first case that comes to mind at the very top of my head is the murder of Christian Toby Obum.
I remember a story that somebody posted on the internet. When they were a young boy and they were raped by a woman, right? And that boy went to like these like help centers for like right, these kind of cases, right? And he described the women looking at him disgusted when he walked in as a young man or boy. That should tell you all you should know. That should tell you all you should know. That tells you everything.
Sully at the hands of his girlfriend, Courtney Clenny. You might remember this one. It's pretty recent, but Obum Sully, much like this man, documented his abuse and tried texting other people frequently that Courtney was becoming more and more violent. Despite this, despite the fact that he was stabbed to death, despite the surveillance footage that showed Courtney beating on him without him retaliating at all just moments before his death, and despite the fact that Courtney Clenny had absolutely no defensive wounds whatsoever, all she had to do was tell police on the scene that it was self-defense, and she was immediately cleared. Courtney got to continue living her life, going to the beach, partying, creating OnlyFans content for 4 whole months before she was finally arrested and...
So you're telling me this woman took a man's life, said it was self-defense, was cleared, and then was just like living her best life for 4 months and being a hoe? That is crazy. Wow. Well, another case of some women can do no wrong. Male SA victims have literally no support. I'm not shocked by that story. I didn't talk about anything either. Like, nobody knows, and I tend to keep it that way mostly. Right? Nobody IRL knows. We good out here.
Charged with second-degree murder. The next case that comes to mind...
I couldn't prove it anyways.
Is the case of Jodi Arias, who brutally murdered her ex-boyfriend Travis Alexander in a fit of rage after he dared move on with his life with another woman. This man was stabbed 27 times, shot in the face, had his throat slit, and was alive for most of it. Just like Obum Sully, Alexander feared for his life and tried to warn people that he was terrified of Arias, but no one took him seriously. They interviewed Arias the very next day, and she admitted that she was there for his death, despite them being broken up and her having absolutely no reason to be there, but all she had to say was, well, it wasn't me, it was 2 masked intruders. I just happened to escape. And then never tell anybody what happened. So they let her go. Weeks later, they go, you know what? That story actually didn't make much sense. Let's talk to her again. This time, Jodi goes, okay, You got me. It wasn't two masked intruders. It was me, but it was an accident. There I was holding a
Yeah, an accident. I completely destroyed this man's body, right? It was an accident. Whoopsie. I just accidentally poked him with a knife 20 times. I just accidentally sliced him. I just accidentally put a bullet in his head. All an accident, of course. Whoopsie daisy. Happened. I slipped.
loaded gun, like you do when you go and visit your ex-boyfriend to have a quick chat, and then whoopsie daisy, pow, it just went right off into his skull. Crazy, right? Oh, and the 27 stab wounds and the slit throat. I just got scared and panicked, but you know how that happens. Just a total accident, right? And the police were like, sounds good, and then didn't arrest her again. And people actually say that female privilege doesn't exist. A whole month later, they finally arrest her, and even at trial, even after her several changing, contradicting stories.
You had the body. You had the body. How do you accidentally stab somebody 20 times? You had the body. What on earth? The thing is, I think these men should hit back if they're about to be deleted. But if they do, then they're the ones who'll face criminal charges. You can't win. You can't win. If you fight back, jail. If you don't, death. What do you do here? Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back, kiddo.
Even though she also never had any defensive wounds, domestic violence groups and individuals still showed up to defend Jodi Arias and claimed that it was actually Travis Alexander who was the bad guy and made her act that way out of reactive self-defense. Luckily, after 3 whole days of deliberation, the jury finally understood the evidence enough to charge Jodi Arias with first-degree murder and sentence her to life in prison. There are a lot more cases I could reference, but I think you're getting the point. I'm not going to deny.
I wonder how many women got away with crazy shit. Right, I wonder how many women got away with crazy shit because they're women. I wonder, thank you. You either die or go to prison. A lose-lose situation. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I wonder how many got away with crazy shit.
That men make up for more violent crime than women do, but I definitely think it's ridiculous how often we just do not believe that female perpetrators and male victims can exist at all. It's always females have their own autonomies and their own identities until it comes to taking accountability for their own violent actions. It's always, we care about all domestic violence survivors until one of them has a Y chromosome. If you're like me, I'm sure your cortisol levels are way too high, so let's wrap this up. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this video, it's this. Men don't—
High cortisol. Hair starts falling out. I could see reactive self-defense stabbing him once. He was attacking her. And she just did it to get him away, then ran and called the police, sure, but 27 times. Plus gun, plus throat. Yeah, no way,
fail to come forward because nothing bad actually happened to them, or because toxic masculinity made their egos too big to talk about it, or because they actually did something wrong and have something to hide. They're not coming forward because they already know what happens next. They already know that the first question they're going to be asked isn't, "Are you okay?" It's going to be, "What did you do?" It's just the male version of, "Well, what were you wearing?" And neither of those are even remotely appropriate responses to someone telling you they've just been harmed. That's a reflex that doesn't protect victims at all. It protects abusers. And if you've ever been guilty of this, it's time to dig deep and maybe unwork
because it's not to support, like, right? It's not support to support victims. It's to uphold an agenda. It's just that. It's really just that.
Some of that reflex. And if you ever see someone being guilty of this, it's time to call them out. Because if harm only matters when the right person is hurt, then this has nothing to do with justice. It's all about optics. You don't have to like someone to acknowledge that they didn't deserve violence. You don't have to approve of someone's post history to oppose assault. If we actually claim to care about ending domestic,
well, they kind of do that though. Anybody remember Charlie Kirk? And like they said he deserved it because of the words he was saying and his internet history and all that stuff, right? We had that before. Nothing new here.
violence and ending intimate partner violence, then it can't be conditional on gender or likability. It can't be a popularity contest. Because until this changes, a lot of men are going to keep doing exactly what this guy did. Disappearing quietly, licking their wounds alone, and deciding that silence is safer than honesty. And that should make us all very afraid. Thank you so much for watching this all the way until the very end. This is one of the more important videos I think I've ever made, so it would mean a lot to me, and I think a lot of people watching, if you would just like the video so that this can get out there into the algorithm more, and help boost that algorithm by leaving your comments down below. And if you don't know what to comment, just say stand with male survivors, because all of the engagement helps a ton. And if you did appreciate this video and you want to see more from me, definitely hit subscribe to my channel down below. All right, I think we could all stand to go take a walk and shake this one off a bit, but seriously, I hope this sticks with you. And like I said, I hope that you are less afraid to start calling this bullshit out, because
nah, I'm still afraid of women. Anyways, so yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah, I think if you are a victim of, if you're a male victim, you're just cooked. You're just cooked because everyone automatically assumes that you did something wrong. And that's why you deserve it. Or you just said something wrong once on the internet, so you deserve it. That is the unfortunate reality. We have seen this countless of times. And again, I'm curious how many women got away with crimes because they are women. I am incredibly curious what the numbers would say if we actually looked into that. Anyways, that is crazy. That is crazy. Wow. That is crazy. That is insane. Hold up. Water. All right. I need to quickly take a break because I need to feed my cats. Right? I need to feed my cats. So I will be right back, and then possibly we're probably looking at something. Ah, yeah, that one. The medical student one, or this one. That a certain person once again recommended. So yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Here we go. Cats are taken care of, and now we're gonna watch a rather interesting video. So yeah, we've got a rather interesting video. If yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Let's just say that. The title is insane, right? The title is already rather crazy. Come back. The title is rather crazy. This was recommended by a certain someone again. She did something on him with his consent. I will not elaborate. This title is crazy. Please consider liking and subscribing, and we'll go in. I have no idea. However, this appears to be very, what's the word? Interesting. This is by BRS. What the fuck? Yep, what the fuck? I have no idea. However, I've seen this man. I have seen this man on TikTok before. And there's another video that's recommended by him. That's right there. She pooped on me without my consent. Regardless. We'll go in. We'll go in.
So I just got done cracking Shorty who was menstruating, right? And now she's slumped in the other room, so I figured there was no time.
What? Well, we're already starting. We're already off to a good start.
Like the present to make this video I've kind of been wanting to make for a long time. I've been wanting to talk about menstruation, okay? It's been sleeping to me. But first, let me tell you how I crack Shorty, right? Not into like the nitty, but this kind of correlates with what I'm talking about here, or at least part of it. Basically, last night I ended up sleeping through the time me and her were supposed to have a link, right? Like I felt so bad. It was horrible. So I thought she was like extremely mad, okay? But then she texted me the next day and she didn't seem that mad, which is cool for me. But anyways, she was like, hey, like, you know, you free tonight? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. And she said something to me that disturbs me greatly, okay? I find it to be heartbreaking. She said, I'm on my period. Is it?
So he put his ship onto the Red Sea? Is that what he's essentially saying? What the fuck, man? What am I getting sent here? At least it was consensual. At least that. What the fuck, man? What am I getting sent? I do not want. Why do we have to? Why am I being sent this?
Still okay if I come over? And I'm like, what? What kind of niggas have you been dealing with? Like, what do you mean, is it okay? Okay, it's welcomed. It's encouraged. All right, my bad. This is me the next day because she had woken up and then we had done it again. And then she left. And then I was thinking about taking my own life. And then I went to sleep and I woke up. So now here I am. I'm back. But my point in saying all that.
That's post-sex clarity right there. That right there.
That was. What kind of like niggas must she be used to dealing with if her being on her time of the month would be a problem? Like, I feel like we got to step it up because even when she was here, okay, I don't have to get into like the full nitty gritty of the story, but basically like we're getting into it because in my mind, when I think about like whether or not like we're sleeping with each other on her period, I'm like, is she not cool with that? Because I feel like some women, maybe they're like uncomfortable during their period, but she was like real freaky, okay, you know, grabbing the shaft, you know, getting busy, all that. So then like I was like, yo, like,
he doesn't have to be that detailed. A real warrior has blood on his sword. I hate you. No! I am not a real warrior then. I don't even use a sword.
Like, are you trying to get active? And she's like, I'm on my period. And I'm like, what's a knight without a little blood on his sword? I'm joking. I didn't say that. I just really like saying that, bro. I'm just like, are you down? Because I'm asking you told.
What? What? What's a knight without a little blood of this sword? What is this? I can't relate. Can't relate. Will never relate. I have to beat a 118-year-old woman in being a virgin. I have no time for this.
Me you were menstruating before you even came here. So no, I just feel bad, like as a society, like have we let, because the thing is, this is not the first time something like this has happened. Like I understand like a little bit of warning that, you know, there's gonna be blood down there, so I don't think like I accidentally fucking murdered you. But like the concept of being afraid that I'm not gonna fuck with you is so sad. Like, 'cause I remember when she was
stabbed her with my willy,
like putting a tampon back in after, and she was like, oh my gosh, like you can't look because like what if you like get the ick? And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're menstruating. This is a part of your life. Like, it's so sad, bro. It's so sad that, like, women have, like, kind of like a hypervigilance when it comes to that. And I'm telling you this right now, bro. I don't care how, like, passionately I don't give a F about men like you think a woman is, bro. They be thinking about that shit, low-key. Same thing with shaving, not gonna, like, I love a good bush, bro. But, like, there'll be some women who will just be like, yo, like, it's the warrant, like, I haven't shaved, like, in a blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I'll look and I'm like, there's barely anything there. If anything, I'll be disappointed by the lack of bush. But because I'm not gonna like demand a bush, like, hey, like give it to me. But at the same time, it's like if you promise me an
I am too innocent for this material. It is just the truth. It is not the truth. Please never say Willy again. The Willy. The men must free their Willy.
shaven bush, and it's just some light stubble. Like what the hell are we doing here? But I've met women who are like super into like growing out their hair, like they got like armpit hair, like they do all that shit, right? And I don't mind that either, by the way. Of course I don't. Even then, when they're so passionate about being that kind of person,
anything goes. My man is like, anything goes. Are you pro Bush? How should I know? I don't know if I would care or not. How should I know? How should I? How should I? I don't know. I don't know. I am what one would consider a negative virgin. Anyways, I don't know. Don't know.
like, you know, when you're talking to someone and they'll just like throw in little disclaimers even though you didn't ask. I mean, like, it's not the same situation where Shari's like, oh my gosh, like I'm on my period, or oh, like gosh, like I don't know if you want to, I haven't shaved. But it's like a vibe where it's like you're
I guess the forest could be explored. I guess the forest could be explored. Who knows?
letting me know and giving me a chance to not fuck with it in case I don't fuck with it. Which obviously I think is understandable from a lens of like physical and emotional safety. But it just makes me so sad that even like the staunchest of like bush havers, of free bleeders, are still gonna be a little bit, you know, nervous, be a little bit, especially, you know, when they like the guy. Because here's the thing, bro, when I'm with these women, bro, they can tell I'm not like other guys. And it sounds corny, but like I'm low-key not like other guys. Like I'm not even not like other guys. I mean, yes, not like other guys, but not like the guys you're working. Like again, like the guys who are like, oh, you're on your period? Gross. You have a bush? Ugh. Hair is for men unless it's on your head. I'm clearly not that kind of guy, right? But it's like the fact that I don't give the vibes of that guy, but like there's still little disclaimers being made. It's sad. I mean, it's like, I feel like it's the equivalent of like a man. It's not even, this is a bad comparison because this is bad. Like, it makes you think of like a man with a micro penis, right? Like, because I feel like if you have a micro penis, you're going to have to let the person know before they see it. Which I feel like makes more sense because it's like, hey, like, can you even get it in, right? Like
if it's like that small at this point, you just give up. You just give up. You just give up. I think you just give up. It's like the same. It's that's just as bad of a handicap as saying you wait until marriage. You just give up. Well, some guys have a preference even before they do stuff because of corn. I've not been long enough in the corn game to understand. I barely got in and got out again, thankfully.
I feel like the difference between a micro
I'm still molded. I can still be molded.
Penis and having a bush or being on your period is having a micro penis would affect the way that you have sex with this person. The same way where on the other side of things, if you have a 12-inch penis, like I feel like you kind of have to drop a little warning, like, hey, like this might alter like how we go about things. Like obviously, yes, it might alter if you're into proceedings, but it's going to alter how me and you have to have sex. But the thing about menstruating, thing about having a bush is it doesn't. You know what I mean? So I feel like, again, like in a situation where it's like someone has like a micro or a massive and they're like, hey, like just letting you know, like them approaching like their bush or their menstruation in the same way, like as if it would matter in the same way, is so heartbreaking, bro. It's sad that women have to go through that. Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm sure you want to know, when I was sleeping with her, was it a bloodbath? Low-key.
Why does he say it like that? Was it a bloodbath? That's crazy. Like it just like butchered a bunch of pigs, or he's like on the field, on the battlefield. Crazy. You got a micro, just use a strap. That'd be kind of miserable because like you don't get any satisfaction out of this as a man. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't. Yeah. Unless you want to use a strap on the man. I guess. But at that point, you might as well, as a dude, you might as well be gay.
Here's the thing. It definitely wasn't as much blood as... Here's something, whenever I've slept with someone on their period, I always was like, I want there to kind of be like a lot of blood. You know what I mean? Just because I want to know what it's like. I want to see. You know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm vaguely knowledgeable on menstruation. I remember I did a project on it for my English class in high school. But I feel like I never really figured out how much blood comes out of there. Like obviously like enough to the point where it's like you want to wear a pad or tampon so you don't bleed.
We are not the same. This guy made a project on woman's bodily woman functions, right? Right. Regardless, right? And I'm like, I'm gonna make for my final oral exam. Almost died here. Final oral exam. I'm gonna make an anti-feminist thing and absolutely cook all these women. And I did. I got full 15 points. Yay!
On yourself. But I'm like, is it enough blood to the point where it would go like dripping down your leg? Because again, when I'm sleeping with someone and it's their time of the month, like I'm waiting for the time I do it and I'm like, there's a pool in there. You know what I mean? Where it's like I'm just like surely diving in. It's like splashing around and everything. But I feel like usually it's like, you know, I look at my meat and I'm like, oh, there is blood there. You know what I mean? Like it's not really all pooled together. But even then, because I remember she was worried afterwards. She was like, oh my gosh, like did I bleed on you? Oh, no. Like she was about to be like embarrassed about it. I'm like, bro, what? Like this is your blood. Like what are we talking about? Like I've literally ejaculated on you before, and I feel like that's far more embarrassing. You know, I used to be nervous to ejaculate when I was sleeping with people. Like something about it just felt so embarrassing. You know, like it felt wrong. Like it felt like a sneeze, right? Because me personally, when I sneeze, I don't sneeze like outwards. Like no air comes out of my nose. Like I'm just like. And I keep it inside, right? Inside my, and it's actually a very pleasurable way to sneeze. Like, I don't know how people sneeze like out loud, but that's how I felt about nutting too. Obviously, I can't nut inside myself. I mean, I could, but like I would have to.
Fucking diabolical. That is diabolical. These words should, thanks, I hate it. These words should never come out. This man is rather open. Yeah, he is. He's just like any sex is good sex. I feel like that's the type of guy he appears to be. From what it appears, at least. I get the sneezing part though. I can't relate to the sneezing part. I only do that though when I'm on stream. I sneeze loud when I'm off stream because like the don't sneezing out loud option is rather unhealthy for your nose, so you shouldn't do that.
That would be me putting my penis in my own anus. But I mean from the lens of like just like it never coming out of my member, right? Never coming out of my meat. Like the concept of it coming out of my body felt shamed, right? And the thing is, when I lost my V card, the person I lost my V card to wanted me to finish in them consistently. So I was like, okay, fine. So I never had that like experience of like finishing outside of someone's body for actually a very long time. So there are a lot of times where even, bro, like this actually kind of lasted for a long time where I was in college and I would like purposefully not finish just because like, I was like, I don't know.
I cannot relate. I cannot relate.
What to do with my semen here. Because things I'm like, obviously I don't want to just go around finishing in people. And even condom wise, I'm like, bro, like what if I just get it all over my meat? And I'm like, especially if I'm at Shawty's place, I'm like, I don't like, do I want her to like see it? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's how I'm thinking. Like it's crazy. Like I legitimately was thinking about it the same way a lot of women like think about their, you know, menstrual blood. And then like I feel like just doing it on someone is disrespectful. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, what? They got to clean it up? Like just making a mess. Until one time I was sleeping with Shawty, bro, and she like just took it out of me. Like man, I was like, no, stop, no, like not in like a way, like this wasn't me being assaulted, right? Like this wasn't one of those times, but it was a situation where I'm like, oh no, like I'm
one of those times, huh? Did this man just say he was assaulted? And they were acting like succubus, draining it from you? That's interesting.
I'm afraid of finishing. And then I did. And then I was like, dang, I feel so bad. I was like, I'm so sorry. And she's like, why are you apologizing? And then long story short, ended up being explained to me that like she was into it, that she liked it, which I feel like to you sounds obvious, but for me at the time, I did not realize women liked getting finished on. Now, mind you, is this a one-to-one comparison? Absolutely not. Like, I don't think I get the same gratification from from this woman's menstrual blood on me as she does when I have my excrement. Nah, that's not the word. Anyway, when my ejaculate is on her, right? Like I feel like it's a completely different level of sensation. But I'm like, is that sheerly cultural? Because I'm
Yeah, no wonder you're not. Of course, it's the wrong word. You're not pooping at it. Anyways.
like, do we just see like, you know, semen as something that's a bit more erotic? Like I feel like we could open up a new world where menstrual blood is just as erotic, not gonna lie. Because here's the thing, I wasn't able the first time we had the lights off because I think like gosh, I just want to like hug her sometimes and tell her it's gonna be okay. But I think she was nervous about me like seeing the blood. But second time was more in the morning time, right? So like even though the lights were off, it's like the lights like coming in from outside, and like I was taking a look, and you know I saw the blood. I was like, okay, like let's cook. Like, does it make me feel the exact same way as the cream? No, man. Like getting creamed on is a completely different experience. But I feel like in the right world, in the right with the right conditioning in society, I could definitely see myself as putting just as much value in it. You know what I mean? And I feel like part of it goes hard. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's working. Part of it goes hard because it's a form of.
He is outing himself as a menstruologist. That's the only word I could use here. Yeah, I'm too. I cannot relate at all. Zero, none. It's just crazy. That bro made. Wait. So bro yapped, right? A full 8 minutes on this. A full 8 minutes, and he's not done yet.
Liquid, you know what I mean? And I feel like in that state, you kind of like any form of liquid, to be completely real, whether it be urine, in this case, menstrual blood. And also, I feel like there's a part of it where it reminds me that they're a woman. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in like any sort of way that would be like phobic of anything, but like somebody's like, this is so sexy. Like it's part of your bodily function. Like, this is.
I don't know, I don't know, big guy. It's like, I know you're a woman, but like, huh? Okay. I don't know. Well, semen is directly related to sex. Menstrual blood is not. So obviously one of is more normalized to have on you. Yeah, obviously. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? One is a direct result, the other one isn't. Hematorlognia is a fetish for blood, so he probably has that or that. Yeah, he likes it. He likes he likes with the women the way he likes his steak.
What you do, I could never relate. You know what I mean? Like I'm attracted to, because it's the same. It's like looking at, you know, breasts or looking at vagina. You know, it's like woman. You know, I thought I paused, but like you look at it and it's like, yeah, like woman parts. But so, and it's kind of more of like an additive experience in those though, because it's like vagina, menstrual blood. It's like vagina squared. You know what I mean? It's like it's like your vagina is even more vagina-y because it's.
Menstruologist right there. That's crazy. What? V squared? V raised to the power of 2 cubed squared.
Doing the vagina thing. Almost like, because y'all know I'm into pregnant women, right? Not in like a weird way, but like I find.
Huh? This video gets worse. This video gets more crazy the more it goes on. Okay, now we're in pregnant territory too.
Women being pregnant, like attractive. And yeah, I like getting in there, knowing that they're pregnant. And honestly, I think for me, it might just be because it's such like a display of femininity. Is that misogynistic? Oh my God. Do I need to unpack that? But like, I don't know. I feel like being pregnant, it's just like, like you're a woman. You know what I mean? Like I like it. I rock with it. That's why I'm not gonna lie. That's why I need more pregnant women in the streets. You know what I mean? Like I need more single pregnant women out there. But here's the thing. I feel like pregnant women a lot of times, I feel like it's a situation like menstruation where they feel ashamed. You know what I mean? Like they're like, no one's gonna want to sleep with me while I'm pregnant. I will. The same way they're like, oh, no one's gonna want to sleep with me when it's my time of the month. I will. I'll eat it when it's your time of the month. I've done that multiple times. You know what another thing is? I feel like with pregnancy and menstruation, I think because it's fun, they sound like they're opposites, but I feel like.
What on earth? What on earth am I watching? I can't upload this. What on earth is this? What am I looking at? That is also a fetish. My man got it all. My man got it all. Bro has like pulled out like the fetish dictionary and just grabbed all of it and was like, "Yep, we're rolling with that."
Partially, it is them being so underrated. I think there's an element of like her being like, oh no, like he could never want to be inside me while I'm on my period, makes me want to be like, no, like I definitely do want. It's like knowing that she has those concerns and being able to quell those beliefs. You know what I mean? I think it's beautiful. I like being a supportive guy. Emotional intimacy really gets me going too. And with pregnant women, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so fat and gross from being pregnant.
Yeah, very emotional and sexy. This guy's just essentially just an addict for sex. Is that what this boils down to? That's crazy.
I don't believe that. But it's like they're like, oh my gosh, I'm fat and gross. Like I have a big stomach now. Oh no, like what's gonna happen? And I'm like, hey, I don't think you're fat and gross. I mean, maybe in a literal sense you are a little fat, but like that's the baby. That's not actually you. I definitely don't think you're gross, and I like what you got going on because things they still have needs, bro. They still begin a little bit in the mood. And it's like the fact that they begin in the mood and they feel like they can't do anything about it because they feel ugly and they feel gross. That's so heartbreaking to me. So I love being the person that can comfort them through that and be like, nah, like I'm so attracted to you. Like it goes hard. You know what I mean? I'm just a supportive guy. I'm a supportive guy and a true feminist. And I feel like there needs to be more men like me out there. You know what I mean? Because I feel like in general.
Nah, I prefer not being a hoe. Again, with a German word for that.
Look, not everything is about having relations, but I feel like if we normalize having relations in these moments, or at least normalize these women not feeling gross because of these natural processes that are happening to their body, that is going to make the processes themselves more comfortable to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, because you know how people talk about aftercare and they're like, oh my gosh.
He's like, you're like, yeah, everyone should have the same fetish that I do. That's pretty much what it is.
We don't do aftercare, someone they might feel used and gross, which I'm not gonna lie, aftercare, I feel like kind of. Look, if sleeping with someone makes you feel used and gross without aftercare, maybe you shouldn't be sleeping with that person. But if I were to give you that, right, because I'm not really passionate about being like anti-aftercare or anything. I actually do aftercare all the time. I just don't like how people see it as like a necessary thing or like some sort of duty. Like what? Don't get me started. Okay, you know what my problem is? No one ever talks about aftercare for men. You know what I mean? Like that's my issue. Like what? We're not worried about me feeling used and gross. But anyways, like, you know, people talk about aftercare and it like lifts like the spirit of, you know, the young lady receiving aftercare. It's like if we like give active care to pregnant women and women menstruate, they will probably also feel good about themselves. You know what I mean? And I like that. And I like the concept of women feeling good about themselves not in really any sort of capacity, but also particularly in these like capacities where not recently, but like just historically, they haven't felt so good. You know what I mean? Because again, like someone's pregnant, they're going through enough, right? Physically, like they don't have to feel gross. You know, someone's menstruating, they're going through enough physically that we don't need to tack on them feeling gross, right? So I feel like if we can do things to help that, I feel like we should. And in this example specifically, it's talking about sleeping with them. Okay, so like a lot of you who are anti-sleeping with women on their periods or anti-sleeping with pregnant women, this is a call to action, and I'm going to ask you.
I'm anti-sleeping with anybody you're not married to, so I wouldn't know. Aftercare is usually for like really kinky stuff. I thought I have no idea. I am virgin raised to the power of infinite. I wouldn't understand.
Do better, okay? Because women deserve to feel good. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, I kept repeating it because I couldn't think about what exactly I thought they deserve. They deserve to feel good about themselves. They deserve to physically feel good, and that is not limited to women who are, you know, menstruating or women who are pregnant. And I know this isn't like a pregnancy video, but I feel like that's also an important thing because I know, like, again, like there's just a mental aspect to a lot of these things. Like they shouldn't feel horrible just because, like, you know, their bodily processes are a certain way, right? So it's like low-key, like step it up, you know, start sleeping with menstruating people, start sleeping with pregnant people, like lock in. That's my mission for you. I'm so pissed, bro. I ordered DoorDash, and the thing is, my building, they allow people to go up to my floor, right, and give me my DoorDash. But sometimes they just drop it at the front desk anyway. I fucking hate people. If someone...
Anyways, yeah, I don't understand any of this. I don't get it. I gotta beat a 118 woman. I gotta beat a woman who has been a virgin for over 100 years. I cannot understand. Anyways, I'm too virgin for this. Moving on. I mean, I'm also virgin. I just had open internet access for a really long time. I got properly access to the internet at like 14, 15, 16. Yeah. And then, not really properly, because, like, no proper phone with internet access until, like, probably, like, 18. So my internet access was YouTube, so I wouldn't know. I got no proper, you mean Virgin Mary? Nope. There is another woman that lived to be like 108 or so. And she was a virgin until then. I gotta beat her in some way, shape, or form. I gotta beat her. I know that like the max ceilings per man is 86, considering that Chuck Norris died then. I've been online since I was 10. And what has that brought to you? What has that brought you? Exactly. Anyways, we're going to look at something more normal. The tomboys. I learned early. I didn't.
Hello, students. My name is
Obviously. Also, hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. It bought me grooming. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Insert filthy Frank meme. It's time to stop. Who are your parents? Where are your parents? I'm calling Child Protective Services. Tomboys, I wouldn't know. I'll die alone. The tomboys don't want me either. So, and honestly, I kind of don't get it. Anyways, using science to explain tomboys by Professor Lando. We have reacted to this channel before. I'm gonna be honest. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of don't get it. But that's also because I prefer feminine women, so I don't get the tomboy thing. Really, at all. Especially since, like, there's a real difference between, like, anime tomboys and IRL tomboys. So there's that, which this is gonna lead to, obviously. Oh my god, I used to be a tomboy. My people. Well, they were your people in this case. Anyways, we'll go in. We'll go in. We'll see. We'll see. 8 minutes of tomboyism.
Hello, students. My name is Professor Lando. Have you ever thought to yourself, man, I really like girls. But sometimes, and just sometimes, you want those girls to be a little bit like your bro? Well, my friend, what you're looking for is a tomboy. What exactly is a tomboy? What makes a tomboy? Who's a tomboy and who's not a tomboy? You're in luck because today we're taking a look at some anime characters to decide who exactly is a tomboy and who...
Okay, we'll look at it. Not cultured. Cancel him. I didn't have any time to become cultured because while you were still shitting in your pants, I was in a relationship and at 11 until 18. Little longer than 18. I wouldn't know. My desires in women have been cultivated by my first woman. I didn't have time to get cultivated.
Who is a tomboy imposter?
What makes a tomboy? Who are you? Who are you? Well, he's new.
We're going to try to analytically approach this question, guys. Let's just make a very simple line. Not a tomboy. And on this end, very much a tomboy. Who is the quintessential anime?
I'm thinking of Tomo. I think of Tomo-chan. Yeah, 11. Yeah, 11. 11. Shocking, I know. That's why I have also such an innocent view of why did it end? She cheated. Got the wrong friends and cheated. That's why. And now I'm scared of women. It also ruined my entire hopeful happy ending that I wanted, and now I'm no longer getting it because society has been decayed too much. Anyways, moving on.
Tomboy.
I think Ryuko.
Ryuko
is pretty tomboy.
Ryuko is very tomboy, very much a tomboy. Who is just not a tomboy? Orihime from Bleach.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
a tomboy.
yeah.
Yeah, Hinata as well. If I'm like considering that, that's also not a tomboy. Who else would fall into that category? Let me think. For that long, Jesus, very literally. Yeah, I'm not recovering from that. That did infinite damage.
Yeah, that's a...
She can fight,
That's
but
a mommy milker if I've
no.
ever seen one. All right, Mikasa.
Mikasa? Above the halfway, because she's ready to kill at any moment. She has short hair. Always has short hair. She has abs.
The more inclined they are to kill someone, the more likely they are to be a tomboy. So maybe like here? Mikasa.
Horimiya. Hori could be. I don't think she's full tomboy. She's not fully on the tomboy side. She's like either... Nah, she's like more so middle.
Mikasa from Attack on Titan. We're clocking her in about 60% maybe. Her physicality, again, like short hair doesn't make a tomboy. Being fit doesn't make you a tomboy. But is there a certain level where you're just so fit and your hair is so tomboy-y that you just get so much tomboy points like Mikasa, right? Because we could say, maybe Mikasa's super girly, but she's just so aggressively like tomboyish physically that like she just like gets pushed. You know, she can't help it.
Mordred.
Oh, Mordred.
Mordred.
Very much
For me,
a tomboy.
For me,
very much a tomboy.
That's a A+ right there.
What about Saber?
I mean, less than Mordred.
What are we thinking?
But not a tomboy.
I like the opposite.
I think
of Mikasa.
less than.
That's a good middle.
That's a good middle. Yeah,
Good
you're right.
middle. Saber from Fate. Minecraft Alex.
Minecraft Alex? Tomboy, definitely. She can build, she can craft. Yeah, that's a tomboy. Minecraft Alex. Poke, what's your definition for tomboys? Girls who are more into boyish stuff and behave more boyish. It's just the woman that's more like your bro, like they said. It's a woman that more into like... They're not tomboy. I wouldn't say that. Nah. Not necessarily. Nah. She's something else.
See, but what? That's on you guys, though. That's not like canonically. How much do we have to work on? Okay, let's just do it. Canonically, Alex from Minecraft.
Yeah, realistically, you're mining, you're building,
you're
crafting,
outdoorsman-y,
and you're a
very
woman.
Physical.
Would you be a tomboy?
She's probably jacked. I mean, there's no way Alex from Minecraft is more of a tomboy than Mikasa, right?
See, the more I think about Alex, the more I project.
right. I see. Yeah, me too. I was kind of like, wait a minute.
It's like the Schrodinger's.
The Schrodinger's tomboy.
Yeah, about.
Alex from Minecraft.
Yeah.
But okay, think about Zero Suit Samus though. Is that a tomboy? Like why is Samus a tomboy? Because when you think of Zero Suit Samus.
Oh, Zero Suit Samus?
Why? Because were we thinking she's tomboy because she's in the suit? I don't know. I mean, she can roll up into a ball.
Hold up. I don't understand how... Hold up. I don't understand how Alex is less tomboy than Saber. This woman is literally just Steve, but a woman. I don't understand. Tomboys... If Tomboy comes to you to date, a loyal as one can be, will you date her? If she fulfills the requirement and I like her, why not? But we don't live in delusions. That is not going to happen in any regard. We are not about delusion here. I will take off Venezuela. I will take it on. I will take it over. Same with Iran. We're going to build a beautiful Iran. And Cuba. We're gonna rebuild all of Cuba.
Zero Suit Samus to Saber.
Less.
I'd say less, because it's more on the femme side.
I want to say here.
Yeah.
Melina from Elden Ring? Like, even Samus, now that I'm thinking about it, like...
Samus? She was literally built for war and destruction. No, but she's literally a bounty hunter. She doesn't say anything. You couldn't even tell she is a woman if she wouldn't if you couldn't see her under that. She was initially not even thought to be a woman, but to be a man. What? Was that a Trump impression? Yes.
I think there are these characters, Melina, Samus. Like, tomboy is not just like a fit girl.
It's not about the strength, ironically, right?
Kirin Satsuki from Kill la Kill, another example, where like, you say these traits and you're kind of like, yeah, but it just doesn't feel right. I would put Melina down here.
I agree.
Power from Chainsaw Man. She doesn't have, like, she's the...
Listen. It isn't like a tomboy legit just a woman that's into more traditionally masculine or things that are traditionally viewed as more masculine. Isn't she more like into that? Right? Something that's more masculine. Bounty hunting is not necessarily something that's feminine. Building and mining is definitely not something that's feminine. And you have to mention, right? Saber is essentially from a hentai game. So we have a slight problem here, at least to my at least in my view. But that's just me. Yeah, we have a slight issue here.
The opposite of what we're talking about. We talk about cases like Mikasa, where it's like her physicality, everything about her seems very tomboyish, but her inside, she's very girly and nurturing. You know what? Power's the opposite, where she's not like, she doesn't have short hair, she's not like this chiseled, like ripped girl, but she's very like dude-like in her mind.
You know what? Yeah, I can see Mikasa level maybe a little bit higher. She is wild. She has that wildness.
So we put some characters on here and we've ranked them in order from least to greatest.
Conclusions. Okay. I'll be real, I still don't get it. I still don't get it. That's also, I kind of don't care. I have, reduced my interests and, standards to a point where, like, anything's fine as long as it likes me and as long as she likes me and fulfills the condition. So like I kind of don't care. Tomboy, girly, anything in between. It doesn't matter. It legit doesn't matter. I don't even have a preference in that anymore. I killed that off.
If we have some traits over on this side, stoic. And here, spunky. You can't ignore short hair. Over here, the haircut is a very weird one. You would say it doesn't make...
Not tomboy. Stoic. What? Wait, do we have a different definition of stoic? And stoicism? Stoic is very much... a masculine trait, or am I retarded now? Am I stupid? Burger gay is not an option for you if you're thinking you're a bottom. I'm not attracted to men. I can guarantee you that much. But like, if it's a woman, if she's a woman, if she waits until marriage, you're in. You're in at this point. I don't care anymore. That's why I've turned off preferences. It's like a switch, turn it off. They have no use to me. They only hinder.
It could break a tomboy, but it kind of does. It kind of does. You know, that's the hard truth, okay? Fitness, we put fitness here in very much a tomboy. That doesn't necessarily mean not a tomboy is not fitness. And I think fitness does not equal power. Fitness is a very specific physical thing when it comes to the tomboys. While you have characters like Melina from Elden Ring and Kirin Satsuki from Kill la Kill who are very strong characters, Samus, very strong. But we're talking about fitness, and when you think of fitness, you think more Mikasa's body. It's not exactly an equivocation. Shredded, the more shredded they are. That's a good word. Perhaps shredded. If we made a graph with age, rising age, here being a baby, as we get older, our appreciation of tomboys goes up. The older and more mature you get, the more you can appreciate. Here, when you're...
I gotta get quite... Linea's not a tomboy? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm like, huh? Literally, warrior. These guys have never played Elden Ring. That's why they wouldn't know. They would change their mind after they get their ass beat hard enough. It appears. I don't know. I've got to get quite old if I want to understand it, I guess. Because I'm probably around the same age as these dudes. So I gotta get quite old. Because I'm currently probably, honestly, somewhere here. Right? I'm age, right? Somewhere here, but like the interest is also somewhere here. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Seems a bit fishy to me. Seems a bit fishy.
When you're a baby, your appreciation for tomboys, I would say, is 0. There's probably an asymptote, because this would imply like 90-year-olds are just exploding at the sight of tomboys. If it kept going, there has to be some cap, some chemical limitations on how much you could appreciate the tomboy. We can do another analysis. We have a
mommy, tomboy, and moe. Interesting. Late bloomer poke, it's okay, don't be sad. Nah, just don't get it. If I want somebody who's like a dude, then I'm just gonna pick then I'm just gonna have a homie. Right? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Again, I've only been dating feminine women, very feminine women, so I wouldn't know. I think this is probably it's probably due to the relationships I've had.
Venn diagram, a Venn diagram, tomboy, mommy, moe. Beto.
Beto would be here.
Tomboy and mommy?
Yes.
Moe.
Beto is not here. Beto would be, yeah.
Ryuko. Tomboy? Moe?
I see just
you know, quintessential. Just mommy.
Orihime?
Orihime's pretty mommy.
She's a mommy.
Hinata? Pretty mommy. Moe mommy?
Could she be Moe mommy?
What is just Moe? Who's a character that's just like...
Who's the girl from Love Live or Love Idol or Idol Master Love?
Oh, this girl?
Yeah, like the...
Nico.
Yeah, Nico, yeah.
Not that I would know. Nico from Love Live?
I think Saber's perfect. Yeah. Saber's perfect.
Saber from Fate Grand Order.
And you know what's interesting? On the last graph, she was 50-50. She was the exact middle.
She was. Tomboy and Moe. Rukia. Ooh. This is it. This is the perfect Venn diagram of tombology. Tifa.
Tombology. Pigtail. Borderline lolly. True. Pigtails, I guess. Yeah, Tifa is tomboy. And mommy?
Ooh, gentlemen, Tifa from Final Fantasy. Whoa, wait, think about it.
Yes.
Mommy, tomboy.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes. We found another.
Tifa from Final Fantasy.
My goodness. Expect a full research paper.
I am rather confused. Tifa, tomboy? No, yeah, she very much is. She's essentially a martial artist. What are you on about?
Nobel Prize.
Anyways, yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. Probably too much indoctrination on too much indoctrination on previous relationships. I do not get the appeal of more masculine girls. Anyways, moving on. Look at her. Yeah, but she's still a tomboy. She literally tells Cloud he should stop to be retarded and climb in the original. Yeah, very much tomboy. A girl's girl does not. You need to be older to find beauty in it. Bitch, you are younger than me, you dumbass. You are younger than me. That doesn't work. Now, I think the tomboy stuff, if you're into tomboys, that's usually, or like what you're into is probably very much defined by the type of people you dated, probably, I'm assuming. That's very much defined by that. That's just an assumption, but I think that's the case. I think that's the case. I very much think that's the case. But that's just me. Anyways, what else do we have? Everyone has their type. I reject my type. My type does not exist. Moving on. I have no type. Did we do that? Yeah, we do that. We're doing that. I haven't done one in a long while, so let's do something.
You know, with my wife.
Let's do something more serious. Video number 128. We'll do this one first before we can do the MILFs one. We can do that or cicada video. We do this one. I haven't done one in a while, so we'll do this one. I haven't done one in a while from Think Before You Sleep. We can do the MILF one after that or the cicada one. Anyways. Being ugly by Think Before You Sleep. I've reacted to a Think Before You Sleep video for a while, so we're gonna look at that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, being ugly. I know very well what that looks like. We know. I do know what that's like. I do know. Anyways, we're going in.
You know, with my wife, I've been together with my wife for 19 years, so I've known my wife at a range from, you know, like 120 pounds to almost 200 pounds. The true attraction isn't about what we look like, it's about...
Yeah, I know myself from, like, quite a bit from, like 65 kilograms for myself to, like, almost, or like a little over 100. I know what this looks like. It's not fun. It's not fun. Being overweight is not fun. It makes you unattractive. That's just the harsh truth. And the truth is, people don't necessarily like fat people. I know, harsh, brutal reality, but it is what it is.
What kind of a connection do you have with that person?
Yeah, but it's also nice when your wife isn't obese. I think we all need to be honest with ourselves here and just admit that we're all superficial when it comes to looks, and no man or woman wants to be with someone who they think is ugly. Which brings us to one of the latest internet sensations, clavicular.
What's going to actually get you further in life? What's going to get you opportunities in the workplace? What's going to get you...
This guy basically recently just collapsed and had like something like a seizure or something, was just like laying on the floor and like shaking and shit. So there was that. Be right back. Gotta take my parent to train station for the trip. Okay, take care. Also eat and limit, eat well. Be right back. Take care. Being overweight is like one of the worst things you can be in terms of attractiveness. Pretty much, yeah.
You know, dates, it's going to be looks 100 times over, and there's really no denying that.
He's not wrong. If you want to work on the most impactful thing that will positively benefit your life in numerous ways, appearance is going to be at the top of the list. So this ideology has been going around the internet for the past few years, and it's called the black pill. Today's most successful promoter of the black pill is Braden Peters, or Clavicular, who went onto internet forums and vastly improved his looks over a few years. This is called looks maxing, with an extra emphasis on the word maxing because Zoomers like to add that word to everything. Now, just to get this out of the way, I don't like Clavicular as a person.
You've been looks maxing the past few years. I've been retard maxing the past few years. We are not the same. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Person at all. Personally, I think he's a degenerate drug addict who is modeling some pretty harmful behaviors to young people.
An online influencer named Clavicular is being charged with misdemeanor.
Clavicular. The thing is, the problem is that both red pill and black pill are easily dismantled. They're so easily dismantled. I don't understand how they didn't even find this out yet. Cultural shift back to marriage. No more black pill, no more red pill. They did not figure this out. It is oddly kind of surprising, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think he's also degenerate. He is, I think, he's the epitome of what late stage nihilism does to society. It really just is. It also kind of reflects the black pill also kind of reflects the mouse utopia thing, where like eventually it mice who were called the rats. I think mice was it could be rats though. Yeah, these right that were called the beautiful ones, and they only cared about their appearance and nothing else. Huh? Maybe we are them. We have the mouse utopia at home. We are the mouse utopia. Anyways, he just looks average. I think it looks okay. I think he looks decent, right? Nothing much. Duck. Max.
Battery. So when it comes to online influencer, clavicula, wait, how do you say that again?
Clavicula, or clav, is what he's also called.
Right, thanks. So when it comes to online influencer, clavicular, I don't like him as a messenger, but me hating the messenger doesn't mean that every part of his message is incorrect. And I also can't deny that the message is resonating with people, because clearly it is based on how often he goes viral. The question is, why?
I care deeply about.
Yeah, because it's like he has some insane takes. You watched it without me, didn't you? You didn't miss much because we are both bitchless, so we do not understand shit. That's the harsh truth. The entire video was just about sailing the Red Sea. And that's it. And wanting to do it with pregnant women. That's it. You really didn't miss anything. Anyways, looks maxing is, but he might. Well, he's not. Looks maxing is not a person. Looks maxing is what these people do. He's not bad looking, but not good enough to justify destroying himself with drugs, pretty much.
About the struggles of the average male being unable to even find like a romantic partner, and I think that that's something that needs to be advocated for more than any political.
True. Happy men with happy girlfriends build a happy society, because remember what we learned from the home math video, right? Society is not built by individuals, it's built by relationships. And we're like a brick house, and the more bricks are doing their own thing, the more unstable society becomes. In this case, the more unstable the brick house becomes. We know this. But even good looks can't save me. So what advice can he give me? What advice could he give me? Because even good looks cannot save me.
Movement.
Yeah, so I think a big part of Clavicular's fame is because he's appealing to men who have been treated like shit, because they've grown up being lied to about the ancient wisdom of being attractive matters. Understand that not that long ago, everyone knew this. It is so a part of the culture that C.S. Lewis wrote a children's book like 70 years ago, where when people die and go to heaven, they get more attractive. I mean, they used to think that sinning made you ugly, which is basically true, because people will treat you as if you have sinned if you're unattractive. So
pretty much. Yeah, remember, Narnia is inherently Christian. If you have watched Narnia, I think that is something you should know. It is inherently very Christian. Very interesting. Is Clavicula worse than Jack Doherty? Clavicula is easily worse because he has more influence. Jack Doherty really doesn't do anything. He is not even relevant anymore. He does not exist. Nobody cares about Jack Doherty. And like nobody gives a shit about this version of the Flash. Nobody cares.
C.S. Lewis wrote a series to say, nah, they don't have uggos in heaven. And apparently, according to people in my comments, C.S. Lewis was even more explicit about this in his book, The Great Divorce. But understand that Clavicular is popular because he's hitting popular pain points in society pretty frequently. For example, there's a clip of him running over a guy who was blocking his Tesla, and it went viral.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Should he have done that? Probably not, but the reason that this moment resonated with a ton of people is because everyone's tired of idiots blocking the road. But outside of that, and outside of him going viral for degenerate reasons like shooting a dead alligator in Florida, the main reason that people are supporting him is because of stuff like this.
You're a content creator, you're streaming all the time. You think that if you were not physically...
The problem is that he is kind of... See, the problem why he's so popular is because it works. I mean, what at the first, right, is the thing he shows, right? The women that he hangs around with are not quality, right? Let's get that right out there, right? They're not quality at all, right? They're women that leave their boyfriends for looks. They're women that cheat. They're women that just are so dumb that they don't realize their life, right? Let's get that straight out of the way, right? Straight up. First things first, let's get that out. That thing. Second, that does not matter for the young easy impressed men that are watching it. And even like men in like their early 20s, right? Seeing this. Because at the end of the day, they see the results, and that is that this man is hanging around attractive women, and they want that too. Therefore, they will try to emulate him and be similar to him because it clearly works. The reason why Clavicular is popular right now is because it works. That's what it is. Doug, how dare you watch the bleed on me without my consent, without me? Actually, it was with consent, first of all. Second of all, I want to watch everything that was recommended to me, and that included that. And if you're not here the entire time, and I run eventually out of videos, I have no other choice. I will kick your butt later, because you deserve it. Meanie.
Good looking, you wouldn't have as much success?
No, I wouldn't at all.
Even if you were like a genius, like Beethoven level creative, but you were busted, you don't think you'd pop off?
Well, that's the thing. So now you have to be so well off in another category to compensate for your lack of looks that you have to be a Beethoven level player in order to compete with a guy who's, just like, mogging and going to the club. It really gives people a huge advantage in life to have looks on their side.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true.
Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't build skills or a personality or be a good person. All of those things are very important, and they should never be sacrificed. However, ignoring the importance of appearance is completely retarded. You need to do what's in meta. I'll say it like this. Imagine you're playing a video game. I'll use Expedition 33 as an example because recently I was looking at the meta for this game a lot. Expedition 33 has some pretty tough bosses, and you can get in there and memorize all of the attacks, do a little bit of damage at a time, and eventually you'll come out as victorious. Or you can develop a deep knowledge of how the game works, set your characters up properly, and do like 1 billion points of damage to the boss and kill it instantly. Yes, there are many ways of getting stuff done, but if you're playing a game where your life is on the line, then why would you not use the most effective build?
If I had to date...
Yeah, obviously. It makes sense. It makes sense, right? If you don't look good, you might as well be treated on disability level. It might be not that harsh on that level, but like the harsh truth is that we have grown more superficial because of more access to people, right? Because like you have to look at this, right? Back in the dark ages, we had like tightly smaller knit communities, and you just took what was available. Now it's like, as a man, you have to compete with every dude. They did another experiment in a bigger city. You could guess how many likes this woman had on a dating app. Over 6,000 likes. You are not winning this. Over 6,000. You cannot if you are average, you cannot compete. And now you can say like, oh yeah, but then you just go out, right, and you talk to women. Yeah, you could do that, but that's not wanted either, right? And most couples now found that like about 60% of couples find themselves online. You cannot win. You can't. If you don't at least take a little bit of care of your looks, you know, lose some weight, work out, hit the gym, you know, to get a nice haircut that suits you, take care of something that I do not do because I'm too lazy to get like regular haircuts, right? What on earth, Samax? I guess we can do that. Take care of your beard, right? I mean, if you're bald, it's probably over. Honestly.
In the year of our Lord 2025, I would be very upset. I would have to learn how to Mog. I would have to learn how to Mew. I would have to learn all these skills that I don't possess.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that the main reason that is because of Instagram. You know, maybe you had a girl from your town who's going to try to date above her looks level, maybe just in her immediate surroundings. But now we've got people like, you know, professional athletes DMing them on Instagram, flying them out. So you're not just competing with the top chads of
hypergamy. That's practically what it is. And you can say like, oh yeah, red pill stuff, joke, right? That stuff. But it is very true. It is very true, right? We can look back, everything was a bit more equal, very much more equal. And now it's like you have like the top 40% of men being able to date, the lower 60% get nothing, and you're like completely screwed. And then all the women complain about like the top guys being shit. It's like absolute chaos. And then like all the women say all men are bad, but they only mean the selective few at the top that can just like hoe around and date wherever they want. And it's like, yeah, it makes sense. You could go out and talk to women, but you could also get the police called for that. Correct.
your 15-mile radius, you're competing with the entire world.
I'm not really sure about the whole Instagram argument. I've never seen that with regular women. However, I have seen it with social media influencers. But whether the Instagram thing is actually affecting women's perception of the dating market or not, it's clear that dating apps are, just for the simple fact that it's giving you access to people that are as far away as you are willing to drive, versus in the past, you would really only date people in places that were convenient for you to regularly.
I've used dating apps, right? Okay, Croc Rock. Yeah, I'm aware you probably sent the video. We'll look at that eventually. Right. I've used dating apps before. And if you're like just a normal dude, right? Just normal dude, right? You're not getting any matches, right? I have gotten to the point where I swiped every person that could even be in reach, right? Everything that I could do, I did, right? I don't go that far. Max I go is 100 kilometers. That's the max I'd go. And I have been multiple times at the point where like you just swipe to the point where like no people show up anymore. You've swiped every person in that location without like without exception, right? I've done both, right? As a test run, right? I've swiped every person and got nothing. I've swiped with selective and got nothing. Then you just know you stand no chance.
Visit. So your competition jumped by 5 or 10 times. And even though personally I despise dating apps and I think people shouldn't use them, that doesn't change the reality that tons of people do and tons of women do. Because dating apps are like drugs for women's ego, just like porn is a drug for men's dopamine system.
Thankfully, I don't use either. No more. Well, I got banned off of Tinder for making too many accounts back to back because like the only strategy I found was swipe too much.
Really, I think porn and anime camera angles are a major contributor to the incel problem. So whether you like this reality or not, because our perceptions are all warped from porn and dating apps, everyone's got to level up, at least a little bit. It's time to return to tradition and start being more superficial about our appearances, instead of allowing like 70% of Americans to be fat slobs.
I'm attractive. I never get hit on.
You have a nose ring. I can tell your politics from this angle. Nuh-uh. The algo gods decided you'd be bitchless. Nah, it's just the harsh truth. For men, they actively block you from getting matched because they want you to pay, right? And also, like, how you compete in like 6,000 matches. You don't. You don't. You just don't. I'm back. Welcome back. I just made my first short. Damn, you short. That sucks. Anyways, nice. Congratulations.
Ever. And I'm like, I'm a flirty girl. I'm a real flirty girl. So, like, if somebody hit on me, like, in line at the store, I'd be all about it. Nothing. I never get fucking hit on. And I don't know why. I would love for someone to give me.
We were told no. We were told no. We were told no, don't do that. We were told that we're not supposed to do that. And look at them. Complaining that we should do it. But we were told not to do it. Can you make up your mind? Nose ring plus, is that a tooth gap? That is a tooth gap. But honestly, I kind of don't give a shit about the tooth gap. What's worse is the nose ring, because that's effectively telling me I say something wrong and I'm immediately a misogynist. That is effectively what it's telling me. It's the nose ring. I don't give a shit about the tooth gap. Who cares, bro? She might have fallen and lost a tooth, right? Some accident, right? Fine. But like the nose ring is the problem.
Me like the actual genuine reason why it drives me fucking crazy. Like, hit on me.
Oh, this one's easy. Take out the nose rings and get braces. She doesn't have to change that much to significantly improve her appearance. And stop acting so desperate. And look, I'm not saying that everyone has to chad the hell out and spend all day on looks maxing forums. That's not realistic. And sorry to be mean, but no amount of internet forums is going to turn a person like this girl into a 10 anyway. But there are things that will make her look significantly better, like a different hairstyle. Look how much better that looks. Second would be getting rid of the acne. I know that's a lot more difficult for women than men, but too bad. Third, like the other girl, get braces. 4, never do this makeup style again. Men hate this.
Lunar Eclipse, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Too much makeup. Don't like it. I liked him more before that. The acne wasn't even the problem. Honestly, see, what I'm really insecure about by myself, for example, is how do you get rid of stretch marks from quickly gaining muscle mass? Because my entire upper arms are full of it. It's crazy. It's insane. How do you get rid of those?
Personally, I don't think men actually hate makeup. That's a lie from Red Pillars. For example, this woman is wearing makeup in both cases.
Imagine
it's not like, see, it's not like I don't like makeup. I just know it's a psyop. I just know, to me, makeup is a psyop to make women depend more on makeup because they use it more, which causes more impurities, so they use it more, which causes more impurities, so they use it more. That is my my personal conspiracy theory. I kind of liked her OG style. That also works, right? I think just get rid of the acne if you can, or get rid of it as much as you could. I think that solves a lot of issues.
going live for a video, having.
Oh, look at Tectone. Look at Tectone. Yeah, he streams on Rumble now because he almost got banned off YouTube, or pretty much is on the verge of getting banned.
To put on a fake face of no makeup before you put on the extra layer of real makeup.
So she's wearing makeup in both examples, yet one is complimented and the other is not. What men actually don't like is this style of makeup that was popular in the 2000s. And it's the same for this girl too. Men like makeup that looks like you aren't wearing makeup. And last, going back to that prior girl and going into the next topic, I would say that she has a little bit of a double chin. If she's not fat, then I believe she can get liposuction or some sort of injection for that. Sometimes thin people have double chins, and the only way to fix that is surgery. Understand that facial aesthetics is the most important thing when it comes to physical attractiveness, so the investment might be worth it. But if she does those things, then we have a way more attractive person who will have a much easier time in life on tons of different metrics. Now, before we hit the next topic, I don't see why there's such a recoil on people trying to improve their appearances.
We've talked about maybe a neglect of the spiritual maxing, but what about even like book maxing? What about even cultivating loves for art or culture or things that yet again are not exactly physical, which make you interesting and will make girls find you interesting?
I get that people can be obsessive about the way they look, and we'll talk about that, but are you going to tell me that people should channel spirituality or become a master at a skill at the sacrifice of learning something much easier, like learning what clothes to wear or how to style your hair. Note that physically attractive people tend to have more friends, so that will give you better access to learning spirituality.
Obviously. Huh. What color are your stretch marks? If they're purple, red, you can find products to help remove them. If they're properly scarred in and gone white, you need to laser to remove them. I need to laser to remove them. Understood. Because they have scarred in. I've got these when I initially started working out. I've got these massively. My entire upper arm is full of them. It's crazy. And they are white.
Or a skill. Hell, most things that will make you more attractive are also things that are good for your health anyway, like losing weight, building muscle, fixing your posture, getting good sleep, chewing gum, brushing and flossing your teeth and cleaning your tongue, taking care of dust, animal hair, and pollen allergies, and not using recreational drugs because those will age you. And despite all the people making fun of Clavicular for hammering his face, which, yeah, that's retarded, but despite that, it's nice to see the strong return to form on how important attractiveness is in recent years. Probably the best example is that new One Piece series. I mean, holy shit, everyone hit the gym hard for that show. Even the canonically fat girl who turns thin in the anime hit the fuck out of the gym in real life. Welcome back to old Hollywood, where very few people on screen are ugly.
Yeah, too bad. Too bad. There's a thing. Too bad. It looks like AI slop, which is sad. It's so sad that it looks like AI slop. It's okay, most people have them either from weight gain or weight love. Live with them, weakling. I hate you. I hate you. I do. How you get white scars on your white skin, Poke? If you work out and you get like muscle very fast, you will get stretch marks. And they eventually scar in then in this case. Okay, once they're scarred, it's harder to remove them. Not impossible, but harder. Can be expensive. Stretch marks really aren't important though. Okay.
Getting a double jaw surgery in a couple weeks from now. So that's probably the furthest it goes, is plastic surgery.
To be clear, I think Clavicular is retarded for wanting plastic surgery. No homo, but he's already there. He doesn't need any more looks maxing.
Why are you doing that? You're a good-looking guy.
Well, you know, because I want to look better.
Look, I would get it if you looked like some mutant and you had some deformities and it was really messing up your life. But you're...
Yo, stop! Stop! You're talking about me! Don't attack me like this! How dare you! Hey, yo! I want to live! I'm not gonna do surgery. I'm also over-exaggerating.
Tall, muscular, you've got defined bone features. Why do you need to go further?
Well, you know, just because you're already doing okay or you're well off, is that a reason to quit? Is that a reason to sort of put the brakes on? That seems a little ridiculous.
Again, he's being stupid. However, that's not to say that things like pharmaceutical enhancements and plastic surgery don't vastly improve people's appearances. This picture has been going around the internet recently. A little finasteride could have saved this guy's life. As for plastic surgery, it's the same thing with the makeup cope. Guys don't hate plastic surgery. The same guys who will shit on plastic surgery will go goon to Instagram models with like 5 odd.
The problem is, and that's just a harsh truth, to look good, you need money. And most young men currently lack more and more of that. You can only be attractive, really, if you have money. Okay, right, weight loss is free, right? But gaining muscle, you need a proper diet for that. Most people cannot do that. That's just the harsh truth. You need money for that. And seeing how more and more men are dropping out of school, out of college, out of the workplace, out of society in general. You gotta get the men first back into their shit. And then you can actually give them that advice. But that's not gonna happen, right? I know exactly what this looks like. I am that kind of man.
Obvious BBL surgeries. What people actually don't like is bad plastic surgery. like buccal fat removals. That shit should be outlawed. Who is telling women that this looks good? However, when it comes to things like nose surgeries from a competent surgeon, holy shit does it make a difference. Again, facial aesthetics is the most important thing when it comes to being attractive. Like, I don't see why this is some sort of big spiritual crisis to want to look better. I can see why there may
Is Squidward, is that you? Moving on.
have been philosophy around this in the past, but in these days, we have technology that will fix tons of these issues. The only place where I would say it's a real problem is if you have a plastic surgery addiction. Plastic surgery can be addictive for some people, so you gotta know when to leave the table and cash out. Otherwise, you'll end up looking like a disgusting mess. For example, if you get so much plastic surgery that you end up looking like the Wizard Liz by the time you're 26 years old.
Signs your partner's cheating on you. Yeah, she would know. She would know. Yeah, diet maintaining is tough. Look at the burgers, man. It really isn't. It really isn't. So I got today 180 grams of protein simply through eating fish, and not even high calorie fish. Right? Simple. It's quite easy. It's quite easy. But like, it can be expensive to hit all your macros, hit all that stuff, right? It can be quite expensive. You need money to look good, but if you don't have money, then you're kind of cooked.
I'll be honest, I'm going to make fun of you because I care and I don't want other people following in your footsteps. Now, as for the drugs, first, speak to a medical professional, and I will say that stuff that will heavily enhance your appearance, like Accutane or finasteride, are not harmless. Accutane is for acne, and finasteride is to stop hair loss. So I will say that these drugs do have side effects. I'm not going to deny that. But I think the side effects of both are vastly overstated, unless you're a woman. Sorry, looks maxing for guys is much easier. But both of these drugs are decades old, they're well studied, and for the most part, they're incredibly safe if you work with a doctor and understand the limitations of the medication. I will say that if you want to weigh your options, there are probably lots of things that you do that are worse for you than Accutane. Again, I think it's stupid to ignore appearance.
You ever see young Hillary, like pictures of younger Hillary?
She wasn't too bad.
Can I say something that's going to get everyone mad? I think she actually looked pretty good, young Hillary.
Not good enough to stop Bill Clinton from cheating on her.
I'm sorry, that clip was
diabolical. How much did you lose? You mean weight? Currently 3 kilograms. It's still a long way though. The initial weight loss to a certain degree is easy, but it'll get harder and harder because you need to lower calories more and more. Okay, give a medical disclaimer, please. There will be no medical disclaimer. Adapt or die.
Wasn't necessary. I just hate Hillary Clinton, and I thought the statement was funny. Now, as for a final point from Clav, I actually think at this moment he was spot on.
I'm saying for young men to succeed, they need to put themselves in the forefront, and all the other stuff about, society, the direction it's taking, that needs to take a back seat for their individual struggle because they're really not doing well. Men are doing worse than they ever have in almost every metric. And the only way to overcome that is just focusing on oneself to the maximum. And there's no place for any of the stuff that, you're talking about in that mentality.
He's right. If you're 18 and your life isn't going well, then doom-scrolling politics on the internet is not going to help you. And also, your opinions for society...
Nah, must become chud. Cannot control myself. Must become chud. Bitch, you wanna get banned again? Nah, this video is fine. He literally said that, don't do it in the video. And obviously, yeah, don't do it if you were not aware of the potential consequences. I'm at 60 again, by the way. I am chilling now at 77. However, we do want, obviously, we do want 68. We do want that.
At large aren't particularly useful if you don't have your shit together. I didn't show it, but Michael Knowles spends so much effort pushing back on this sentiment from Clav. However, this is exactly what Jordan Peterson was saying 10 years ago, before his daughter destroyed his reputation. If you're asking how to create political change and make society better, then understand at 18, you don't have the power to change shit. Build yourself up, learn more about the world, and then you can help turn where you live into a better place. Anyway, it's time for some nuance. I mentioned before that I really don't like clavicular. There's a number of reasons for why, but for this last part, I want to ignore most of the drama and just focus on the stuff that's in my area of expertise.
I don't really like to talk on any issues I don't have too much authority on.
Right, that's a very mature thing to say. Honestly, I don't think he's stupid. However, what I do think is that he's promoting some horrendously dangerous behaviors to a lot of people unnecessarily, not because he's a looks maxer, but because he's a drug addict looking for an excuse to use.
You do meth.
Yeah, I haven't done meth in 2 weeks, but I do meth, yeah. Stimulants cause appetite suppressants. I'm trying to maintain my leanness, because the leaner you are, the more angular your face. And while I do use GLP-1s, sometimes that's not enough to suppress my appetite. So I need to, rely on stimulants.
What? I mean, you could just not be a pussy and deal with being a little bit hungry. You know you're telling your audience to follow in your footsteps, right?
I advocate.
True. Right? Stop being a pussy. See, I get weight, but that's also due being heartbroken and like food for comfort, right? Makes sense, right? I do that. Food for comfort. However, I can deal with being a little hungry. And the initial, right? Once you're like a certain, like, once you have a certain routine, you're gonna not be as hungry anymore after a while, right? It's like fine. Yeah, sufficiently packed. You are in comparison to me as well, though. So silence.
Against stimulants, I don't think that kids should be prescribed Adderall at the ages they are.
Yeah.
I think that people are going to misuse their stimulant prescription more than not, in more cases than not. So I'm very against it. I'm just open with everything that I do. I don't openly advocate for anyone to do this, right? I think a lot more people are going to wind up fucking themselves over, or screwing themselves over if they are to go this route, rather than, if they were to decide, to stay natural.
Oh, right. So this guy's a real philosopher. He's a real do as I say, not as I do type of guy. Gee, no one's ever thought of that before. Clav, you know that doesn't matter, right? People aren't going to listen to you saying, yeah, don't do this thing that I did that totally worked. It's bad for you. That's not how people behave. For example, you have Trainwreck out here who profited like hundreds of millions of dollars by promoting gambling on his stream. But don't worry, guys.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy, and there was like a huge drama where they even got into like even into like criminal stuff. So that's that. You can't keep your weight as it is without meth. Eat meth, then you probably shouldn't be that weight. Probably, very much, yeah. Buddy, almost the same height, and soon almost the same weight. Soon almost the same weight. Don't you worry. I'm gonna be there. And then I'm gonna chuck you into the sun or something. You all short, don't argue. True. You are taller.
Trainwreck said that gambling is bad for you.
Do not gamble. Do not start. Gambling is entertainment and entertainment only. You won't break even. You won't win. You won't do any of that. Do you understand? You will only go into debt and ruin your fucking life. I do this because I fucking love it. I do it all the time. It's entertainment for people who can afford it. And that's it. You will lose.
Guys, learn human psychology. If you're watching Trainwreck's stream, you're probably a gambling addict. I hate gambling, so why would I be entertained by some loser playing slots? More importantly, what gambling addict doesn't know it's bad for them? Of course they know it's bad.
Obviously, I feel like this does need to be said. Then again, I play gacha games, though I don't spend any money on gacha games, so we good. I don't weigh 70 kgs, though. You weigh in the lower 60s, though, and I'm gonna be below 70s, so I'll be getting you almost. Crazy, huh?
They can't stop, and watching people gamble triggers them to use, just like an alcoholic early in recovery gets triggered by watching people drink. I'm almost certain that Trainwreck just said that to cover his ass, and not because he genuinely has empathy for addicts. Though, honestly, if addicts are going to do stupid shit, that's their choice, I guess. I really don't have a lot of sympathy for people who are choosing to continue their pathological behaviors. But outside of that, what Clavicular is actually doing here is giving meth heads a justification for using.
If you say don't do what I'm doing, why are you doing it?
Because I have enough willpower to be able to taper off of meth.
You're going to tell me that you don't have enough willpower to deal with a little bit of hunger, but you do have enough willpower to taper off addictive drugs? This is ridiculous cope. Every addict says, but I can control it when they do drugs. And actually, because he's young.
Yeah, I said that with coffee, and then I sat there and was like drinking 7 of them a day. I'm back to 2. I'm back to 2, but I definitely developed a caffeine addiction. Almost a close one. We're not the same. Almost. Regardless, I was at 7. Now I'm back to 2. See? That's how you do it.
Right now, he probably is able to limit his intake, but it won't always be like that.
Your social experience in school, though, how was that?
What age range are we talking about?
I guess like right around 13, 14 is what I'm thinking.
Well, that would have been during the pandemic, so I was in online school.
Wow, I did not realize how young 19 was until he said he was like 14 during COVID. He also started taking testosterone around that time that he bought off the internet, so he might have been a—
Holy fuck, I feel old. Jeez. What was I doing? I didn't have the looks problems at 14, 13. I was happy.
victim of the Keffel-sponsored drug trafficking website for transgender kids. Also, Keffels never went to prison for that. I believe nobody got in trouble for it. By the way, this guy goes on testosterone for 5 years for the extreme glory of being able to bench 135 pounds.
Get it, 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 get it. No. There you go. Almost. Fuck. Was that
For context, this was clipped for Twitter out of context to make him look worse, but I believe he benched it 7 times, not twice. Still, holy shit, you are really weak for a guy who's on steroids. I mean, Mumdani is not that far behind you. It doesn't take that much work for a guy to bench over 135 without steroids. And I do want a tangent on this for a second.
How much is 135? I need to see. I thought it was late 20s. No, he's not. I was applying for colleges. At 13, 14? What? Wait. Back then. Okay. In kg? That's all? Wait. That's just 61 kilograms. Wait, that is weak. I can do more than he does. What on earth? And without steroids, by the way. Why attack Mumdani, bruh? Because he is tax the rich while putting more taxes on the poor. He is a very special being. Oh yeah, everything's gonna be free, right? Everything's gonna be free. And then like I'm gonna make public transit even more expensive. How much? He was pressing 135 pounds. That's 61 kilograms. I can do more than this man. Easily. That's not even a contest.
Second, because some guys think they need to gym self for like 2 hours a day to build muscle. That's not necessary. For one, from a looks maxing perspective, most women hate the super muscular look. Second, you can get a pretty nice physique and lift pretty heavy amounts of weight after some time by doing a total body workout with 2 sets of 6 to 8 reps per exercise with a 1 to 2 minute break in between, and be in and out of the gym in around 30 minutes depending on how crowded it is. Do it 3 times a week. And
it's actually even easier. Just literally do the bro split, right? Just literally do the split, right? Easy. And do like 3 sets to muscle failure. You don't need more. You legit don't need more than just do 3 sets of whatever you're doing to muscle failure and you live. And you live. You will gain muscle, right? Because like the thing of like do like this many sets for this many reps is asinine. It's bullshit, right? Because you can do that and not hit muscle failure. And then you don't grow. You need to hit muscle failure. Hit that and you good. Hit that and you're good. Becoming a drug addict just to lift 135 pounds is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Like, stop it, get some help. For what? I didn't even do anything. Don't ego lift. I don't ego lift. I did once. 100 kilograms. I almost fucking died. I barely got done 1 rep. I'm not doing another one. I'm not trying this out again. I almost fucking died because I almost like this was almost too much.
And this will build your muscle at least until you are maximally attractive to women. So this is not horrendous amounts of work, and unless lifting weights is an extreme hobby of yours, you should not be doing these crazy long workouts. There needs to be less discussion of what Mr. Olympia is doing and more discussion about what the most time-efficient thing to do is, especially for people who are nowhere near their genetic potential. You can get away with a lot if you aren't close to maxing out. But also, believe it or not, these are not the only drugs that Clav uses. And of course, he's got a moral cope for it.
I don't really think that people should be drinking and doing recreationally for the most part, and I know that would appear super hypocritical because I do it a good amount, but it's just something that I utilize for my work, for my content, because I can't really like...
Also, it's important to remember, muscle does not equate to strength. That is very important. Muscle does not equate to strength. They're not necessarily... They are correlating to a degree, but not necessarily, right? Because somebody can be very athletic and lift a lot, while somebody who looks huge isn't necessarily able to lift a lot. These don't necessarily correlate. Not fully, at least.
function around people too well, or be super entertaining in my sober state, I think.
Using drugs to manage emotions is key behavior of addicts. That's like the #1 reason that people can't quit drugs. Let me just go on another self-improvement tangent here, because a lot of kids who are in school during COVID, like Clavicular was, have extreme levels of social anxiety, and you do not need drugs to solve this problem. You need meditation. And what I mean by that is that to get rid of any anxiety issues, all you have to do is learn how to bring your mind away from whatever thoughts are causing you the anxiety. If you can distract yourself with something else and stay focused on that for an extended period of time, the anxiety will go away, and when you get good at that, you will no longer have anxiety issues. Anxiety is actually an incredibly simple problem to solve. You know, maybe delete TikTok off your phone if you want to learn how to maintain focus for long periods of time. But like I said, make no mistake.
Nah, I need my daily dose of white women on TikTok complaining that men aren't approaching them. I watched one video, a singular video, just one. I did not interact with it at all, except watching it, right? And then my entire For You page was flooded with white women complaining that men aren't approaching them. Hilarious. It's amazing. I love it. Hey, I mean, most dudes probably can't do 50, honestly.
Clav is an intense drug addict, and he is just coping.
The worst time I got exposed for my .org threads is I used to document literally everything I did back in 2024 at work. And someone sent all my .org threads to one of my managers about me being drunk pretty much every single day, me constantly being high on blow at work all the time, just outlining all my degeneracies, how I was basically slaying. The thing is, I was so good at my job that I could do that. I could get away with being drunk literally every day.
Right, so he was frequently doing drugs, but he was able to do them at work, so I'll wait for him to call himself a functional addict. But I think you guys get my point. My primary issue is not the looks-maxing ideology that made him popular. It's the fact that he's choosing incredibly short-term and dangerous solutions to his problems, and then promoting them to tons of people. And worse, he's doing those things.
Or it is incredibly damaging for a gain that could have been done in a healthy way. True, it is very much just, a lot of this stuff is just cope.
Things to achieve success and results that he could easily achieve naturally, because the reality is that becoming successful is the part that's simple, especially in terms of social media. Lots of people go viral and then flame out minutes later like the Hawktua chick. The hard part is sustained success. The hard part is taking these little victories.
Remember, guys, she went from Hawktua on that thing to actually Hawktuaing on that thing. Remember, she went from Haley Welch to Haley Wench.
victories and turning them into a 10 or a 20-year career or longer. But everything Clavicular is doing is short-term, and what I mean by that is that the odds of him having a catastrophic downfall or the odds of him experiencing heavy complications from drug addiction is very high. The way you actually sustain success and not become one of those losers who eventually blames the algorithm for
Yeah, I mean, this isn't in the video, but he did collapse recently and like start shaking on the ground like a crazy person. He's already experiencing health issues.
views the minute that people start getting bored of them is to take the long route that is slow and boring, but provided that you take the time to learn and understand the principles of success in your market, it will result in explosive growth once you've paid your dues. A decent book that lists a lot of the principles of sustained success, it's called Good to Great. You'll do a lot better listening to people who have been successful for a while than to listen to someone whose game plan is to take a bunch of chemicals that are very likely to destroy your life with addiction or cause you to die young from an overdose. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's the end of the video, and well, there's not much to say. I think everything was said. Yeah, I think Clavicular will be gone as quickly as he came. I'm gonna be real, right? We've seen this multiple times, right? He'd be dead by 30, probably. We've seen this a couple of times, right? Tate, gone. What other like crazy person appeared and just and quickly disappeared, right? You get the idea, right? It's gonna be like for a moment, for a while, and then he'll just be gone as usual. That's the thing. Cicada, Poke, dude. If you're begging like a dog, it will treat you like a dog, and you get nothing. At this point. At this point, I will be doing it like that. I will do what I want to watch. I will watch what I want to watch and what I desire to watch. Alright, kiddos. Alright, kiddos. Okay, let's see what Croc send in. Let's see it. Every type of Croc. Every type of crocodile. In this case, every type of Croc. Okay, that's interesting. We'll do that. But first, I will take a break. I am your pet, so yes. Obviously. First, I will quick who's the dog? Not you, you're an apple. A tiny little apple. First, I will take a break though. I'll be right back. And I also need to block out the sun because I'm getting grilled here. I am being turned into getting cooked. It's nice. I'll be right back. The sun is gone. And so am I. Anyways, block out the sun. It's 6 p.m. in Germany. How sunset is cooking you? Because, so basically, the way I sit, I am almost facing the window. And when the sunset happens, I get looked at the sun basically, it's like being in the eye of Sauron. That makes sense, right? And then also my model probably doesn't properly work anymore. Also, I don't want to be in the sun. I want to be the whitest white boy who has ever whited on this planet. I want to be such a white boy that I could basically look like a vampire. I want to be like a white wall. Anyways, moving on. Regardless. All right, so we'll do the video that Crocker wanted me to do. After that, we'll do the MILFs. Let me click something so it appears.
American alligator.
After that, we'll do the MILFs, right? Poke is dead, rip. Happens. And then we'll do the job interview one, which is interesting. Right? We'll do the job interview one. Makes sense. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Here we go. First, this alligator one or crocodile one. The crocodile. Every crocodile type explained in 18 minutes. God damn it. By Dolphin Explains. We're gonna look at that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Bye-bye. I must leave. Take care, Eliza. Bye-bye. And, yeah. Well, anyways, we'll look at this. We'll look at this. I am curious. How dare you say the J word? Job. Anyways, we'll go into it. We'll go into it. We'll see what these crocodiles look like. But a crocodile is not an alligator. Aren't they even considered not the same species? Anyways, moving on. I think at least. We'll see.
American alligator. The most dangerous thing about an alligator isn't its teeth. It's that you already know it's there, and you're still walking toward the water. The American alligator has existed in essentially its current form for millions of years.
Yeah, I'd be careful. I'd be careful. Otherwise Clavicula will shoot you if you were an American alligator. Yep, they are pretty good at survival.
It survived the asteroid that ended the dinosaurs. It outlasted every megafauna that shared its swamp. It watched the last ice age from below the waterline and simply waited it out. Today, it occupies golf course ponds, suburban drainage ditches, and backyard swimming pools across the American Southeast. A prehistoric apex predator that didn't adapt to human expansion so much as it ignored.
Simply put, it is known as the swamp puppy. It is the swamp puppy. The fact that like these guys have been around for so long is interesting. I would have eventually, we should start domesticating them so we can have proper swamp puppies.
Ignored it entirely. When it bites, it doesn't chew. It locks, drops its body weight, and spins. Bone, tendon, and joint, separated mechanically, without frustration, without...
In other words, it bites, locks in, and then just rotates. We are doing what's called a pro gamer move and rotating. How could you be afraid of something so cute? That is not cute. Look at these teeth. That is not cute. Nah, we're good. The mandible, by the way, since we've watched a video about it, looks maxing. Cervical vertebrae is there, then the spinal cord, obviously. Pterygoid muscles, mandibular abductor muscle, and the maxilla. Wow.
without hesitation, in a technique unchanged for tens of millions of years, because nothing about it needed changing. The water goes still. The only sound is pressure. Here's the part
when you're so good in the meta that God doesn't know how to nerve you in a meaningful way.
nobody mentions, though. Statistically, the alligator is one of the least likely wild animals to kill you in North America. It generally avoids humans, unless someone feeds it. Feed an alligator once, and it stops processing you as irrelevant. You don't become a friend. You become a category, and that reclassification, once made, doesn't reverse. It survived mass extinction, continental drift, and 5 ice ages.
Sorry, Croco. I am no longer feeding you. I am no longer feeding you. I have now realized that if I feed you, you're gonna eventually start eating me. Is it 1:10 in the morning at your town lately? Not necessarily, no. I mean, it's now warm, but like, nah.
The one thing that keeps getting it killed is a retired man in cargo shorts with a hot dog. Survival chance, 87%. Drops to 11% the moment you name it. But if the alligator is the one you've heard of, what comes next is the one that made the rest of this list feel like a warm-up. Saltwater crocodile. The saltwater crocodile is the largest living reptile on Earth, and the open ocean.
The open ocean. Yep, that is a saltwater crocodile, and they go num quite hard. Yeah. Didn't we watch a video? I forgot which one it was. But they were talking about their long, thick tails poison the food, Poke. I will poison the food for these crocodiles and for this croco.
Is just another habitat it decided to claim. Found across Southeast Asia, Northern Australia, and the Indo-Pacific, Crocodylus porosus has been documented hundreds of kilometers offshore, navigating between islands in open water with the calm purposefulness of something that has never once considered the concept of a natural predator. It grows past 6 meters. It generates a bite force of roughly 3,700 pounds per square inch, the highest measured of any living animal. And it delivers that force in a sustained, directional lock while dragging prey below the surface. But the bite isn't the terrifying.
So the bite doesn't obliterate you, it will just drown you. Well, modern problems require modern solutions.
Part. The waiting is. Saltwater crocodiles submerge, regulate their heartbeat to near stillness, and hold position for hours. The water above them shows nothing. Flat, opaque, warm. No ripple. No silhouette. You're standing at the bank washing your hands, or collecting water, or doing something completely ordinary, and it's been watching you since before you arrived. Documented attacks occur most frequently during routine shoreline activity, not during anything reckless. The crocodile wasn't provoked. It was already there. According to accounts from communities across...
So you're saying me bro knows? Are you telling me bro understands like day schedules, patterns of behavior? That'd be terrifying.
Northern Australia and coastal Papua New Guinea, people don't stop going to the water. They simply learn to move differently near it. The awareness that something might be watching changes the texture of every ordinary moment near the shoreline. The air feels closer. The water looks deeper than it is. Survival chance, 14%. And only if it wasn't already watching you walk down to the bank. But if the saltwater crocodile owns the Indo-Pacific, there's one that owns something far older, a river that built civilization and quietly collected its tithe, Nile crocodile. The ancient Egyptians built a god in its image, and the Nile crocodile accepted that as nothing more than accurate. Crocodylus niloticus has occupied the Nile and sub-Saharan Africa for millennia, and according to ancient Egyptian belief, the god Sobek,
a fucking crocodile god? That is rather interesting. The guys were so menacing, they started praying to God. See, Poke, I'm a god. Well, then you should capitalize the G. But you are not, there's only one god.
Crocodile-headed, river-ruling, and morally indifferent, embodied the Nile's central paradox. The same water that fed the crops could pull you under in 4 seconds. Temples kept live crocodiles as sacred animals. Priests adorned them with gold and linen. The crocodiles accepted the reverence, ate when hungry, and made no theological distinctions. Today, the Nile crocodile is responsible for more documented human fatalities than any other crocodilian species. Hundreds of deaths per year across sub-Saharan Africa, according to documented accounts.
Well, it is an important river where it is easy to access water, so it kind of makes sense that you would have a lot of human deaths, considering that humans need to live there. Right? That makes sense.
Precise figures vary by region and reporting access. It times its strike to the moment of maximum exposure, the exact second a limb extends over the surface, and the strike itself produces almost no sound before contact. But here's what the myth actually means. Nile crocodiles are documented cooperative hunters. Multiple individuals position around prey in coordinated formation, using their bodies to corral fish or control access to a carcass. Spatial reasoning, group tactics, in an animal with a brain roughly the size of a walnut.
Not bad, not bad. I guess small brain still is capable of doing great things. Rather interesting. The size of a walnut is crazy. Huh.
Every civilization that built along the Nile built around the crocodile, not by conquering it, but by accepting that the river came with a cost, and that the cost had teeth. Sobek was the god of fertility, water, and military power. The crocodile didn't need the mythology to justify any of that. It was already operating that way.
But why the fertility? I guess because of the Nile and, like, the water that was needed from the Nile, but, like, why fertility? Hopefully not human fertility. Otherwise, this guy can stay far away from me.
Survival chance, 22%. Higher if you avoid the water. Lower if you've ever described the Nile as peaceful. Gharial. The gharial looks like something designed to be terrifying, and then quietly reassigned. Native to the rivers of the Indian subcontinent, primarily the Chambal and Gandak, Gavialis gangeticus carries a lineage that diverged from other crocodilians tens of millions of years.
Bro looks a bit goofy, honestly. How threatening are we talking? Because bro looks a little goofy.
Years ago. 4 meters of ancient, cold-blooded prehistory, lined with over 100 interlocking teeth.
What on earth? Well, these are certainly AI generated. You want to know why? Why is there a crocodile with 2 heads? Okay, this is the one crocodile is based on. Yeah, but why does it have 2 heads? What is going on? That's a lot of heads.
Lurking in the shallows of sacred rivers, and it eats fish. Only fish. That long, narrow snout, precision engineered over geological time, cannot open wide enough to threaten a human being. The gharial cannot raise itself efficiently onto land. It cannot perform a death roll. In the water, it moves like smoke, but on the bank, it barely moves at all, lying pale and enormous and completely harmless in the
Why does bro get grilled? And no one bothered to fix it? The AI, yeah. Yeah. So it would seem. It's funny though. This man is getting grilled. Okay, well, this one's not threatening.
Afternoon heat. According to Hindu tradition, the Ganges and its tributaries are sacred spaces, and the gharial and the Gangetic River dolphin both occupy those waters as protected animals, revered rather than feared. Here's the twist. The gharial is critically endangered. with fewer than 1,000 mature individuals remaining in the wild, according to current conservation assessments. And it wasn't hunted to that edge because anyone feared it. Its rivers were dammed, drained, and mined for sand. The most harmless crocodilian alive is disappearing not because it threatened anyone, but because no one thought about it at all. It survived 10.
Typical. Typical, typical, typical. I blame you. Yes, you, Joe. I blame you. This is a speed type Pokemon. There's no speed type, but it is a speed Pokemon, definitely.
Of millions of years of evolutionary pressure and mass extinction events. It could not survive irrigation infrastructure. There's a particular kind of tragedy in something that outlasted the dinosaurs losing to agricultural development. It didn't need you to be afraid of it. Apparently, it needed you to notice it existed. But if the gharial retreated from human civilization, what comes next moved directly into it and started checking the water pressure. Mugger.
All right, the mugger crocodile. Ain't no way. Hi, Shine Duck. Today took the perfect photo of the crystallon. That's interesting. Hey, I've words against these people. Doesn't matter. You are part of these people. They are your people.
Crocodile. The mugger crocodile has been found in wells, temple ponds, irrigation canals, and flooded city streets, and it does not appear to find any of this unusual. Crocodilus palustris, the marsh crocodile of the Indian subcontinent, Iran, and Sri Lanka, takes its common name from the Hindi word magar, meaning water monster, though opportunistic urban settler.
That's definitely sound more like a mugger, like somebody who steals. Anyways, you know, this is the one that is based on me, so it would seem in this case. Well, that's why the glasses are there. Ha! Interesting.
Would be equally accurate. It is a generalist in the most unsettling sense. It eats fish, birds, mammals, and carrion, excavates burrows to survive drought, travels overland between water sources, and has been documented entering villages during monsoon flooding and simply declining to leave once the water receded. It interprets every expansion of human settlement as a potential new habitat, which is either remarkable adaptability or a complete disregard for the concept of private property, depending on your perspective. But here's what nobody mentions. At several...
I guess bro just is there, right? And just wants to like live his best life, and where there's humans, there is best life, so he will just stay with receiving and gaining his best life. He is a homie after all. By the way, that's a lot.
Sites across India and Pakistan, including the documented Mugger Pier Shrine, Mugger crocodiles, and human communities, occupy the same physical space in a negotiated coexistence that has persisted for generations. Pilgrims approach. Priests feed them. The crocodiles accept this with the composure of something that understood the arrangement before anyone explained it. The crocodile did not soften. The humans simply stopped flinching, which is either profound spiritual harmony or a very slow collective risk assessment. Survival chance, 61%.
How did they even collect? How does he even calculate the survival chance? How could you be afraid of these when they make them so cute in the animation? First of all, those are PNGs, not animation. Second of all, they're not cute IRL. They will snap your bones.
Significantly lower if you mistake the temple pond for a decorative water feature. The mugger adapted to human presence by becoming comfortable around people. What comes next adapted by becoming smarter than it should be. Cuban crocodile. The Cuban crocodile is small.
Is it also communist? Right? Does it share the food? Right? Is it? I don't know.
Fast, hunts on land, and exists in 2 swamps. The ground was the one thing you had left, and now you don't have that either. Crocodilus rhombifer is endemic to Cuba, the Zapata Swamp and Lanier Swamp on Isla de la Juventud, the most geographically restricted crocodilian on Earth. critically endangered, its entire wild population compressed into 2 ecosystems by centuries of hunting and habitat destruction. Fossil records suggest it once ranged across the Caribbean. Now it fits in 2 wetlands, and within those 2 wetlands, it evolved longer hind legs relative to its body size than almost any other crocodilian, giving it a more upright, mobile gait across solid.
What on earth? Yeah, that'd be terrifying. This is just a crocodile man at this point. I am half man, half crocodile. That is crazy. That's the wrong depiction here. Definitely. Those are man legs.
Ground. It jumps. Documented accounts describe coordinated group behavior during hunts.
Next, you're gonna tell me it flies too. This motherfucker jumps?
Multiple individuals moving in concert to pursue and corner terrestrial prey. A critically endangered crocodile that coordinates with other crocodiles and jumps is the most alarming combination of attributes on this entire list. Here's the part that actually matters. The Cuban crocodile is hybridizing with the American crocodile in the wild, a genetic blending that threatens the taxonomic distinctiveness of both species. The most behaviorally sophisticated small crocodilian in the Western Hemisphere may dissolve its own identity through interbreeding. Whether that's a conservation tragedy or the most aggressive survival strategy ever attempted by an animal on the edge of extinction is genuinely an open question.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? They're immigrating and then mixing. They're gonna be outbred. It is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do for your traits to continue. And in this case, you're gonna see jumping American crocodiles that run on land.
Survival chance, 44%. Drops to 9% if there's more than one and you're more than a few feet from the water. But if the Cuban crocodile is dangerous because of what it learned, the next one is dangerous simply because of where it lives. Black Caiman. The Amazon already wants you dead. The Black Caiman is just the part of it.
We got crocodiles from the hood. That's rather interesting. However, do they also have do they have guns? Do they shoot you?
That moves. Melanosuchus niger is the largest predator in the Amazon basin, reaching 5 meters or beyond according to documented accounts, though maximum size estimates vary by source, and the apex crocodilian of the Western Hemisphere. Its hide is dark enough that in the Amazon's blackwater rivers, at night, it produces no silhouette, no reflection. The water simply shifts, and then it's there. It was hunted nearly to extinction in the mid-20th century, populations collapsing under commercial hide trading before protections were introduced. The animal that outsiders classified as a threat was almost erased, not by anything it did, but by what it was worth dead. Its recovery is considered a conservation success. It is also, once again, the dominant predator in the most biodiverse and dangerous ecosystem on Earth, hunting at night, invisible, targeting prey up.
Then again, the Amazon rainforest literally is just Australia on steroids. So, there's that. I guess they also have crocodiles. So you have a black brother. So it would seem. So it would seem.
Up to the size of tapirs, and, according to documented accounts, humans. But here's what the myth actually means. Indigenous communities throughout the Amazon have coexisted with black caimans for centuries, incorporating them into cosmology and navigating the river with an understanding of caiman behavior that outsiders took generations to begin documenting. The animal classified externally as a monster is, for those who live alongside it, simply a neighbor. An apex neighbor with a particular dietary range, but a neighbor. The market that almost killed it is still operating. The black caiman is larger now than it was when the protections came in. It came back.
ancient caiman is, in other words, small, while the modern giant is, well, giant. That's interesting, though.
Back, and it didn't come back smaller. Survival chance, 31%. That number assumes you see it first, which you won't. But everything on this list has been a species, a pattern, a category, a type. What closes it out is different. It's a single animal with a name. Gustav. Gustav is not a species.
The Gustav! Well, we remember that. We remember that. Poke's getting cancelled for your racist remarks. Finally, I have been waiting. Gustav. There he is.
He is an individual Nile crocodile, named, documented, and estimated by researchers to have killed over 300 people along the shores of Lake Tanganyika and the Ruzizi River in Burundi. French naturalist and filmmaker Patrice Fay first documented and named him in the late 1990s, spending years attempting to capture or study him. By Fay's estimates, Gustav exceeds 6 meters in length and weighs over 900 kilograms, though all measurements are observational. He has never been captured. 3 bullet scars mark his body. A chunk is missing from his right shoulder. Whatever left it did not finish the job. Gustav's size makes him too large to efficiently hunt the prey Nile crocodiles typically target, so he hunts large mammals, hippos, buffalo, and humans.
You are telling this man hunts hippos? Well, that explains why he looks so fucked up in this case, but good for him.
Opportunistically, but in documented patterns of return to specific village areas along the lakeshore, causing entire communities to relocate according to reported accounts. Patrice Fay built a large floating cage trap with live bait and came closer to capturing Gustav than anyone before or since. Gustav approached. He assessed it. He left. His last confirmed sighting was in 2015, though reports remain inconsistent and difficult to verify. By Fay's estimates, he is now in his 60s.
So we have not seen this one in over a decade now. Well, I don't know.
Elderly for a crocodile, which means nothing, because crocodiles do not age in any direction that affects what they are. Here's the part that makes the rest of this list feel different, in retrospect. Every other entry is a species, a pattern, a category of animal you can study, map, and measure. Gustav is a person. Not metaphorically, he has a name, a documented history, and a face that researchers who have spent years looking for him recognize on sight. Patrice Fay sat across from him, close enough to count the scars, and understood in some immediate and irreversible way that the crocodile was also conducting an assessment. And then Gustav chose to leave. That time. Survival chance. 0% if he selects you. 100% if he doesn't. He selects. Every animal on this list is a version of the same answer to the same question. What does something look like that evolution gave up trying to improve? The answer, across every continent, every river system.
He's my dad. I learned from him how to delete you in the future. Well, I guess I gotta put it through bullet holes then and see what happens, huh? In this case, 3 arrow holes. Yeah, the thing is, like, I think there was no improvement needed. Perfect build. 100% perfect build. Unless, like, humans came.
Every sacred temple pond and Blackwater Amazon tributary is the same. Patient, armored, ancient, and indifferent to your presence in any way that isn't nutritional. We spent this entire video measuring them by size, by kill count, by geographic range, by how many ways they've found to end a human life. And not one of them noticed. The alligator in the Florida drainage ditch and Gustav on the shores of Lake Tanganyika are operating on the same biological logic, refined over 200 million years into something so efficient it stopped needing refinement entirely. We built gods in their image. We built fences around them. We hunted some of them to the edge of extinction and called it progress. They were here before the first human being looked at a river and decided it was safe. They will assess that question on their own terms, in their own time, and they have never once needed our permission. If you want to see more, click the video on screen now.
Anyways, that is rather interesting. In other words, these big boys will enjoy your meat. They will eat you and very much enjoy it. Yeah, the only one that was like interesting right on this list is Gustav, though we have heard from this man before. Well, man, lizard, whatever. And then the Cuban one and the American crocodile, they're just mixing. So will it be the Cuban American crocodile? But what's the difference between the Cuban and the American crocodile? Because isn't the Cuban crocodile also an American crocodile? Anyways, rather interesting. Very interesting. Just saying. Anyways, that was a fun video. That was a fun video with crocodiles. Now, let's look at, obviously, MILFs. You heard that. MILFs.
Hello, students.
We're going to look at MILFs. And after we have looked at MILFs, we're going to look at, I will eat you, and I will eat you back in this case. We're going to look at other things. The interview, right? The interview, unless Salmax isn't back again. Then I guess not. Regardless, here we go. MILF. Hag. Cougar explained by Professor Lando. I know that Hag is an older woman, right? The cougar is the one that goes specifically for younger men, and the MILF is just a mom. A hot mom, technically. Anyways, I have no idea. We'll look at this. This is by Professor Lando. I have no idea. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go. It can't be that bad, right?
My name is Professor Lando. I'm an educator here at the esteemed Ligma University. Now, whether it's furries or femboys, or twinks to twunks, I teach about the important subjects. And in today's lecture, we're taking a look at a slightly older topic and a question. What exactly is the difference between a MILF and a hag? Now, I assume
one's a mom, the other one is just old. That is what I would consider the difference.
Most people are familiar with what a MILF is, but in case you're unfamiliar, I think it's a good time for a quick refresher. I noticed that my old video on the subject has some terribly decent audio. Not exactly sure what happened there, but it being 4 years since then anyways, I thought it would be the perfect time to revisit the subject with some additions and updates on the material. MILF is a noun, an acronym for a mother I'd like to frick. Now, although the term was circulating the internet for a while, MILF was popularized in the cultural zeitgeist when it appeared in the 1999 film American Pie.
MILF. Mom, I'd like to
And it's important to note that this is not to be confused with
I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, but like, I feel like that's like, I don't think we need much education on this, right? I'm pretty sure cougar goes for younger men. I could be wrong though.
with another acronym for the word MILF being the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, based in the Philippines, whose primary goal was to get an autonomous region for the Moro people. So again, that is not the MILF we are talking about in regards to today's class, although there might be MILFs in MILF, as in members of MILF may include people considered MILFs. They are in fact very separate things. So that is just a textbook definition of what a MILF is, but there is an important question we need to answer. Does a MILF have to literally be a mother? But before we answer that question, you need to know that as diligence.
Well, names have, like, definitions have meaning, so it must be a mom, or it must at least have a, I guess she must have the mom bod. I guess, a mom build, but aside from that, because there's essentially then no difference between a MILF and a hag. Or am I wrong?
Students of our esteemed university, you all spend countless hours online studying very cultured materials. But while researching those sensitive topics, you have to delve into the unknown and often dangerous places on the internet. Luckily, we can thank our partner, CyberGhost VPN, for sponsoring this video and giving us a tool to navigate the internet with peace of mind. Whether you're researching femboys or furries for a homework assignment, or studying the ethical considerations of MILFs or DILFs for a class project, you want to protect your privacy from shady websites and trackers, and most importantly, stay anonymous online. I'm currently doing research for a revamped lecture on Rule 34, and I'm spending a lot of time online in unfamiliar territories.
A revamped lecture. Hold up. Wait a minute. That's crazy.
To make sure I cover things I missed the first time around. So I'm personally using CyberGhost VPN to give me a better peace of mind. Simply select one of their over 100 locations before you browse to encrypt and reroute all your traffic through their secure servers. This way, no one will even know about your online activity or what you're studying. CyberGhost also unlocks geo-restricted games and content from over 40 streaming platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney+. And you can even get better deals online by simply changing your virtual location. Best part is, CyberGhost works on all devices with up to 7 at once. So you'll be covered whether you're locked up in your goon cave or on the move, or even share with family and friends. With our link in the description, you get their best deal ever, just $2.03 a month, plus 4 months for free, which is 84% off.
There's even a 45-day money-back guarantee.
So you have nothing to lose. Thank you again to CyberGhost for giving our class this amazing tool in protecting our privacy. Okay, so.
If the government wanted to find out what you goon do, they would. And they would find a way around your VPN. They already know what you goon to. Because they send all the data to the government. You're not escaping. They know what you do.
Does a MILF have to literally be a mother? The answer? No, a MILF does not have to literally be a mother, because I believe that the most important aspect of being a MILF is a character's MILFy energy. Now, how do we define MILFy energy?
So, are you saying they must be mother-like? Is that what the thing is? But then, even like a mid-20s woman could be mother-like, so would that still be a MILF? That's the problem, right?
Well, let's take a look at some examples. So here we have Danny Phantom's mom, Dexter's mom, and Nicole Watterson from the wonderful world of Gumball. 3 undeniably MILFy characters. Here we have a nurturing but protective demeanor across all these characters. They are all undeniably pretty thick, and the commonality here is the MILFy hair. There is a distinct curvy bob that most MILFy characters have, but as you can see, Nicole Watterson does not have hair, so we can say that the MILF bob is a strong indicator of MILFiness, but not necessarily a prerequisite to be a MILF. So let's take a look at a MILF that is not technically or explicitly a mother. Like Aunt May, played by actress Marissa Tomei in the Marvel Spider-Man movies. Although not technically Peter Parker's mother, Aunt May displays some maternal qualities as a caretaker, but again, not technically a mother. And undoubtedly, Marissa Tomei is clearly a MILF, especially in this movie. Alternatively, we can take a look.
So it is mother-like. That's basically what qualifies them as MILFs. Okay, then a hag is just an older woman, and a cougar is a woman that goes to younger men. That's the only, okay, we got this. End video, end video!
Look at a character that is technically a mother, but not a MILF. Like the Pokemon Kangaskhan, which
This is getting out of hand. Aunt May smash. I'd love to hit the Utah pose, right? With the ring. So I'm doing it right now. Imagine me doing the Utah pose from JJK. The ring up. You get the idea.
Shows that actual parenthood is not a prime indicator nor necessity of MILFhood, but ultimately the character does need to have some sort of motherliness about her, whether it's her demeanor, her figure, her hair, or some combination of all those. Okay, so now the question is, where do hags fit in all this? Well, when it comes to a discussion of older women in online spaces, older characters,
I would say older single women that don't have children. Older single women.
hags might often be confused for a MILF, but I'm here to clarify that they are actually very different and separate categories, almost opposites. So what exactly is a hag? A hag is a word to describe an ugly older woman. Now, this is a perfect example of practical sentiment going against the literal definition of a word, since people often use this term, hag, as a way to indicate their attraction to the character. Take a look at this example. This is Hosho Marine, a pirate-themed...
I am surprised that there is a VTuber. Anyways, I'm not surprised actually that there is a VTuber. Makes sense. Hags. There's one in front of me, an orange hair. I'm an unk, if anything. I'm an unk, if anything.
VTuber. Now, the core dynamic of Marine's hagdom is that she is an older woman in her 30s who behaves like someone much younger, often attempting to demonstrate cutesy behavior in the way that they...
So like a woman does like, how you doing, fella kids type of thing? I don't know.
talk or what they do. And importantly, this fact is teased by others and by her viewers for the dichotomy of the behavior with her age. But most importantly, this obvious attempt to be considered younger is seen as cute or attractive to people who like hags. This goes against the formal definition of a hag being simply an old, ugly woman. The opposite is true, actually. It's the fact that she is seen as too old that makes her behavior and thus classification as a hag an attractive quality. This can be summarized with one word: shame. Now, a key marker of hagdom is some sort of embarrassment, or again,
hagdom, nah, hag. Poke, you need to evolve into Dilf from hag soon. I'ma strike the Utah pose again. I'ma strike the Utah pose again. There, Utah pose.
shame. Whether that manifests through attempts to obfuscate their age or simply by trying to act younger, a hag is seen as performative in this nature. And also of note, hags in practice are not actually that ugly or that old. This is a key trait of hags. Contextually, they are compared to very extreme expectations of youthfulness, often to a comical level. Marine, being in her 30s, is not that old in general, but she is compared to idols in their late teens or early 20s. In a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, of course. This element can...
Obviously, that makes sense, right? She's on the older part. She's been around for quite some time. Eye Screaming Eye, nice, you're doing well. Not bad, good, good. Also, I'm immediately can't spell. Interested. Talking about MILFs, hags, and cougars. There's that.
be demonstrated by a popular meme in regards to hags. With enough power, you can refire even a dying star. In this meme format, a character, a hag, is surrounded by fertility
pills and fertility aid and ovulation boosts. Well, what if a star is what about a male star dying? What about those? I don't think those can be refired, sadly.
aid supplements, implying that said character is far beyond the peak fertile age that demarks youthfulness. This also implies a lustfulness towards the hag and is coupled with that, again, embarrassment element, meant to bring attention to the supposed oldness of the character. So now, if we haven't been clear, what exactly is that difference between MILFs and hags? So, when it comes to delineating between MILFs and hags, there is a key difference. MILFs are older in appearance and mature in their demeanor, and are actually desired for their older qualities, whereas hags are not actually that old and are desired for their attempts, seemingly so, to appear youthful as opposed to mature. If they are actually old and acted like an old person, they wouldn't really be desired as a hag. Now, the term MILF is often used for both fictional characters and real people.
Okay, that makes sense. I think I get it in this case, right? MILF, old, acts old. Hag, old, acts young. Pretty much. Pretty much. Also, I'm questioning when I ever get access to YouTube monetization, should I get the MacBook Neo or any Macs? Because I don't got computers and I want to get some. I have a laptop. The doc shit. Oh, you can't ask me about that. I have no idea. I'm using a laptop myself.
While hag, at least recent times, has almost exclusively been used to describe fictional characters. So hopefully that's given you a good framework to navigate MILFs and hags online. But as the saying goes, the best things often come in threes. That's not the only thing that's gonna, whatever. Cougars. Now, a cougar is an older woman that has a particular interest in being with a markedly younger man romantically. Now, cougars have kind of fallen off nowadays, often mocked by the more traditional MILF in media, but we can't ignore their place in the conversation about older women. Now, whereas MILFs and even hags are more about our interest in the woman, cougars are
Yeah, obviously. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I've explained this. I've said this before. Simple. Golds. You mean cougars? You tuppos.
about the woman's interest outwardly. And though it's important for a cougar to be somewhat attractive in a conventional sense, there isn't much emphasis placed on their physical appearance since it's more about their behavior as opposed to our attraction to the cougars themselves. Do you have an older woman in your life? Perhaps you can now go to your mother and say, "Mom, Professor Lando told me that you're a MILF." Okay.
We feeding right into the no, we're not playing into the incest. Thank you very much, Professor.
Students, that's going to be it for class today, but remember, your homework is to click the link in the description to check out the special discount that CyberGhost VPN is offering to our class for only $2.03 a month.
Okay, that's the end of the video. That's the end of the video. In other words, if you want to summarize it, I want to summarize it. MILF. Acts motherly, older, more mature, right? Makes sense. Is older. Hag. Older woman who tries to basically, how you doing, fellow kids, right? Delusional. Acts younger than she actually is. Cougar. Wants younger men. Done. We're done, pretty much. We're done. Say gradonklers. All of these have great big gradonklers. Anyways. Crazy work. Crazy. Are you happy now? Are you? Anyways, we're gonna look at something more horrible now. That's gotta be... What the fuck? That's gotta be bait, by the way. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way this is a real video. Since the dawn of time I came, I've always begged. You were begging like a doggo. Why are you doing this? Don't beg. Never beg. You have fulfilled my task. I have. Well, more so your request, actually. Anyways. I accidentally came during a job interview. That's gotta be crazy. I don't know what I'm watching. Well, if you're watching, that is a good question. It was recommended, so we're looking at it. This is by Daniel Henschel. I'm very much assuming that this is not a real video, obviously, not a real topic. Look, my own video is getting recommended. Crazy. Crazy comments, by the way. We'll look at it.
Hi, everybody.
Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. This can't be that bad, right? It's obviously just played, right? There's no way he nutted during an interview. Job interview.
I had a job interview today, and I came in my pants during the interview.
Realistically, let's say this would be real, right? How do you realistically even achieve that? Either the interviewer must have been an absolute banger, right? Like, holy smokes. The only way that could have happened is like the baddest one was just in front of you and you were a professional Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the only way this could have happened. That's the only way. Or you were so nervous.
I have struggled my entire life with ADHD and anxiety and bipolar disorder. And I've spent so long trying to figure out how to manage my symptoms so that I can actually be a normal person on a day-to-day basis. And it seems like everything I do doesn't work. I was addicted to Xanax for so long and it ruined my life. And it just felt like everything I did somehow made it worse. And now the one thing that I thought worked clearly doesn't. Basically, I figured out at a very young age that if I was anxious and I was insecure,
I would just goon and then it would disappear. Is that where this is going? Is that where this is going? It could only be that and where it's going. It's like nothing else makes sense. This is crazy. This is a crazy video.
Then the way that in the moment I could sort of calm myself down and make myself focus and make myself more confident was to make myself horny, basically. So, you know, thinking about something sexy to the point where I would get physically.
Bro, he locked it. I gotta give him that. He locked in so hard that tears are flowing. Actual snot is coming out in his nose. He literally has nose cummies. Crazy. He locked in. I'll give him that. He locked in. That is crazy, though. Imagine doing that.
Aroused, so I would, you know, if I get a chubby or that sort of stuff. And most of the time it went fine. You know, it would actually work really well because what it does is it sort of makes it's sort of like a natural medication, because when you get horny, the chemicals that your brain releases are, you know, you have dopamine and adrenaline and those sorts of things, and that's very similar to the medications that you would actually take for anxiety or ADHD or that sort of stuff. So I figured I was just going to do that and it would be fine, but
I don't know about that one, Chief. Are you sure that isn't getting the big yellow dollar sign? This is not, but an earlier video that I've watched about women's things is definitely getting the yellow dollar sign. Which is straight up age restricted. Doesn't matter. Here we are.
I got to the interview and I started having a panic attack as usual in my car, and I pulled out my phone and I started looking at porn and whacking it, basically.
That's crazy. England has no kidney bank, but it does have a Liverpool. Hi, Fable Phantom. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. That is interesting. There's no England. There has never been England. Well, there has been England, but now it's the United Arab Kingdom.
Because that really helps when I have a panic attack. It helps me. And I guess that was my first mistake. I sort of got a head start.
Gooning leads to low cortisol. I see it. I'ma go in case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Take care, Screaming Eye. Bye-bye.
Before I went in, you know, so I go in and it starts off okay. You know, the reception is very nice. I'm waiting for the guy to come out who's going to interview me, and I sort of start preparing my fantasy that I'm going to focus on through the interview. So it's for me, usually that's stuff like cucking and pet. Well, I don't know.
It gets worse per minute. It gets worse. It gets worse per minute. It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It's been getting worse the entire time. It's been getting worse. What is going on? It is getting worse. It is getting worse. Hello, Adam22. This is a good skit.
You know, I don't need to get into it, but you know what I mean. Everybody has sort of their little things that they like.
I mean, he is most literally getting into it. Like, very literally getting into it.
God. Sorry, I'm a mess. I just have been crying all day since it happened this morning. So the guy comes out, and I have to kind of, you know, because I don't want to stand up and then have a, you know, boing thing happen. So I stand up and I say hello. I shake his hand, you know, blah blah, and it starts going well. We make small talk, and we go into the interview room, and it starts fine, but then the first thing.
Bro, this is getting more insane, more and more insane. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good leftover. Good leftover. Aren't leftovers old Chinese women that aren't married? Hold up.
It happened that sort of made it go worse was that on the website they advertised the position as being fully remote, but then in the interview he said that actually I had to come in 3 times a week still, and I started to get.
See, aside from the skit, right? There is companies who will advertise their position, their job as like either being full, like remote, like ability to be remote, or home office, right? But then they just straight up lie. Right? Then they just straight up lie and say, actually, yeah, we offer it, but we never let anybody. That is a thing. That does happen. No, I mean what left of the day. I obviously know what you meant, but still.
Normally, I probably would have just said, okay, whatever, but this, I really didn't want to come in because, like I said, I have debilitating anxiety and social scrap. So I looked for a remote position on purpose so that I would be able to be easier for me to work. So I wanted to confront him about this. And because my anxiety was getting worse and increasing, I had to sort of make I had to get more aroused, because it's like, if that goes up, then this has to go up, right? So I was thinking more about my fantasy, and then also I was there was a desk there, so I started.
So he's getting it up more and more and more and more and in it more and more until he finally unleashes the beast, the power, the monster, the load. I'm easily fooled nowadays. Same.
Kind of working myself. You know what I mean? I know that when I'm explaining it right now, it sounds bad, but you have to understand that most of the time nobody would find out, right? And you also have to understand how difficult it is. I don't think most of you know how difficult it is to have anxiety and panic disorder and ADHD and probably autism. I don't even know. I have tons of stuff. It feels like every single... So it's debilitating. So I try to do anything I can to feel better. And if this is what in a capitalist system, I do anything and anything to survive in capitalism. So yeah, I was under the table, yeah. And he says, so I asked him, you know, you advertise the position online as being a remote position, you know, but now you're saying that it's not. And he said, well, I don't know what we said online. Sometimes that stuff isn't accurate. So I said, whatever. And I moved on because now I'm not even sure I want this job anymore, but maybe, you know, that's the type of thing where maybe we can figure it out later. And then he asked me about my last job, which obviously I got fired from if you watch my recent videos. So
he does really put in the work to make the snot work and stuff. He really does. It's rather interesting. He locks in. No wonder. I like this. I like this a lot. The performance. I like the performance here. However, I wonder if it has actually happened that someone actually gooned during the interview and unleashed the load during the job interview. Again, the only time this would reasonably work is like if you're already in the mood, right? And then like you have the job interview and then the woman that interviews you is like crazy. Then I could see that happening, but logically, nah.
I was trying to figure out a way that I got really nervous trying to figure out a way that I could say what happened, but also not, if he called my old boss and asked what happened, I didn't want to have lied, but also I want to explain it in a way that it doesn't sound that bad and seems, you know, reasonable and hopefully makes him not want to call the people. So I think at this point, I don't know. I mean, I sort of was not aware exactly of, I was trying to kind of keep myself under control, but I was also I felt myself all of a sudden, it kind of snuck up on me. I felt myself kind of all of a sudden go over the point of no return, right? And so I felt it happen, and I was kind of like and I tried to pretend to have a coughing fit, you know, because you can try to act like nothing's happening, but on a certain level something's gonna happen. So I'm trying to go like you know, and I must not have done a very good job, I guess, because afterwards he looked at me very strangely and he was like, are you...
I probably look at you, yeah, the exact face that he has right now is pretty accurate. Why exactly, how do you even get to this idea, to this point where you make videos like that and like you could make these ideas up and stuff? Interesting. Yeah, this is just a lesson for us. Never go horny into an interview.
Is everything okay? And then I just kind of broke down and I said, no, it's not. It's not okay. Because I know that it's not your fault, but nothing in my life is going right at all. And it feels like everything I do to try to make it better just makes it worse and ruins my life more. So no, it's not okay. And at this point, I knew that the interview was over and we were past the point of no return, and I started crying. And I stood up I said, you know what, we talked a little bit for a formality, but then eventually I said, okay, all right, that's, and I stood up, and it was obvious what happened. I don't know what else
So you could see crazy work. Crazy.
What else I need to say? And I shook his hand because I didn't know what else.
I mean, yeah, that sounds very much what would you call this, uncomfortable and weird and odd. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like, if I imagine that being the case, bro, I would not stand up. And if I did stand up, I would immediately turn around and leave.
What else to do? What am I supposed to do? I just shook his hand and I ran out so that before the receptionist could see me or anybody else in the office, but I'm sure they all saw me. And I just kept waiting in my car and cried all day. So that's my story. That's just the latest thing that's happened to me that has been totally horrible. I just hope one day my life gets good. Because I can't do this anymore. I can't live like this. I can't.
Anyways, rather interesting video, not gonna lie. Rather interesting. Maybe we'll look at the comments, because they sounded funny, honestly. Like grandma, like grandson. Like grandma, like grandson? Don't beat yourself off about it too hard. Swen doesn't give one fuck about a digital footprint. Physically impossible to scroll past the title. Imagine, so when you start, this guy already finished. Not a single one of us searched for this. What are some of your strengths? I'm a hard worker. Always come early. Never leave until I'm finished. This guy's acting so fucking good. Like, I'm actually feeling bad for what happened because it sounds so real. Why my nephew deserved to be hit with my car? Lucky you. You got raised before you got a job. Bro, these are crazy. Okay, this was hilarious. This was good. This was a good one, but crazy what I get recommended at this point. It has been out of control. It very much has been out of control. Wow. Amazing. Igoon. Alright, next one I want to do. Next one I want to do is the ref one, because that's rather interesting. That's why I want to do it. That's why.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're gonna do that one. We need one. We need one. As usual, we need one. Anyways. Finally over by ref. We're gonna look at this. Apparently, quote unquote, woke is dead, according to the thumbnail, but I am absolutely convinced that woke is not that dead, and we will see the second coming of woke soon. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it. We're all gonna get cooked collectively, all of us. I can see it. I can see it because they love to fuck it up. Anyways, we'll jump in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. So this seems to be about the recent BlackRock interview. We all know what BlackRock is. At least I am hoping so that we do, right? A company has a lot of shares everywhere and stocks. A lot of power, a lot of money. You get the idea. Pushing a lot of stuff. Major reason for the deforestation of the Amazon rainforest. You get the idea, right? We know who the evil guys are. Our chancellor is a BlackRock spy. Moving on.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So when it comes to the subject matter of this video, I have many feelings. On the one hand, I feel vindication. On the other hand, I feel deep frustration for reasons that'll be very obvious in just a second. Now, if you're familiar with my channel, you know for years I've been calling out DEI and wokeness and the negative impact that has had on multiple industries and mediums. And all throughout that, I've been pointing out the performative nature of all of this and how it is a gigantic agenda push, largely due to the efforts of very powerful individuals and entities out there. Well,
we know. Recent discovery. They distort. Circumcision destroys a man's pleasure. Apparently, like a recent study dropped that like you shouldn't do this to boys because it ruins that. They've been baiting us into pegging. I'm just kidding. It's crazy.
Well, that's been called a conspiracy theory or hateful or bigoted, what have you.
Conspiracy theory also just means you are early. That is all a conspiracy theory means. You are early.
For many years, being able to point that out. But as with many things these days, it wasn't some conspiracy, it was just truth a couple months early or a couple years early. Because the CEO of BlackRock, one of the, probably the biggest proponent and pusher of DEI and wokeness across the world, has come out and just straight up admitted that the woke era we've been living under for the past couple of years was a failed corporate experiment, and now they're trying to pivot.
Which is rather interesting. That's what we've been saying all the time, right? This is pushed by companies, by the media. Now, I don't know what user brought, right? Because it was a financial failure. I guess they thought it would work, but we can tell that it does not. I mean, literally, look at Disney. The state of Disney is a pretty accurate it's pretty accurate of like it's pretty obvious that it was all just a agenda push. Right? I live in Europe, and like the mass immigration is also one of those things that comes from the woke era. And that one's definitely not dead. If you think the woke era, it may have failed, but it's not gone. Woke is not gone.
To something else while acting like nothing has happened. Let's listen to this clip together.
Do you believe the woke era a failed experiment? The ESG, the DEI, the kind of push for that. When you talk about things now, you talk in a practical sense, what we can do, what we can get done. Looking back at that, how do you see it?
Society moves, the pendulum moves all the time. In BlackRock's cases, we are responsible for managing money for everybody. And even today, as you said, maybe these, renewables are less talked about it. I can tell you right now, we have many investors worldwide are investing in renewables, trying to emphasize solar and other things like that. We're working with Occidental Petroleum right now to building the best carbon capture factories in Texas right now. So do I believe the pendulum 5 years ago was too far? Yes.
You do?
I believe we're more I'm personally more pragmatic too. And I believe...
But do you think BlackRock pushed some companies a little bit further left than you thought?
It was never our intention, because our job is to be... I got to be a fiduciary to everybody who gives us money.
So there you have it, folks. The CEO of BlackRock, the biggest pusher.
First, my guy says the pendulum swing too far. Then he's saying, right, that they never did anything. I find that hard to believe. I find that very hard to believe. Yeah, don't trust this man at all. Never trust a man who looks similar to Friedrich Merz. Don't do that, which is our chancellor in Germany. Never trust this anyone that looks like that. Never, ever.
Of all this stuff, just straight up admits this was all just a failed corporate experiment. And now the pendulum is shifting another direction, and they're just moving on from all of that. Acting like, well, you have nothing to be mad about. This is just the changing of the times. Oopsie whoopsie. We ruined all these lives and ruined all these mediums, but who cares? we're moving on and we're just going to keep making more money. That is the reality we live in, and I genuinely believe people like Larry Fink are evil, and I don't throw that term around very often. This guy is evil. You can play the rest of this clip. He just drones on for another minute or so, just going in circles, saying a whole lot of words, but very little substance. At the end of the day, this guy just admits that he's been using pawns, whether it's people and or industries.
Obviously, he's evil. I mean, these guys are also in the housing market, absolutely ruin it too, right? These guys are absolutely evil. This man is evil. I agree. This man is evil. This man is evil, right? Anything above money, right? This guy is definitely evil.
To push an agenda that now is recognized as a corporate experiment gone wrong. Let's look at some of the comments here and I will expand on the main points. Here's a quote from Endymion saying this. BlackRock CEO admits the woke era was a mistake, and everyone who played into it was manipulated. Every website, every person. It was never genuine, actual truth bomb, dude. Every push of DEI and all that was carefully constructed to fit narratives. I got called so many names for pushing back, and now the guy who started it is like, yeah, we screwed up. Unreal, dude. So much damage has to be undone from this. So many game companies alone still clinging to this BS knowing it won't work. Unbelievable. And that is the key takeaway here. These people are brainwashed. The people who fell for this, whether it's in the gaming industry or elsewhere, they are indoctrinated by this stuff. I think it began with a personal agenda. They want to use these points to enforce their own agenda. They want to use DEI to push their own agenda.
Actually, I think it's different. The people weren't, like, the companies weren't indoctrinated. See, what I believe is more so true that originally Smart started smaller with just regular people and more regular people. Eventually, those regular people were eventually hired for these companies, and then the company started acting weird. After the original teams and the original people that worked at that company eventually started to disappear and be replaced with people that are following this agenda. It started small from the worker level up to until eventually the higher ups, until those were replaced eventually as well. That's how it actually works. I don't think that these people were brainwashed when they were already in the company. These people were brainwashed and then put into those companies.
Agenda and to feel in some way emboldened to go after anybody who questions it or has a different point of view than them. We have seen this, but now they're stuck in this stuff. And the CEO can come out and say this was all a failed corporate experiment, and they're not going to be listening because they're too far gone at this point. And yeah, people like myself who have been calling out DEI and all of this stuff and how performative and ridiculous it is, yeah, we got called every name under the sun, right? People literally try to ruin you for calling this stuff out. And now he's just like, oh, oopsie whoopsie, let's move on. So many people have been made a fool out of this. They were literal pawns, completely manipulated, whether it's websites, people, corporations. It's all a part of this scheme that is just right in your face. And here's a reply to that previous post saying now,
and obviously the easiest way to do this is obviously indoctrinate the ladies, right? Because that's the easiest one to do. You can literally look at like graphs, right? Of like political alignment. The men have always been slightly conservative. They're still slightly conservative, right? But the women just went, shoo, huge mountain, left. Radicalized. There's that.
You now have millions of incompetents employed in major roles across every industry who can't do the job, yet their existence depends on DEI. They will continue to push it and fight for it no matter what now. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. They get paid to push it. And that is definitely true. There are endless people who only have their position at their current job because of DEI, because they chose identity as a priority over competence. And we've seen people literally die because of this. This isn't just, oh, geez, people are losing out on jobs who are more qualified. No, people are put in trusted positions where people are literally losing their lives due to incompetent.
Yep. If you remember the pilot, right? I don't know if you do, but if you do remember the pilot, right? Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? If you think about that, right? The pilot, it makes sense, right? It makes sense.
Hires who are only there because of their identity. This was stuff that was pushed on everyone for years across the globe. I mean, I talked about this with the California wildfires, where some of the fire departments came out and talked about their DEI programs where they spend millions trying to hire people who look like the victims of fires. And of course,
Yeah, and obviously, cut down on a lot of stuff, and also, apparently, you don't keep water around for, especially a region that is prevalent in. Not the smartest people there.
course, you had people who would just straight up admitted they couldn't even carry someone out of a burning fire who were hired only because of their identity. This stuff is deadly. And back then,
Remember, they had to use like purses and stuff, like bags, to extinguish fires. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that they didn't have that around.
I remember getting attacked for saying, hey, every million you spent towards that, if it was transferred somewhere else and it saved even one life, that would have been worth it. People thought that was very bigoted. That's how crazy and far gone all this stuff is. But here's another quote saying, let me get this straight. The folks on the far left.
Oh, some action, got a siren soon. Well, then get your ass back to safety, I guess. Gotta chip away.
Who kept yapping about taxing the rich, eating lab-grown, grass-flavored like meat, rainbow flags in our nurseries and primary schools, pro-migration, forcing geopolitics and modern-day sexual orientations into our video games, and plastering DEI in every workspace imaginable. We're being manipulated and controlled by the rich. Yeah, anybody who's not been experiencing life with blinders on knows the truth of this statement.
Of course we do. Of course we do. And we're not done yet. We're by far not done yet. By far not done yet. As a European, I can tell you, you haven't seen half of it. You haven't seen half of this bullshit that we're seeing. You haven't seen half of it. It is crazy. Don't worry, guys. You'll get your dose. If this doesn't stop, you'll get your dose of European wokeness, which, in my opinion, is a lot more how do you say it? Not radical, but a lot more hard to get rid of and hard to it's a kind of indoctrination that you really can't fight off. They're a lot more hysterical about it. I can tell you.
This is the upside down world we've been experiencing the last couple of years. And the effects, like I said, it's not just the gaming industry, it's everything. It's the education system, it's corporate, America corporate, global, everything. Everything that could possibly be touched by this has been touched in one form or another, and it's all been for the negative. Here's another quote, translated from Spanish.
Even further, you could argue the sexual revolution falls already into the woke category if you wanna go that far. It already started with that.
This post really went worldwide, guys, by the way. All of those who thought they were anti-establishment revolutionaries for being woke and spending the day hassling people turned out to be getting used as puppets by BlackRock. Yes. Literally millions of people fit under this description. They think they are anti-establishment revolutionaries by pushing all of this nonsense for years. Turns out they're just puppets of a massive, massive, massive corporation. Here's another quote saying, people learning that their entire political...
Yep. Nothing but that. Nothing more than that. Puppets. Useful idiots is the term you would use here. And, again, this won't disappear. Right? That's why I'm saying the thumbnail is a bit silly. Woke isn't dead. It has not been killed yet, and if you're careful, not careful, you might see a resurgence of it.
Political ideology was a scheme thought up and created by billionaires they hate. Can't make this stuff up. Yeah, here's the thing. This stuff is so indoctrinated that at this point, I believe it goes beyond just an ideology or an agenda for these people. The people who have been used as pawns for this and have supported this stuff, it's basically a religion to them at this point. It has consumed every aspect of their life. They depend on this to be real. They depend on this stuff to be pushed. Otherwise, they have nothing. They get hired because of their identity, or they use this sort of woke era we've been living under to justify harassing people who have done nothing wrong, to force their morals and their
murder. They use it to justify murder. We have seen it. We have all seen it.
beliefs onto other people and be able to label them as other in order to justify anything bad that happens to them for questioning DEI or wokeness. Let's move on to another translated post saying, I love the silence of feminists after finding out that all their policies and struggles over diversity, gender, and rights were funded by BlackRock's billionaire patriarchy. They thought that bearing their tops because they wanted to and leaving their bodies untrimmed because they were fighters, and it turns out their boss was Larry Fink. I'm crying from laughter.
But we know this. We very well know this. I mean, that is very obvious, right? The only reason you wanted women to be in the workforce is not because of equality or because women were supposed to be financially independent. That there was no such noble... Whether it's good or not, you need to decide for yourself. But there was no noble goal behind it. They just wanted to collect more tax money and double the workforce. And it's ironic how one salary was enough, and now if things get really bad, you barely scraping by with two. Isn't that hilarious? Mission failed successfully.
The amount of useful idiots out there is staggering, ladies and gentlemen. But here's one more. It really pisses me off that I lost all of my closest friends due to the far left social justice moral bundle of sticking and evil elites like this guy who are responsible. Their entire political ideology was a scheme devised and funded by the very billionaires they hate. The amount of people, like, I'll ask you, the viewer, have you lost friendships or connections over the last...
Yeah, obviously. Yes, I have. This is very obvious, right? Even like in VTubing, I've obviously lost people that I had originally contact with that are now gone. That are now just gone, that I don't interact with anymore because, well, they chose this side while I am sitting on this side. So there's that.
Couple of years because of stuff like this, because you're not cool with DEI or you think it's performative or wokeness, if you call that out or think it's performative, have you lost friendships? I mean, you know, the subject of grifting even comes up when it comes to content creators. Do you think being anti-woke is some masterful grift? I'll tell you it's not. I get called a grifter every single day. This is the worst grift ever. If you want to be anti-woke, it's a terrible one because you lose opportunities, including financially, which, you know, thank goodness I have you guys and your support, whether it's just watching videos or super chatting or showing up to streams and doing things like that. You've been able to help me out and make it so I don't have to rely on all of this sort of nonsense. But it has direct effects. What Larry Fink, BlackRock, and all these agenda pushers do, they have an impact on people personally, and they also have a pervasive cultural effect where there is right think and wrong think. And the sort of compass that's been directing millions of people has been pushing wokeness. And those who question it have been chastised. I mean, I remember even a couple years ago, people lost their jobs or got banned on social media or lost sponsorships for saying there's things like two genders.
You think the woke era is over? You think that wokeness is dead? I'm gonna shock you with something that you didn't know was happening in Europe. They want your full name on social media. I am not kidding. They want my full legal... If I post something, my full legal name is supposed to be on social media. If you thought woke is over, you are dead wrong. You are so wrong, it's crazy. And it's oddly enough that they basically used a case of essentially distributing AI generated corn to advocate for full legal name on the internet. It's not over. If anything, it might get worse. Because once your full legal name is out there, you think anybody's gonna still say something in Europe? You think anybody's still gonna fight this? When essentially their life's gonna be put on the line? Nah. If I get one last video for you, we will look at that.
Like, there's only two genders. That was a thing that would literally have your life turned upside down only a few years ago. And people like Larry Fink want you to just forget that happened, even though they were the ones pushing this stuff harder than anyone else. Like I said when I started this video, what are my feelings? Well, it's all over the place. There's vindication, okay? My thoughts about all this has been vindicated. I know so many content creators who do what I do, who look at this and say, yup, we've been calling this out rightfully for years. And now you have the puppeteers coming out and saying, yep, this was a failed corporate experiment. That's vindicating. Well, on the other hand, it's deeply frustrating because the people who are doing this, they will not feel any sort of remorse. They don't feel bad about anything that's happened. They don't feel bad about the negative impacts on people's lives. Even the violence that has been created because of these systems, they don't care. And the people who have been useful idiots throughout all of this, they're not going to look in the mirror. They're going to ignore this. In fact, they'll probably call this propaganda, like alt-right propaganda or something, to justify how stupid they are and how much they've been used over the years by billionaires like this. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. I know there was a lot going on there, so please share your thoughts about today's topic.
Anyways, that's the end of the video pretty much. We're not done yet. My honest opinion is we're not done yet. It'll get worse. It'll get way worse. It gets way worse when you look at like stuff like what Meta is doing, right? Meta is literally what's the word? They are literally the ones behind all the age verification, right? It is gonna get worse. Get ready. It'll still be worse. It can always be worse. Anyways, just get ready. All right, let's do the Croco video. One last video of the day. One last video. Let me click something so I have something. Okay, good.
What I meant was, who...
Interesting. Interesting. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. Uh-huh. All right, here we go. Well, we've got another CNP episode here. A B and. At least that's how I read it, by Alexo. We're gonna look at this. It's been a while. It's been a while since we had one, so here we go. I am curious what this one is about. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it.
What I meant was, who is your daddy and what does he do?
We start like this. We start this one like that. With the women talking about willies. Oh my god. Slay queen, get that willy in your mouth.
Oh my god, me too. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just another day in high school.
Penises don't go there.
Anyways, so, Coke, what are we gonna do with the rest of our high school years?
Jack off. No, I'm...
Well, that's how you can spend your high school like days, I guess. Eating it. Just beat it. Just beat it.
I'm sorry, I'm done being silly. No, I don't know, actually.
Come on, we gotta have something to tell our kids that we did in high school. They're just gonna think that we sat around smoking pot all day.
I've never listened to any of Bob Marley's music, but somehow I want him inside me.
What on earth? That's gay. Hi, Dick. That is Dick Richard. I would not date those girls. Most women that I got to know in high school were horrible fucking people.
Wait a second, Bob Marley, that means...
I love Bob Marley!
That means that we need to start a band! That's exactly what we need to do!
How'd you get becoming a band out of Bob Marley?
Bob Marley makes me so wet!
That's not the point. The point is we just need to start a band, okay? I'm running...
He's a man. How could he get wet? That's a dude. A man.
Out of plot lines! Damn it!
So you guys want to start a band?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the idea.
I didn't know that you guys played any instruments.
Whoa, what the hell is that?
You know, an instrument.
Is that the thing I found in my...
They want to start a band, but they don't know what instruments are. Wonderful.
My mom's sock drawer?
No, like a guitar, a piano, the drum.
That is a toy. An adult toy.
Drums, bass.
I dropped the bass once, and it broke.
We were just gonna have a band where we just sing, and then we go in and make all the stuff on the computer.
You guys want to be just like Nickelback?
I love Nickelback.
Sorry, I don't like putrid horse being shoved in my ears.
Okay.
Accurate depiction of what people think of Nickelback. Same. That is kinda the same. Once I can't listen to them either. It's fine.
So we're not gonna be just like Nickelback, but kinda similar. Like, we'll be harder rock. We'll be so hard that the girls will just get orgasms hearing us.
So now you guys are gonna be Metallica. Is that it?
Are those guys that did that Freebird thing?
Grandpa used to listen to them.
I'm not helping you guys. You guys can go fuck yourselves.
One of these days, I'm gonna cut you into little pieces!
Now, all we need to do is find some other people that play instruments and get them to play what we want and then become famous and kick them out and then make everything on the computer.
Starting to sound a whole lot like Megadeth now, aren't we? I don't like Megadeth. Oh, I don't know, Lucrezia. Yeah.
Holy crap! Why did so many people show up? We just put up flyers yesterday.
They want to build a band. Wow, that joke is outdated. I mean, this video is old. 14 years. That is quite old, dare I say.
Because every fool that can pick up a guitar and play Smoke on the Water feels that they're a musical prodigy and they have some hidden talent.
Fellas, last night I dropped some spoons on the floor and I come up with this new crazy kind of music.
Sometimes I like to drop items into my toilet and record the different noises and rearrange them in melodic ways.
I record myself.
Well, I guess we start interviewing.
So, what do you feel your musical strong points are?
Well, man, I like to take stuff and I like to throw it on the floor and I like to hear the noise it makes. And when I get the noise it makes, then I take it in and put it in my computer and I make a noise and I make a song out of it and add my lyrics. You know?
This is incredibly obnoxious. The way this man talks is incredibly obnoxious. Nuke him. Don't pick him.
You know what I'm saying?
English!
Do you mind if we hear some of the stuff that you've created?
Listen to you. Take that deep into your ear canals. Look at this masterpiece. This absolute piece of masterfulness.
Next! Do you guys need a rapper? Because I'm a really good rapper. We're not really looking for any rappers. I'm sorry.
It's so sexy being in public.
Get out of here, you freak. Looks like we've gone through everybody that showed up.
Oh, wait, there's still one more guy.
You know what? You guys. I have been waiting here all day. And what for? I am a classically trained musician, and I studied under Alex Lifeson himself. And I've been waiting here all f***ing day just to get into your guys' stupid little band. But no! You're gonna have all these go before me! Well, you know what? You can I'm a little drunk.
We are so
Well, it looks like we just have to keep the lineup to the two of us. Then.
crazy. We can't just keep.
Well, if you go get late into line, then, right? I don't know why he's mad, considering that, you know, he waited and he got late into line, so that's his own fault. Right? Even a celebrity has to step into line if they want to go into something or attend something. Sometimes, depending on where they are.
To the two of us, we suck.
No. We're gonna be just fine with just the two of us. But we really need to look at some more important things right now. Like how to make ourselves look more like rock stars.
Wait a second. What about the instruments?
There are more important things in life than just instruments. Image. It's all about being a rock star.
What if we just forget all about our instruments, though?
What instruments?
Our who?
Huh?
What?
What?
Wait a second. What were we talking about again?
We were talking about how we're gonna make ourselves look more like rock stars.
Cocaine is one hell of a drug.
Oh my gosh, dude, you are a freaking genius!
That's what my dad said before he hit me upside the head with that frying pan.
What?
Reasonable. Reasonable.
So let me get this straight. You guys want me to sell you heroin.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you guys can feel like rock stars?
Well, everybody says that it makes you feel like a rock star, so...
Ozzy Osbourne is my favorite.
Oh, yes! I have been waiting to do something like
The favorite, the man that bit off the head of a bat because he thought it was a toy bat. It was not a toy bat, it was a real bat.
this.
So, Pookie, you think you can help us out?
Oh, yeah. I'll have a rock star load of heroin by, like, the end of the day for you guys. You just gotta give me some time.
Awesome, dude, thank you.
Hey, what? Why do they call you Pookie?
Because you wouldn't expect a guy named Pookie to cut your face off. Huh?
You know, you always hear people talk about heroin, but you never actually see what it looks like.
Well, considering that Pookie's, you know, used for something else, then, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba!
What is that? That looks like stinky McDonald's fries. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
It's killing me.
So, do we, like, eat this, or how do we do this?
I've read online that it needs to be inserted, anally.
What's an anal?
Hey guys, how's the band going?
We're doing heroin!
Wow, you guys are serious.
It's funny because heroin's bad.
Funny how like how easily they just say it. I have another video, it's barely 5 minutes. Yeah, but I don't want to go overtime today. I gotta do something else still.
Dude, you feeling any different?
They are throwing it in. I could get, let me guess. I got ice in the vein. That's rather interesting. Hi dear, how you doing? You're doing well. I feel like that's not the actual stuff. They're eating just straight up regular McDonald's.
I suddenly feel the need to bite the heads off of bats.
Are you alright?
Sharon! I've pooped my pants again! Sharon!
Little I said I was gonna...
He's purple now! He's purple.
Be a rock star first! More heroin!
So, Chadsworth, where are we going to put the band?
I've put the band in a place where we can play music.
Which rock star are you supposed to be?
John Lennon, now shut up!
Hey, I wanted to be John Lennon before I got stuck with Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh yeah? Well, I wanted to be shut the hell up!
You can't be serious about playing this place.
What are you talking about?
All the people here are ancient.
to get my sponge bath for the day.
I remember when you could buy whores for a nickel.
Ah, my fucking bunions.
He wants to buy horse for a nickel. Deer wet the bed. Again, classic.
I'm sorry, Ozzy, I can't hear you.
Ronnie Scott, all the people here are ancient.
It's not Ozzy Osbourne.
I've had so much heroin, I don't even remember who I am.
Hello, people of old folks home. My name is John Lennon Jr. And this is my friend Ozzy Osbourne.
Hey, Sharon, I pooped myself.
And we are here in the band.
He pooped himself. Yay, wonderful. These videos, dude.
Super Ultra Mega Doom Death Extreme.
I can't feel my...
A wonderful song, Super Ultra Mega Doom Death. Maybe that was the band name? I didn't pay attention anymore. It is escalating here. It is escalating. The drugs.
face. But I like it.
Dan, you've actually heard of this band? Yeah! I saw these guys at Woodstock! Really? I think. What? Who? Huh? What? I'm missing Golden Girls.
I'm pretty sure they are referencing the Blue Brothers with the whole get the band together. Interesting. Yeah, could be.
For this crap.
All right, so let's start the show. Uh-oh.
What's up?
Oh, what? We don't know any music.
Anyways, I don't know who Sharon is. I don't want to know who Sharon is. And, yeah, this one was rather interesting. So basically, they wanted to start a band. They picked nobody, and the only guy they could have picked was mad, or got mad, and then they just became real rock stars by doing the drugs. Wonderful. Amazing. Deer has an amazing singing voice. Yeah, clearly, such an amazing voice. Angel-like. Yeah, my green friend has an angel-like voice. Anyways, that was rather interesting. Alrighty. Guys, I'm ending here. Me ending here. You heard right. I'm ending here. Yoink. In this case, have a good day. Or night. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll do, as usual, tomorrow the same stuff, right? Though I gotta fix up my stash of videos a little bit. So yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. And bye-bye. No, I can't go to sleep. Nighty-night. Bye-bye.